It's not okay to think that the Earth is flat.
Is the Earth flat or round? It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that?
Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above it. A little chubbier. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
Upside down and zoom in on the people walking round. The people walking round upside down. You got a balloon, I got a balloon. Boats reappear with zoom, they reappear with zoom. The horizon line is flat, center sky it looks the same. My senses at peace upon the plain.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
It's not okay to say that the Earth is flat. This is some sort of strange denial. I don't know where it comes from. And it's something where I keep getting this question. We really need to put this question to bed because we've known the Earth is a sphere for a long time.
Conspiracy theorists claim that events like terror attacks and school shootings didn't happen, that the crime scenes are fake, and all those people you see crying on television are crisis actors.
If you could influence kids through the lyrics you spit, would you lead them all astray or just steer them adrift? Wear a mask everywhere, you appear to be sick. Living in fear, 6 feet says, here is what you'll get. If you like what you hear, screen mirror the shit. This is the new 9/11 of Here I'm a Biff. There's no such thing as a terrorist. The real terrorists are the American military. Harry Potter, where you been? This is the Truman Jim Carrey show that you win. A whole slew of proof from the Hoover Dam break-in. Road crews digging tunnels that you can't explain. Faster than a speeding locomotive and a train. Watch out for words like inclusive and sustained. Ability is killing me, you don't comprehend. Straight out of Compton, yo, I'm off the hinges. Intended this shit's not meant for me. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We're the indentured servants of this century. Can I get a witness to witness these nitwits getting into wits? It's business, jeez. Every time he takes a shit, hiccups and sneezes. Yo, there's no such thing as a terrorist. They only show you such things just to scare your kids. Just know one thing, that where you live is not pear-shaped, but you swear it is. My rap's like the second law of thermodynamics, further advanced into murder tactics. I smoke herb till it's gone, then I'm burning the ashes. You voted for Bernie? Haha, you conservative bastards. I'm observing these actors' affirmative action. I deserve nothing but a few words in the caption. I'm the referee, coach, and the verbal captain. Even my girl knows, yo, my whole world is rapping. Take away from me that, and my world collapses. Like a NASA fan finding out his world is flat. And like the first, second tower, and the third collapse. And birds and catfish on my bed, about to burst this mattress. Thirst with anticipation like ejaculation. Exposing master plans of these master masons. Another flat today, saints from around the way. You ain't nothing but a hound dog on Groundhog Day. More often than not, yo, I'm off the chain. Getting off on the thoughts that cause a lot of pain. Start seeing through all these artificial strains. It's hard to fake what's been made already plain. Yo, there's no such thing as a terrorist. They only show such things just to scare your kids. Just know one thing, that where you live is not pear-shaped, but you swear it is. Yo, I hit my quota with notes and rhymes I spit. So if you wish at this time to resign or quit, I'm going with you every time. You know what time it is. Overdosing on the hosts and psyopsis. Blinded by the light shining from your diamonds, kid. I've been waiting all my life for a time like this. Holy moly, what a roller coaster life I live. No motion sickness in the ocean, yo, I dive right in. Motion picture industry likes to slice your skin. Hocus pocus, focusing on the life they spend. I can't believe you still believe in these staged events. But if it don't make dollars, then it don't make sense. And if it don't make Donalds, then it don't make pence. Get it, Donald Trump, Mike Pence. There's no such thing as a terrorist. When they show you such things, it's to scare your kids. Just know one thing, that where you live is not pear-shaped, but you swear it is. You think it's pear-shaped, but there's no such thing as a terrorist. When they show you such things, it's to scare your kids. Just know one thing, where you live is not pear-shaped, but you know it is pear-shaped. You swear it is, but there's no such thing as a terrorist. Terrorist. There's no such thing as a terrorist. There's no such thing as a terrorist. But you swear there is no such thing as a terrorist. But there's not. Nope, sorry. You burst your bubble. I'm out.
Oh, Allison's death was a fake. It was a hoax. This guy's a crisis actor. I was stunned. It pisses me off.
Who's this?
Drew's this.
Jason, what curve?
Level means curve.
Curve means level?
Right? That's what I've been saying since day one. Actually, since day 33, I've been saying that. Cause the devil, he's clever with words. He's clever with words. But level, it never means curve. It never means curve. Girl, your gluteus maximus, I cannot trust. The shit can't be adjusted.
Hello, guys.
Hello, Jason.
Jason.
Going.
I've been waiting for a Jason like you to come adjacent to my life. Oh, oh.
Yeah, you all right, guys?
How you doing, Jason?
Yeah, I'm all right, thanks. I don't really come in here very often anymore, but I just thought you lot were all on there, so I thought I'd come and say hello. What's happening in the flat Earth world then?
You know, just trying to flatten the curve. Eight inches per mile at a time.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Bringing it to the next level.
Right? The next level. Speak of the devil.
I know NASA's really kind of nothing to do with the flatness of it all, but I saw some excellent old footage yesterday of NASA. Some of that footage is ridiculous, man.
Right?
It's like, you know, like when I first saw it when I was a kid, I fell for it. Then when I realised it was all fake, I kind of looked at it and thought, man, that's fake. And then when you go back and take a closer look, you just think, how the fucking hell did we fall for that? Especially
Right.
especially the high def pictures they released of the LEM, you know, for the moon landings. That is just fucking ridiculous, man. Completely.
Yeah, well, like when they're inside the NASA like control room and they're pushing actual buttons and you see like numbers rolling and it's all analog.
That is how they did it, though, apparently, wasn't it? You know, like the computers weren't even in the space vessel, really, were they? Or the alleged space vessel. They were
Yeah.
on the ground, weren't they? Doing the math for the basically math you could have done with a fucking slide rule, really, but just faster, you know.
It only had 33 seconds of latency, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, man. I mean, I could tell you something now, right? Which at the time, if I was around, I probably wouldn't have realised because I wouldn't have been an expert in these matters. But I was told that after 9/11, if you just spoke to anybody who knew about demolition, you know, an expert wise, they'd have told you that that was a controlled explosion, blah, 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 because of these reasons, right? I was also told by somebody else that at the time of the moon landings, if you just spoke to any battery technician at the time, if there was such a thing, right, they'd have told you no way. There was no way they took the power with them to beam fucking live television signals all the way back through 250,000 miles of space to Earth.
I know, dude.
Do you know what I mean?
Ridiculous. Yeah.
Just impossible. Right, right from the word go, regardless of anything else that we discuss, they just couldn't have taken the fucking power cells they needed. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly. Dude, you know what's it's funny that you mentioned the 9/11 thing because my uncle is actually one of the head what do you call it? Like he does like the drafting and like the makeup of buildings, and he's the head of the architect department at UC Berkeley, right? And so I talked to him after, you know, a couple of years after 9/11, and I was like, what's your opinion on this? Because you know how to make blueprints of buildings, you understand how they work. And I don't know if it was cog dis or he's just not allowed to talk about it, but he was just like, no, like that's he was trying to explain to me how it's feasible because of what the NCIS report said. So I don't know if he was just lying to me, but he's not. I don't know. I've always thought of him as just a quiet person. He doesn't have many friends, just my aunt. He's always with her. But he looked at me dead in the eyes and he told me that's like he really legit believed the NCIS. So unless he was just straight lying to me because he had to or because it's cog dis, I don't know.
Can answer for you, man. But you might not
Yeah.
like the answer, right? Answer that question
Yeah.
in a heartbeat, right? And it's simply this: the World Trade Center, right? One of them was hollow, didn't have any floors in it, right?
Yeah.
And that might sound extreme to you, but it was hollow for all intensive purposes. And I bet you're going to think, yeah, it's the other one, but it weren't. It was the one with the restaurant in it, right?
Uh-huh.
It was a really well devised. It did have a few flaws, but you got to remember the size of the World Trade Center, man. The other one did have floors in it, apparently, properly. But there are photos showing the other one with no floors in it. It had special elevators that just took you to that top section, right?
Yeah.
What they were actually doing there is just anybody's guess. I've heard people say.
Right.
I've heard people
Yeah.
say it's a electroconductive ether generator, to take energy from the ether. Because as you know, you need to, if you're going to extract ether energy, you need to build these buildings high, which it
Yeah.
was, which would explain why it was hollow, because it was basically two electrodes, like, the ground and the
Yeah.
collecting one, you know. I'm not saying I believe this, by the way. I'm just like kind of saying it, but I do think that it was hollow though, because I spoke to somebody years ago who told me that it didn't have all the floors in it, and that it was
Yeah.
way before I discovered flat Earth as well. And he said to me, I'll never forget what he said, because he said when you go onto the top bit where there's a dance floor up there as well, apparently. And he said when you go onto the dance floor bit, he said it's spongy. Like, not spongy, sorry. Like, it kind of goes up and down. Like, he said it's quite a weird feeling. So,
Weird.
I can only tell you what I was told.
Did you hear about how the I think it was floor 96 and 97 or something like that, that it had been just like how the Pentagon, the part that the quote unquote plane hit, was being renovated, right? For they were renovating the place. Well, the same with those 2 or 3 floors on one of the trade towers, and what they were doing is they had let this colony of artists, and they were like called bohemians or whatever. These artists who did like performing arts and paintings and stuff, they let them live there rent free and have their, not live, but they let them have their art studio on both of these floors for like 2 years prior to the 9/11 thing. And they used to make weird art exhibits. Like there's even pictures showing them where they used to like make certain windows of these floors light up and one stay dark so it could spell out words. And I guess the week before it happened, they had spelled out at night "park here" on the upper floors. And then one of the people who was the artist decided on September 10th to spend the night there, and she had never done that before, supposedly. Well, and allegedly she died there. But one of the last art exhibit she did was a little bronze statue of a little like soldier boy dressed in like soldier uniform with about 7 or 8 old airplanes crashing into his body.
Flat guy, listen, I like your breadth of knowledge. Good. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about as well, man. It's like,
Yeah.
all of this, man, if you want my honest opinion, it's all fucking psyop. It's all cover up, right?
Yeah.
Because, like, the whole thing, you can't take any of the network footage, for example, to use as anything, because it's fucking network footage, man. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Totally.
I don't have to spell it out to you, do I?
Yeah. No.
So, and you're left with very little else to deal with, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And in regard to like 9/11, man, they went to town on the confusion overboard there, man. I don't think you're ever going to get to the bottom of what really happened there. But if you want to think about it logically, right? These students who you're going on about, for a start, I heard they were Israelis or something. It might have been. I can't quite remember if that was a fact, but it could have been something like that. And they made a point saying they were Israelis and all this. And let's face it, we all know who blew up those buildings, so we're not kind of, we're not arguing about that, are we?
Yeah. No.
Jesuit, something in my throat there. But as for the whole how they did it, what they did. It's quite simple what they did, right? They rigged the building with explosives and blew it up right in front of everybody's eyes. And then, the media went to town on it. You know, they wagged the dog. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Have you seen Wag the Dog, by the way?
Yeah.
All right, man. Anybody who's into conspiracy needs to fucking watch Wag the Dog, because I only came across that film recently. And
Yeah.
I couldn't get my hat on how blatant it is and how easily they just pull strings that just come out to us as like the news, and then people start believing it. Bizarre.
Yeah, no. It's crazy. And then they coin terms, key terms like fake news. And so, you know what I mean? They coin terms like that to prepare you. So when you hear about it, you'll just be like, oh, that's crazy. And you'll just brush it off.
Yeah, man. You gotta. It's not just the art of reading between the lines. It's the art of just seeing what's right in front of your fucking face, man, and just acknowledging it. The thing where Trump kind of tried to, and I don't talk politics really. This isn't a politics talk. It's more just something Trump did, right? Trump, like, he kind of tried to take credit for that fake news, didn't he?
Yeah.
The whole kind of, you know, it was like he was the man who discovered there was fake news, and it's like, for fuck's sake, man, fucking do one. You are fake news, walking around here, talking about fake news, like you've just, you know, it's like, I could swear more, but I know I'm on live stream, so I won't.
Yeah. Everybody says like that Trump and the Republicans are like against the, you know what? And, you know, I think they're both, you know, hands from the same body, obviously. But like, he's the one that signed Operation Warp Speed.
There's absolutely no point arguing or talking about any of this bullshit when it comes down to these political nonsense, because it just doesn't exist. At the end of the day, the people who are in charge are still in charge, and they've been in charge for a very, very long time, and nothing will change, right? Because they've got it wraps. They've got it under wraps so well that they understand the human psyche to a level that even us humans don't understand it.
Yeah, for sure they do.
Because, you know, I'm pretty certain nowadays they're not fucking human. You know?
Oh yeah, I don't think they are.
But I'm not really into the God Squad way of looking at it, as I call it, as in the demons. I'm more into the fact that they could be these cone heads. Do you know about the cone heads?
Are you talking about the people that used to wear pyramids on their head, like Aleister Crowley?
Well, they kind of may or may not have been cone heads. I think that might be connected with it, though. Yeah, but these cone heads, right? They're an offshoot of if we're Homo.
Are you talking about like the Nephilim?
Well, no, not in the giant sense. No.
Okay.
Us humans, we're Homo sapiens, aren't we?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, we're Homo erectus. He said erectus. Yeah, we're Homo erectus, right?
Yeah.
And then there's another lot called the Homo cubensis, right? Which when you look at these skulls of these fucking things, right, they're human looking, but they're bigger skulls. They've got like cone heads, right? And they've tried to kind of off-play this on Discovery Channel and all this nonsense with these people who do head binding at birth, where they bind the baby, right? It's not that.
Yeah.
That's disfiguration of a human. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this whole different fucking species called Homo cubensis. You can look it up, man. Honestly, right?
How do you say it again? I'm gonna write this down. What's it? Say it again. Homo what?
Cubensis. I think it's CUBINIS. You'll find it. Just put that in.
Okay.
You'll find it.
Okay.
Right. They've got a thing called the Sagittal Suture, which on humans, when you're born, your skull is in 4 plates, and it squashes allowing you to get born, right? And then when you're born, it kind of comes apart, and as you grow into adulthood, as you grow older, these 4 plates, they graft together, but they leave a scar, right? It's like an X shape that goes from the front to the back and from the left and the right. It's on all humans, right? We've all got it. If you look at the skulls of these cubensis people, they've only got like a surgical suture that goes from left to right, like from one ear to the other. So their skull structure is totally different. It only broke into two parts since they were being born, right? Now, when you go on from this, you can really go into La La Land if you want to, right? About what these people are, these cubensis, these coneheads. Now, I will tell you this, right? I did have some pictures that I was showing people, but right at the minute, I'm just coming down off an abscess in my mouth, right, that you would not believe, right? Yesterday, I thought my head was going to fall off. So I'm not, it's been that bad, I can't actually see that well. So I'm going to not show you any pictures, right? But I can just explain it quickly. You know Matt Groening, who's Mr. Simpsons?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and you know what he's fond of putting into his stuff, yeah? Because obviously...
I don't know. You're talking about he's non-hetero?
No, he's a 33-degree Mason, and he puts in there all the...
You're okay, yeah. You're talking about the messages that like predicting the future, yeah.
Yeah, well, not just predicting the future, but some other quite weird stuff as well. Who's the biggest conehead of them all? It's fucking Homer Simpson.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's right there in front of your head, mate. They are the masters, I reckon. The coneheads are running the show. That's what I think might be going on. And where they're doing it from, it's like there are large tracts of land, like on what we call the Earth, that are just fucking non-accessible to us. Like anything, anything could be going on. You know what I mean?
For sure.
We really don't know.
Yeah, I think if most people knew, they'd be too petrified to even leave their house.
I think that's the name of the game with these guys, man.
I mean,
they want people like that,
I think they need us to build their infrastructure for them, though.
There's only a small proportion of us, and there is a lot of us. Can you just excuse me a minute? I need to use the bathroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Flat Nasty, are you okay? Are you okay, Flat Nasty?
Fatty, are you okay? No, I'm far from okay, bro. I'm KO'd, homie.
No way. What happened?
No, I'm just joking. I just usually repeat, like whenever people say stuff to me, what I do is I say it in reverse. It's just a habit of mine. So I'm a KO, not okay, but I'm just a kook. Yeah. Dude, I've been putting so many different, like, when I look at like a newspaper article or even reading a book, right, and I'm trying to read something, it's frustrating sometimes because the letters will start rearranging themselves in like an alphanumerical order, and so it's like so hard for me to be able to read something just at face value. I'm always looking so I start rearranging the letters to get their alphanumeric value and their value in gematria, and it's frustrating sometimes because sometimes things aren't that way,
Yeah.
But I'll be looking at like the ingredients on a cereal box and be like decoding it and stuff. And my lady's like, "Dude, you need to relax with all that stuff."
Pretty evil.
Yeah, I found some trippy stuff though, bro. Some really, especially about that Roman coin that says EID, and then there's a space and it says MAR for the Ides of March, because the Ides of March is March 15th, right? And so. The Aries symbol, which is the ram, starts on March 21st, or the eve of the 22nd, which is the 21st. The 322 skull and bones, right? So if you reverse the writing on that Roman coin, it says ram die. Ides of March backwards is ram die, like the Aries dying. And so it's exactly 1 week from March 15th, which is the Ides of March, to March 22nd, 322, which is a skull and bones. But 322 has been around way longer than the skull and bones. And if you write out 322 in Roman numerals, it looks like a freaking skull and bones, dude. I'm not even kidding you. Write out 322 in Roman numerals, you're going to trip out. Also, the 322 is the C and the V in our English alphabet. C is 3 and V is 22. What's that? That's the most famous symbol. They even have it on the White House. It's the dome in the pyramid. Dome in the pyramid. That's the 322. So I think that this is just my opinion. I think the Ides of March is the last week of the year, and then the New Year starts where the actual zodiac calendar starts, which is Aries, because the zodiac calendar starts at Aries. You know what I mean?
Saturday.
Yo.
Sorry to. I'm not digressing from what you're saying there, mate. I'm still thinking about what we were talking about before.
Yeah.
I'm a bit
But
like,
back to that, Jason. I'm sorry. You went to the toilet, and I.
it's all right, man. I was just going to post. I struggle to keep up with the way my mind is too fast sometimes. I was going to show you a couple of photos when we were talking, like just talk about bullshit NASA photos. Check these out. I found these on. I don't know. I can't remember where I found these, but they were under the art section, which kind of makes them, dubious to say the least, doesn't it? Oh no, it won't let me. Am I not allowed to post pictures in the live stream anymore?
Really?
Doesn't look like it.
Well, you can post it. You could post it to my message board on my personal message board, and I could post it.
Yeah, it takes a little while before you realise what you're looking at there. It's so bullshit, man. It's crazy.
Okay, here, let me post it.
Oh, you got the wanker roll, Jace. I want that.
I invented that role.
Did you?
Yeah.
I think every Brit's gonna have the wanker roll.
Yeah, and I am a wanker, The problem with me is that I kind of just say it as it is, and it gets me into loads of trouble normally. You lot seem like you lot seem all right. But if anybody's talking ass, like, I just got to say it, and it gets me in loads of trouble all the time.
Okay, let's see. Okay.
I have got a lot of lunar rover was my specialty. I've got a load of lunar rover pictures. If anybody ever wants to look at them,
I just posted it right now. The picture you sent me.
Yeah. But look at the little windows with the astronauts in it.
Yeah.
It's so bullshit, man. It's like
if you look at it, it looks like a smiley face skeleton, like a skull that's a smiley face,
just not.
or like almost like a Darth Vader. You know what I mean?
It's black, kind of.
It's that evil empire, standard black and white uniform colour. Stormtrooper white, they call it. It's Stormtrooper.
Yeah.
Have you seen How to Train Your Dragon? How to Train Your Dragon. It's like a kid's.
No, I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
Because that black kind of face, kind of weird shape.
Yeah.
That looks like the dragon. I think he's called Toothless or something like that.
Dude, see the that square that's directly below the windows that they're looking out of? How it's like a Darth Vader shaped square? Doesn't that look like a dog's snout?
Yeah, that's the bit I'm on about. That looks like this toothless dragon. Hang on, let me find a picture.
Yeah. Dude, they're so evil. All the names of their rockets and all their things are like Dragon, Falcon, just like horrible names, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right, mate. There was some weird sun going down activity here a couple of weeks back. Didn't look right to me. Here's a photo of that if you're interested. Oh no, I can't post them all. So there's no point. I was going to try and show you a few photos and talk, but
bro, when they had the SpaceX launch in 2018, it was about 40 miles from where I live in Santa Barbara. It was at the Vandenberg Air Force Base. I saw that thing in the sky, and it was the weirdest thing I've ever seen in the sky. It looked like they were trying to break through the firmament, dude. So strange.
I'm pretty convinced these things are fairly thick-skinned aluminium dirigibles, basically.
Yeah.
It's just a light showing it that they're throwing up there, really. But
yeah.
I have seen this footage of what looks like these like it's hitting something. I admit, yeah.
So, do you know? Have you like read the book of Enoch and how it talks about like the how it talks about the clock in the sky, and it talks about where the winds come from and everything like that, and how the moon has I think it's, what is it, like 12 different phases, and it has a different name for every phase, and it comes out of a portal in the firmament for each phase, and also the winds come out of different portals in the firmament. Do you remember reading it?
No, I haven't read, and I'm not that well versed on biblical stuff, to be honest, mate. But
Yeah.
that whole thing about I mean, what you just described there is the zodiac, really, isn't it? And that's mentioned in many old texts. Talk about
Well, they took everything from the zodiac out of the Bible. They wanted to separate. That's why, like, nowadays Christians think the zodiac's like satanic, and people that are into the zodiac are like, we don't want to listen to these fake Christians. They've got these two groups of people completely at odds with each other. When really both of their beliefs and what they're into, if they just really understood, would know that they're intrinsic with each other. They're synonymous with each other. One can't really work or operate without the other.
This is exactly the type of thing that gets me in trouble. What I'm about to say now, right? Listen, the flat Earth is for everybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not just for God-fearing Christians, and it's not just for atheists, right? I was an atheist before I discovered the flat Earth, right? And I was fucking 46 years of age when I discovered that, fuck, man, atheism and the Big Bang is just such a stupid thing. What the fuck have I been thinking all this time, right? But I've heard it said many times, and I have to disagree with it. But people say, if you're a flat earther, you can't be an atheist. And I think you can. Personally, I'm not, right? But I'm going to quickly stick up for the atheists who are flat earthers, because there are a few of them, and I know they are, because I've spoke to them, and I think the whole thing...
Can you repeat that real quick?
Said I know atheist flat earthers.
Oh, yeah, I've spoken to some too.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people push this, you can't be an atheist and flat earther attitude, but you can. Right? Because personally, I'm no longer an atheist, I was one. Right? I'm still working through the process of figuring what's going on. But some people are happy with their atheism, right? But if you can understand the concept of, because I still don't know if I'm a full-on dome believer, really, because the most simplest explanation for me seems to be that it's an infinite plane that has always existed and always will exist, regardless of if we're here or not, and it just is. There it is. It's just the infinite plane for what it is. And inside of that, we can construct anything we want, really, us humans. We can construct domes, physical domes, metaphysical domes. We can construct gods in our minds that, allow us to lead our lives in a more fulfilled way that we think, There's plenty of room for everything under this big fucking flat sky that we can see, for want of a better word. Do you know what I mean?
I think people that are atheists, though, are atheists up to the point where somebody runs up and puts a gun to your head. And then at that point where somebody's facing death, I think any person will pray to God.
Well, see, the thing is, these are extreme experiences if they are real. And if you're talking hypothetical, then I'd like to think, I don't know how old you are, Flatter, but you seem like quite a switched-on guy, but I'm 51, right? And I know full well nowadays that I ain't going out on my knees, and I wouldn't say anything if somebody's got a gun to my head that opposes the way that I think about the world, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not going to pray to a God that I don't think exists in the last moments of my life, because that would be a bit silly, because you don't actually think they exist.
Yeah,
Personally,
that's true.
like I do think there's a creator, but I think God's a human creation. You know,
Yeah, for sure.
and I also think that God has been created by the enemy of us lot, and we're all kind of fooled by it. And I know that's not a very popular opinion on here, but I'm just being honest and saying it as I see it. After years of being on this server, you know,
Yeah,
I've been on here for a while. Like, I don't come on very often, but you know, I've seen a lot of people come and go, and you know,
yeah,
I've made some brilliant friends on here as well. And I'll tell you something, like, you know, I was a full-on atheist when I came here, and then and obviously pretty rapidly, I realised that that wasn't the fucking case. You know,
yeah.
I take it you're a Christian, mate, yeah?
I don't consider myself a Christian. I think actually, from when I hear the word Christian, I find it derogatory and insulting. Like, if somebody I loved died by getting shot, I wouldn't call them a bullet sin. Or if somebody got hung, I wouldn't call them a hung sin or a rope sin. You know what I mean? So I don't like that term Christian. Like, that's you're basically saying like how he died on the cross. No, so like I consider myself just a born again flat earther. And I'm not a religious person whatsoever. I take the Bible literally, but I'm not like the type of Christians that you're thinking of. I don't consider myself a Christian in any way, shape, or form. I consider myself just a born again flat earther.
Like your style, Woody. That's good.
Yeah.
You know God rocking.
Do I, huh? What?
You know God rocking.
Oh, yeah. We were talking the other day about crystals for a long time. He's really smart.
Yeah, good man. God rocking is. Yeah, me and him spend a lot of time talking.
Yeah, dude, he was he was talking about some trippy stuff with crystals, bro. And it was like everything he said though, like when people talk, what I do is I feel the vibration in their voice and I let it resonate inside me to see if it rings as true or not. You know, and so like what he was saying was ringing as true personal experience. Just because it's not true to everybody, it's true to him, and it really truly happened to him. The truth could be the truth for some people, and it may not be the truth for other people because it doesn't work because they don't have faith in it working. Do you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm still thinking about the last thing we said, remember? But
The what?
remember I said to you, like, my brain thinks a bit slower. I'm still thinking about what we were talking about just a moment ago. And you asked for an answer to the question you just said, Ben, right? You know, I just said to you that I changed my mind a lot when I came on here and I spoke to certain people, and I was an atheist man, you know.
Yeah.
And God rocking is one of the people who's actually had the time to spend with me and talk to me and make me understand certain things, like, you know, and I can't big him up enough for that. I really can't. The thing he says about and then back to what you were saying about the rocks. What you say about the rocks is that is quite something. That is, you know.
Yeah. Bro, I've been working with crystals for years. Even before I became a flat earther, I'd go and spend thousands of dollars at these gem and crystal shows at the fairgrounds so I can get crystals at a bulk rate price. Because I was building chembusters with I was making orgonite building with 1-inch copper pipes, terminated crystals, and I was making chembusters. So when they sprayed, it broke up the chemtrails.
Slow it down a bit. Fuck me. Sorry, swearing on live stream. What you were building orgone accumulators?
Yeah. Before I was a flat earther.
Fucking, that is impressive, mate.
What I would seek and research this stuff for hours every day, and it's such obscure sources that I'd find this information from, you know.
Guys,
you know, it's really, but I trust those sources more than like any like main sources that are easy to find aren't necessarily trustworthy.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I read I read Wilhelm Reich back in the day, man, a long while ago.
Yeah.
How
They demonized that dude. They demonized him.
You know
How old am I? 40. I'm 43.
You sounded younger, dude. So.
Well,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, so you're not that much younger. Yeah, I read Wilhelm Reich back in the day.
Yeah.
The whole thing about that was because when I read it at the time, I was into UFOs and things like that, and Wilhelm Reich was kind of saying he was shooting down UFOs, wasn't he, at one point?
Yeah, they may have just said that stuff about him, like how they, the whole thing about Tesla and Edison. Well, if you rearrange the letters in their name, it comes down to sun. Basically, it's like they're sunset worshiper. Everybody's like, oh, they're all sun worshipers. No, they're sunset worshipers. They're worshiping the setting of the sun. And so if you spell Tesla backwards, it's all set. And if you rearrange the letters in Edison, it's die sun.
Yeah.
And what did they both do? Both of them allegedly brought light to the world. They illuminated the world,
Yeah, Flatter. Are you a Freemason?
Am I? No, hell no.
Right. Okay.
I'm a 1491er, bro.
I have to ask. The score. So you must be aware that Edison and Tesla just did not exist.
Yeah, I don't think they did either. I think they're just made up names.
Of course, they're like Elon Musk of today, right?
Yeah,
All they're doing is taking credit for technology that's been stolen.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
All it is, man. And then this will get us back to where did all this start? And I think probably 200 or 300 years ago, where there appears to have been a fucking, they call it the mud flood, but I just call it the thing. Something happened. It's quite obvious. You can see it on all the fucking buildings, man.
I know. They can't rebuild shit like they used to. It's impossible.
You've got this fucking fan base of these fucking, I don't know what to call them. They're like NASA fanboys, but worse. They're like anti-Tartaria fanboys. Right now, I don't like the term Tartaria. I don't like the term mud flood. But if you look, there is buildings all over the plain, right? From fucking Jamaica, South America, fucking New Zealand.
Even here in California.
Yeah, and they're all the fucking same. Right, these were obviously built by a group of people that if they weren't the same people, they were obviously in touch with each other and maybe even had a building manufacturing plant where you could just order these buildings to, and get them mail ordered. I don't know, but they're definitely out there. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, if they're out there, then you've got to think to yourself, come on a minute, there's definitely something going on here, right? Because,
yeah,
right, I've read some crazy stuff through the years, like, you could put all of the events that happened in the Bible can be placed like in North America.
And those are just the buildings that survived.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, true, right. Yeah.
Yeah, look what they did to the Chicago World Fair. They tore that whole thing down.
I mean, still, even like every country's getting Syria, Ukraine, all those buildings just getting destroyed.
Yeah, Jack. Yeah. Let me just quickly finish, guys, then I'll let you speak, Jack. Right? World fairs, they burnt all of them down. As for that, but also what you just said there, Jack, about right, we've had the Korean War and 2 world wars. Right, they're the major 3. Right, since all of this kind of started. And all of those 3 wars to me just look like they were used as cover stories to destroy the infrastructure that was left behind after whatever happened. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they did to Laos or like Cambodia.
Man, they bombed the shit out of Laos, didn't they? My dad, right, was he was Special Forces, English Special Forces, right, but he was stationed in Laos when the Vietnam War was going on, right? And he actually
bombed the shit out of Laos.
Man, but Laos is the most bombed country ever, if you look it up, right? And also, not only that, they only bombed one region of Laos, and it was a place called the Valley of Jars or something it's called. And they're like these big carved out like rock jar bowls, right? They're massive, right? and they spent all this time just bombing that particular region of Laos, like this little tiny country that were neutral. They weren't even in the war.
And yeah, same thing was going on with Yemen right now. Some of the oldest cities in the world in Yemen are just getting destroyed.
That's what they're still doing. It's the ongoing thing is still destroying that shit, mate. That's what it is.
I agree with that. There's an island off the coast of South England, and in World War II, it was the most bombed place in Britain,
Right.
and it was supposed to have had some Tartaria style kind of build into it or whatever.
Where was that?
I'll have a look. I'll find the guy whose YouTube thing is, Jace. I'll send it to you, right?
Yeah, nice one. Yeah.
I mean, even in France, you have these old cathedrals burning like once every week or so.
What,
Dude, right?
Like, at what point is it just become, implausible that this is all by mistake?
Oh man, you know what? As well, I don't like saying this on live stream because you're supposed to have a positive mental attitude, aren't you? But it's getting to a point now, guys, where it's really starting to fucking get me down. You know,
Don't let it get you down, bro.
but some days it's fucking harder than most, isn't it? You know, just keep.
Hey, can I ask you a personal question, bro? Do you ever go barefoot?
Me, yeah, I do that again because I'm a gardener, so I get out in my garden and.
How many hours a day do you do it?
Oh, not very often. But it's
Weren't you saying your mouth is swollen?
Oh yeah, that was because I had an abscess in my jaw. Yeah.
Okay, so if you go barefoot for a month, and I can almost promise you the swelling, any part of your body, even your mouth, will go down.
Well, I do it in the summer because I do my garden. I grow vegetables out there. So in the summer, now and again, get me shoes and socks off. But normally I've got my boots on because I'm digging. But yeah, I do go barefoot in the garden. Yeah.
Try to go barefoot as much as you possibly can. It'll bring the swelling down. You'll be surprised at the effects it has on your body, bro. It's amazing. You cut out for a second.
I'm going to give that a go.
Yeah, so I've been studying this, and all the dirty electricity that surrounds us, not just from cell phones and routers and Wi-Fi towers and all that shit, but just from your appliances in your house, your refrigerator, being in your car. All these things put out this dirty EMF and RMF that goes inside your body, and it's bouncing around inside your body. Imagine putting a bumblebee or a hornet inside of a plastic bag that's filled with air, or a balloon. It bounces literally off the wall in every direction. And that's what the dirty electricity in our body is doing. So when we go barefoot, at the same time we're letting that out into the ground, we're getting filled up with the good electricity from the ground. Just like when you see lightning strike, it doesn't hit the ground. Something from the ground jumps up and touches it. So the same amount of dirty electricity leaves our body going barefoot, we get that fill from the good electricity from the earth, and it balances it out. The longer you go barefoot, the more this effect will take place in your body. Just like you can't set a cell phone down in the charger for just a second and think it's going to be charged. You have to let it charge slowly. But I guarantee you, do go barefoot for like a month, bro. The effects on your body will be amazing. You'll be so surprised.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I'm not physically that well at the minute. My old age has caught up on me badly when it comes to physicalness.
Yeah. Well, I've been doing healing on people for like the past couple of years.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable talking about it on live stream. It's not.
All right.
I'm certain other people don't really probably want to do medical discussions, do they?
Wait, say that again?
I said I'm certain people don't want to hear us having these types of discussions. So,
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah,
That's fine.
I'll happily message you there, mate. No problem at all, man.
I got you.
So where are you from then, Flutter?
I live in Ventura, which is like 45 minutes north of Hollywood.
You're a Californian.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Born and raised right here.
I've never
I
been.
live like about 15 minutes away from the Black Swan.
What, the Black Swan?
Yep.
Whoa! Yeah, it's amazing how we need things like the Black Swan to explain it to complete fucking imbeciles that the world's flat, isn't it? You know what I mean? Let's face it, it's not fucking hard to figure it out.
No, it's not.
It's we can see further, and we're supposed to do the math. That's it. Sit back and just go, yeah, something's wrong here. You know, but I admire the work that you lot do here, because I could not come in here speaking to mutards all day who just haven't even bothered to do their own homework before they've even come in here. It's like, one day I really felt like coming in here as like one of those mutards and doing some role play and going, wow, what do you know? Ships go over the horizon. You twat. Though I do still think the world is not what any of us think it is. I don't think any of us have got a grip on it, you know. I think we've all got our own idea of what reality is, but I think we're all going to find out that the world is not what we fucking think it is at all. You know? And we're all going to find out on our own, in our own individual little space, because let's face it, when our time comes and we go beep, we're not all going to be together, are we? You know?
I don't think so. I don't think we are. I was talking, my girlfriend and my mom both believe that people, they can come back from the afterlife and give us messages and stuff, and I clearly don't believe this. But it's not really something I can argue, because it's all just opinion and conjecture. It's not anything that you can prove, you know, beyond a shadow of a doubt. So, yeah, things like that I try to avoid for the most part, unless somebody's open for what I believe. But if they're not, I'm not going to try to push what I quote unquote believe. You know.
Right. Man, it's just good to be able to come online now and again and talk to somebody like normal, who like every other sentence, well, just an adult who can talk for 10 minutes without bringing God into it. You know?
Wait.
Yeah.
Because there's a time and a place for God, obviously, right? But when you're talking flat Earth, I don't think there is. You know, it's like something we're all supposed to be united about, I thought, you know? I mean,
some people really need that, though. You know what I mean?
Say that again, mate.
I think for some people, it's something that they need to feel some type of security, you know, or rest assurance, I guess I could say.
What the God?
Yeah, I think some people need it as part of their repertoire, you know.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. It's these people who are inflexible. They pretend that they're there for a debate, and a debate implies, like, at the end of the day, one of you is going to be flexible enough to change your mind. And these people, a lot of them don't, like, you know, they're not. So I say, fair enough if you feel that way, but don't enter into a debate with somebody making them think that that's what's going on when it clearly isn't, you know?
Yeah.
This is that's the only thing I have issues with, if I'm being honest. You lot are all American, aren't you?
Yeah, well, my family's from Lithuania.
Okay, well, he's probably like me, because you lot have legal marijuana over there, don't you?
I'm from Wales, Jace.
Well, yeah, I guess that one. Yeah.
All right, bud.
Yeah, I did guess that, Flatty. Hey, Flatty, have you ever met Martin Luther?
No, I haven't. I saw him on that new documentary yesterday. Have you seen that?
I haven't, no.
What was it called? The Next Level? Next Level, I think. Yeah, it's pretty good. But no, I might try and track him down.
I'll have a look at that later. Yeah, I met him last year. They had a little convention in Birmingham.
Oh, okay.
last year. Like, it was fucking excellent, mate. It was so good.
I saw a bit of meetup in Cardiff like 2 years ago with Nathan Oakley. I imagine he went to that Martin.
Well, this day with Martin Luke, mate, if you want to hear about it quickly, it was crazy. We got the tickets, me and my wife, and it was in Birmingham. We live in Birmingham, obviously, but it's the other side of Birmingham. So we kind of made our way there, got a bus into town, we got a taxi. We got there late. Martin had already done his talk, but there was other people talking as well. Right? But fucking, I met Martin straight away. He's so cool. It was brilliant. It was really good. And but everybody was just hanging around afterwards. Like, I didn't leave till about 5 o'clock in the morning from this. It was like a social club place. It was absolutely brilliant. There was people outside just getting stoned all night, and when I come to get a taxi home, there was no taxis, right? And I'm in Birmingham, which is the most landlocked city in the UK, right? And this guy said to me, he went, "No worries, you can get a lift home on my boat." And I thought, what? Anyway, he said it for a second time, and I thought, fuck me, he has got a boat. And he did. He had a canal boat, right? And it was parked about a quarter mile away from this gig. Right?
That's awesome.
Right? And he said, "Come with me like this." And he was like, he seemed off his head to me. He was totally manic, like he was coked up or something, right? Anyway, and we got on this boat, and I was completely off my head. I'd been smoking weed for the whole time I'd got there, and I've been drinking shorts, like just one after another from the bar. Like, you know, I lost count of how much shorts I drank. I was fucking all over the shop, and he let me drive the boat home. And I've got video footage as well. If you wanted to see at any point, I've got loads of photos.
Yeah, man.
He let me drive the boat like right down the canal into the middle of the Birmingham city centre, which is where he dropped us off, which was halfway on our journey, and then we had to I got another taxi there from then home. But man,
nice.
Oh mate, fucking awesome! Like the sun was just coming up, right, about 5 a.m. or something, 4, 5. Yeah, it was earlier than that, about 4. And I was off my head driving this canal boat. And the best thing about canal boats is they don't go any faster than about 3 miles an hour. So even if you do crash them, it doesn't really matter.
Slow motion crash.
Yeah, you gotta go, I meant to do that.
That's surreal though, man.
Yeah. And on the way home, this guy showed me underneath because we went underneath the, some of these tunnels for these canals are long, man. And he showed me like where it sprayed underneath, like flat Earth forever and all this, like on the inside. Yeah, it's really cool.
There's low kind of tunnels they go under.
Yeah. It was an excellent night, man. Well, I say night, it was like we were gone for 24 hours. Like, you know, I never thought I'd be coming home in a boat.
That's sick, man.
Yeah, it was excellent. And I met there. I met what's his name? That DJ guy, Mark Devlin. Do you know Mark Devlin?
Yeah.
Yeah. I met Mark Devlin. He's a big flat Earth dude. I tell you what, he is my number one guy who stood out for anybody, who spoke for anybody during the whole of the bullshit fucking COVID thing, right? He was the one man who was fucking going for it. He's the only guy I heard say anything sensible during the whole debacle, right? So while I'm at it, thumbs up for Mark Devlin on the live stream. And I also met Dave, his name, is it Dave Emney? The black dude. Oh, is that his name? Used to be something Dave. Was it? Allegedly Dave. You know what I mean? Don't you?
Yeah, allegedly Dave, yeah.
Yeah, it was him, but he don't use allegedly name now. I think his name's Dave Ebony now. Yeah, he was there. He did a good thing. Yeah, it was brilliant. Had an excellent day, man. It was really good.
That sounds cool, man.
Yeah, it
Really
was.
cool.
It's a good one. And Martin, I went in there because we were late. I was just trying to. There was no one on the door, and then Martin come out straight away, like, and he just gave me a big hug. And I thought, "Wow, Martin Lee could just give me a hug, man." Or for anybody who doesn't know him, Flat Earth British gave me a hug.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll try and see if I can track him down and meet up with him.
Oh, he's always up for that, man. He's got a lot of friends. And we did I did a little live stream bit on, from outside afterwards, and I said, Martin, say hello to my friends because they couldn't make it, and he like shouts them out as well. It's cool. I have got all that on video. I've got Dave's speech that he did about the cone heads. Actually, that was where he turned me on again to the cone heads that time, and I've actually got that on video. I recorded it while I was in there. On video, you know what I mean? On video file. If anybody wanted that, could let them have that.
I suppose you could have it digitally copied and put it on the internet.
Yeah. It's not very good to look at because I couldn't really get it above the person's head in front of me. But to be honest, there's not that much to look at anyway. It's just more the audio. It was pretty good.
I suppose you could like record the audio onto your computer and then just upload the audio. Easier than getting the video down then.
Yeah, that would get around anything then, wouldn't it? And Little G, do you know Little G? He has many names, so you probably do know Little G. He recorded the stuff that I streamed as well that I didn't record. So he's got a load of it as well. We've got the whole day really, and none of it's boring. If you're a flat earther, right, it is all a bit janky video and everything, but you probably like it.
Yeah, you should put it up on YouTube, man. I'm sure people would be interested in watching it, man. Definitely.
Yeah, I've got a YouTube channel. It's called Sky Television. And it's just 24-hour time lapse of the sun coming up and going down. Because you get to see some weird things if you look at it time lapse.
What's the name of the YouTube?
What, the one with my Sky time lapses?
Yeah.
It's called Sky Television, Sky TV. Yeah, I'll give you a link.
Cool, thanks.
There's not that many on there. I've got more.
You're going to need the link for that because you're Sky stuff, you know. It's just going to bring up Sky TV stuff.
Yeah, no, I'll send it you. Yeah, there's not that much on there, but it's pretty good, I think. I like it, I do. Oh, if I could use my mouse. Let me post that. Oh, bollocks. I'm all over the shop today. Right, that's bad. Anyway, irrelevant. Right. That's the YouTube link to it, hopefully.
Yeah, that's it. Cool.
But it's not brilliant, and I haven't updated it for ages, but they are pretty good, man. If you can look at them in 4K, especially, they are pretty funky, I think.
Cool, thanks, man.
Cheers. Getting subscribers, well, because I've only got about 20 subscribers. And they're probably people I convinced on here. So how many marijuana growers do we have here today?
I just smoke it.
No growers.
No.
Okay. Now I just want to talk to some growers about LED lighting, because I know you lot can talk about it freely because you can grow it now in your country and do your thing, can't you?
Yeah, I know a flat earther who grows it. His YouTube channel is called THC. I could put the link in the video chat.
Yeah, man.
They do something called the Melodome in THC Hour of Comedy. I'll put his link in the thing. He has a huge operation where they make edibles and do so much different stuff. Hold on, I'll put the link in the D. Hold on.
I just wanted some advice on LED lighting, really. Oh, it's not as busy in here as it is normally. Or not the last time I was in here, anyway.
Yeah, it's been a little quiet lately.
Used to be you couldn't get a word in edgeways. Kind of like it like this.
People distracted a lot more now, I think. Other things.
I put the link in the D.
Hey, Jack. That.
Yeah.
What's your name, mate?
Well, my real name or?
Yeah. Is that you? Is that Matt?
No.
It's not.
No.
All right, excuse me. Sorry, man. I thought you were.
No, that's okay.
I did really think you were somebody else there for a moment.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, no worries, man. No worries. I thought, is that Matt? He's a friend of mine, right? Yeah.
I feel like every time I get on here, I get confused for somebody else. So maybe it's the same guy.
Yeah, this guy's called I'm a Flat Earth Globe or something. But his actual name's Matt.
You know, I don't think LED lights are really good for anything, though. That's just my personal opinion. I've tested them with my EMF reader, and they put out such high amounts of EMF. You know that they're all designed to be able to have the capability to actually put Wi-Fi signals through. But it's not called Wi-Fi, it's called Li-Fi, L-I-F-I, which stands for light fidelity. And you'll be able to put your phone or whatever device you need the internet on into the light, and the light is what shining on your device will actually produce the internet in your phone.
Yeah. David Icke was going on about this fucking years ago, man.
The Li-Fi?
Yeah. And it turned out
Yeah.
you're right, man. This was years ago, David Icke was going on.
Yeah.
He actually called it Li-Fi as well. He called it out for what it was called.
Yeah. Li-Fi, straight up, that's what it's called. You know, you can reverse engineer LED lights. with solar panels. So the same way you can reverse engineer a microphone in speakers, where you can like speak into the speaker and hear it through the microphone
I've got
or
a
your
question
headphone.
for you. I have got a question for you then, in light of that, because yeah, I know this about the speakers and the microphones, and I recently discovered it about LEDs and photo cells. Right?
Yeah,
Can you do that with? It's like it works in both ways, isn't it?
yeah, reverse engineered. Yeah,
Right, okay, so can you do that with a inverter?
that I don't know.
Right? If you've got a 200 or in your case a 120 volt to 12 volt inverter, why shouldn't that work in reverse? Because everything I see, practical, seems to work in reverse. So could you put 120 volts DC in one end and turn it into 240 AC at the other end? If it goes one way, surely it should go the other way.
Yeah, I can't really speak on that because I don't really know that about that.
I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, you know,
Yeah, it sounds logical.
it's like, either way, I'd like to hear the explanation of what's going on there, you know, in the whole big scheme of things.
You broke up for a second there.
Said either way, I'd like to know what was going on there, you know,
Yeah,
electronically, you know, in the big scheme of things.
I think electricity is the same thing as spirit is spirits. As far as like the physical world and the meta world or the metaphysical world, I think the way that human beings cross over or cross over into the metaphysical, spiritual, or electric world, same thing, is by using one of the four elements: earth, water, air, or fire. And that's why you always see Luciferians lighting all kinds of different things on fire when they're doing their seances and stuff, because if you think about it, you light something on fire and it actually disappears, but it doesn't disappear. It's going from the physical to the metaphysical. That's why they have buildings with plants growing all around them, or what they have like these artificial waterfalls in their buildings and stuff. It's called a forever incantation or continued incantation, and it's crossing from one physical to the metaphysical.
See, this question, right? Why really? I mean, this is going to sound dumb, but come on, man. To me, why are we actually physically here then? Because really, there is no need for us to actually physically exist.
Oh no, man.
You know what I
One thing
mean?
I think we're not here to think it's a globe, though. That's for sure.
Well, yeah, yeah. It's just the whole thing really is encompassed in it, isn't it? You know, it's like you know what we are persuaded as the reality around us. You know, we're arguing global flat. It could be fucking. Do you know what I mean? The answer could be just beyond our fucking comprehension.
Yeah, for sure. I think it is.
That's the answer. That's the answer right there. Comprehension.
Yeah.
So as humans, we have a limited rationality because we're not omnipotent and omniscient, right? So we need a conduit to focus our attention and our experience. So that's a pretty rational reason why we need a physical body. Yeah, think about it.
I don't know.
From the metaphysical.
Hold on, say that again. Say that again.
Huh?
Say that again about why we need a physical body.
Because we're not omnipotent or omniscient, and we can't be in multiple points at a single time and experience all of it and comprehend it. So we need a conduit for our experience.
Do we really?
Seems that way.
That's just how we rationalise it in our using our senses, isn't it? But it's not necessarily that, is it? Let's face it. Far from it. It's like it could be anything. It's definitely not set in stone for certain.
Well, to me, that's really the heart of the flat Earth debate. Isn't so much settling on a replacement model. It's just recognizing the deception.
Yeah, well, let me
I wasn't
give you an
Mate,
example.
I wasn't in any way talking about the shape of the Earth, man. I know the Earth's flat, dude. Do you know what I mean? Oh yes, yeah. For one
Oh, yeah, let me give you an example, bro, about coherent experience, right? So light, right?
Yeah, well,
So you look out in the world and you see all different objects, right? But technically, majority of that light is everywhere. It's splaying out in all directions from all objects. So if you were able to see all points of light simultaneously, all you would see is just one solid intermixed color.
Yeah, of course.
Resolving an image, being able to discern information, removing information. So the angles that the light comes into your eye, right, decides what you see, and it splits off superfluous angles. Otherwise, you'd never be able to see anything. So by limiting your ability to see things or sense things actually gives you a coherent experience. Like you would need, let's just use it in the term of processing power, right? In order to process all of that information, like you would need a mind that's on levels and orders of magnitude greater than a human mind.
And you see now you're going to get into the whole thing about. You see, this is what is. I'll be honest with you guys. I used to be an atheist, right, and I had to really change my mind, right, and that meant thinking about some fucking hardcore things. Excuse the swearing, right? This whole thing that we're just talking about, used to be so stupidly explainable in evolution. You could just go, evolution, right?
Right. Yeah.
Nowadays I realise, oh my word, man. Oh, I won't be doing that again, because it's quite obvious, right, that there's something has gone on here, right, to lead to all of us like sitting here talking today. Would you not agree?
Oh yeah, it's self-evident in my opinion.
It's like, and this is where my head starts to hurt, because it's like, yes, self-evident is like, that's where it starts to hurt. Yeah. Man.
Yeah, especially when you start asking those types of questions, like, what am I?
Anybody got a rational explanation for why I'm standing here today, man? I am all ears. I really am. Because I have never heard one. Ever. How old do you guys think the world is? I used to think it was 4 billion years old, which is quite funny. I don't think that anymore, by the way. But
yeah.
Right, go on. Who's with the who goes with the 6,000 year mark back there, around there? Let's not quibble about 2 years here and there. Would do you not go for the longer Earth theory?
Well, I mean, it's definitely young in the sense that compared to what mainstream says, like it is very, very young.
Man, I'm going for very young. I'm going for fucking man. You ain't gonna like this, guys. You're not gonna like this. I'm going for far less than 1,000 years young. Especially what we know as our modern daily life, right? That's got to be only 300 years old, man, when you have a look back at the gravestones, at the dates. You know what I'm talking about. Everything's been altered, man. It's like the last 300 years alone are hard to prove, guys. Let's face it. We're here talking about things far older than that. It's like, bloody hell. You know what I mean? Anyway, guys, I'm going to get off. Sorry, I just came in here and ranted at you.
Oh, before you go, real quick. So Li-Fi that you were talking about, that actually works when the light is off.
Really?
Now, and I don't mean off as in power, but off as in you can't tell the room is lit up. So it looks dark for you, it's still functioning.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
It's infrared, isn't it? Near infrared, isn't it?
So it doesn't need to be directly in the line of light.
No, what I mean is like if you go in a room and turn on a light, you can see. But the Li-Fi is so sensitive that it can work where the light is so low that you cannot see it.
I see what you're saying. Okay, like almost like some type of like ultraviolet or infrared.
Well, it's just that there's not going to be enough intensity of the photons for you to be able to discern any information, right? It's still going to be there.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
So the room, like you're going to walk in the room, it's going to be dark to you, but it's still going to be working.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So from what I've seen, it shows that people putting their phones right into the light, and then the internet goes on. So it doesn't. That's more like a facade then.
Well, it needs to detect something, and as far as we know, light in general doesn't pass through solid barriers. So
yeah.
Guys, I'm going to say goodbye. I'll catch you later, yeah?
Right, bro.
All right, thanks, guys. One love.
But the main thing about it is the bandwidth on it is ridiculous.
Meaning
like now, gigabytes upon gigabytes upon gigabytes in matters of seconds. Rather than waiting minutes or hours.
So tell me this though: the more bandwidth you increase, you shorten the length of the signal, though, right?
What do you mean by that?
Like you won't be able to send the signal as far. Is that right?
That's not true.
That's not true. Okay, that's what I was asking you. Like these millimeter waves from the 5G, they say they don't travel as far.
No, hold on. That's not bandwidth.
Okay.
In the sense of in the sense of transfer speed, that's not what bandwidth is.
Okay. So the two aren't intrinsic.
Bandwidth in the sense of internet speed is how much information can be transferred in a second.
Okay.
Or how much total information you have available to transfer.
Okay.
So like, for example, you pay your internet provider for 200 megabits per second internet. That's your maximum bandwidth. Or you could pay for gigabyte internet. Then that's your maximum bandwidth, right? Which is 5 times as much.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. It's a trip how everything that refers to the internet and everything all is terminologies of some type of liquid or water.
All right, we'll cancel. All right, come give me huggers. Bye. Hello.
Hey, where do you stay out there?
Where do I stay?
Yeah, like, where's your domain?
The Earth.
I mean, like where you lay your head, you know?
Where I lay my head in the bed. No, I'm in New England, Upper East Coast.
Is that Boston?
Boston is around there. Yeah. But I'm not in Boston.
Or Foxborough?
3.5 hours from Boston, I think. If I'm correct in my mind.
It's your cousin from Boston. You seen that ad?
Yes. What? About Boston?
No, the Samuel Adams guy.
No. Yeah, so back to Li-Fi real quick. So problem with Li-Fi so far is that there's no processors on the pushing or receiving end that can actually handle the bandwidth that Li-Fi can produce. So, like when you get cable internet or even fiber optic, right, which is sort of like Wi-Fi, but going through a cable rather than through the ambient atmosphere, right? So you can get high-speed internet, and the processor, the modem, right, can receive the signal, translate it, and then give it to you. But nothing exists yet that can process the bandwidth that Wi-Fi can do. But the potential is there. So I can't remember exactly, but it's ridiculously insane how much bandwidth they could do.
Yeah.
Because you need a signal, you need an intermittent, you need some kind of intermittent pulse of something to be able to discern some kind of digital information. So you need a 1 0 1 0 on off, right? And you need that so many times till you have a piece of information. So the light is capable of doing that at a bandwidth that's insane, but there's no processor that can do it that fast.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Or there's no processor that they've released the information about to the public, maybe, huh?
Yeah, you might argue that.
I mean, that's just speculation. I'm just saying it's theoretically possible, would you say?
Well, so there was this thing, which I can't remember what it's called, but it's basically like the law of computer growth or whatever, where it said like processing power will double every 6 months.
Okay.
Right, but it's kind of reached a decline where it's not doubling every 6 months anymore because they've kind of reached the maximum thermal, spatial efficiency of the materials that they're using for the processors and the methods that they're using for processing. And that's why they're trying to go into things like quantum computers and quantum processors and like processing in a totally different way. Now, of course, you might not know this, but back in the day, the people who originally started working on this kind of stuff, and this includes radio, transmissions, computer processing, and all this type of stuff, they said in their own words that part of the reason why they were doing this because they want to understand how human consciousness works. You know, because like our processing power is ridiculous.
Right.
Not even just our motor functions and our reaction times, all these kinds of things. Obviously, computers can do certain feelings, think about the future, all of these types of things simultaneously. Like the amount of processing power that a computer would need to do something like that is ridiculous. Not to mention, like, it has to have all these things happening simultaneously. And so far, they haven't been able to figure out a way for computers to do that. But like I said before, their whole plan was to try to mimic human consciousness. They want to know how to get a conscious type processing from mechanical device, right? Because remember, that's what they think we are. They think we are just mechanical objects that evolved over time that have electrical signals, right? So eventually they think, well, if that's what it is, then we can also recreate that system in the future, right? Now, what do they want to do with that information, right? Their dream in the future is that one day they will have a machine that functionally is a conduit for consciousness where they can then download or transfer their consciousness from their physical biological body into the machine and forego the body and the limitations thereof, like death, right? So all of this technology, this evolutionary idea is part of their religion because it's part of their salvation, right? It's eventually we will save ourselves from death by transcending the limitations of the human body.
Okay.
And that's part of the reason why they want to know about consciousness, all because they want to take that away from God, right? They want to be the ones who say, oh, we can create life and we can create consciousness, right?
Yeah. In steps Neuralink, huh?
Yes. And now after the body, the biological body is transferred to a mechanical synthetic body, right, with a consciousness. Now, keep in mind that you need something with bandwidth off the charts, right? And you need it to be in a metaphysical conduit realm in order for this transfer, quote unquote, of consciousness to occur. Because the best explanation for human consciousness in relationship to the body, in relationship to the brain, is yes, the brain has neurochemical processes and electrical stuff going on, right? But the mind is something greater than the brain. And it's something that actually seems to exist in a different dimension, right?
Yeah.
So somehow, for lack of a better analogy, somehow the mind is quantum entangled, quote unquote, with the physical brain. So kind of like quantum entanglement, the idea was that a piece of something here, right, is entangled with a partner particle somewhere else in the universe, wherever it may be. And if you change this particle, right, like you turn it on or off, then the other particle, no matter how far it is away, will change. And in principle, the idea is that the change of information state will occur faster than the speed of light, right? So it doesn't take any time for the information to travel from point A to point B. It happens immediately. And I don't mean like immediately as in I'll do it next. I mean immediately as in instantaneously, like simultaneously. No travel whatsoever which breaks relativity, right?
Yeah.
So the concept in general is, right, what is transferring the information? Well, if information is non-spatial and it has no dimensions, then there's no reason that it has to travel at all, because technically in the realm, right, of that dimension, whatever it is, there is no three-dimensional space. Everything exists in the same space, so there's no time needed for information to travel from point A to point B, because it's all occupying the same quote-unquote space. And so somehow that's where our seat of who we are really, if you want to call it a spirit, or if you want to call it a, an immaterial energy or something, whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter. It's just a higher dimension that communes with the lower dimension through the conduit of electricity / energy fluctuations, right? So these are the conduit between that entity and the physical realm. So now some of these guys don't believe that. They just believe that your mind is just essentially a collection of your electrical impulses, right? Because they think that memory and all of that is who you are. So if they can just transfer the electrical impulses and all of that to something that kind of operates like a human mind, then they think they'll live forever. Now, to be fair, okay, to them, sure, that sounds interesting at first, but it's also stupid. Let me explain. So in an information system, okay, specifically computers, when you download or upload or copy something, right, this is how it works. You're not actually moving the original. You are copying the original, right? So you analogize that to yourself. If I download or quote unquote copy, because let me be clear, downloading is also copying. Like when you download a movie, right, from a website, does that mean it's gone from the website and nobody else can download it? No, of course not. It's still there and multiple people can download it, right? So the original source information still exists. Now, if you move, quote unquote, instead of download the file, what happens to the file? Well, here's what happens. It makes a copy while simultaneously deleting the original. You follow what I'm getting at here? So if you think that your mind is going to be transferred in any analogous process, what would come to mind first? Well, the idea would be, wait a minute, I'm just copying myself, right? Or deleting myself. Think about it.
Killing yourself.
Yes. So a copy of your quote unquote electrical signals, which you think are you, yes, that copy will continue to exist, but it isn't going to be you. It's going to be a copy. Or at best, you'd both exist, right? You're a copy of you and you. So you'd exist simultaneously until the one of you dies, right? But if you transfer and you're signing up, okay, I want to transfer my consciousness, right? It's just going to delete you, right? So in no way does any of these analogies sound like you're going to live forever, right? So that pipe dream is ridiculous. So now you need something plausible to transfer your actual metaphysical entity. So you yourself actually continue on. And this is why you need something greater than just copying the data that your brain has in it, right?
Yeah.
So the idea that you're just going to copy the data and then you're going to live forever is, quite frankly, stupid, retarded, moronic, idiotic, foolish, downright, just downright assed out, right? Like anybody who believes that should just be slapped and say, no, you're an idiot. Now, if they come up with some kind of quantum kind of extra dimensional interpretation of all of this that they can convince people is real, right? Then it may be plausible to believe. Because the first instance I explained, if you believe that, you're just straight up stupid or deceived, right?
Yeah.
But it belies common sense if you know anything about technology, so you're still stupid. Now, the second one, if they could convince you that somehow they're doing it on a quantum level because of the quantum entanglement to your mind, right? For example, they might say the body is a quantum conduit to your soul. So and you have like a signal addressed. So just like you receive mail at 25 Beaker Street, right? Your body receives your quantum consciousness at your body's address. So if we can mimic this, we can then have your soul be able to conduit to that body, right? Even though it's a synthetic body, it has all the same features that make your soul connect to it on a quantum interdimensional level. So once they get you to believe that, sorry, I got to clear my throat. But yeah. Right, so once they get you to believe that, then the idea of transferring your consciousness is plausible. Right? So they'll make this machine, right? And they'll sign you up. You'll go over there, get the process, and your physical body will die because it no longer has the consciousness, so it'll essentially be brain dead, right?
Yeah.
And then what will happen is a copy of you, in whatever way that they copy you, will exist in the synthetic body. Whether the synthetic body is a matrix system, right, like a big, huge computer, or if they actually develop an android body, right? Or they might have you download into the big matrix computer where you'll quote unquote live in a matrix, like in the Matrix, and wait for your synthetic body, right? But then again, at that point, why do you need the synthetic body? Well, maybe because you need to trust people to take care of the big computer and you don't want to do that. So how are you going to know that you're going to live forever? Well, it's better to have your own android body or some nonsense like that. But here's the trick. With artificial intelligence and all this going on, and all this human data being crunched, and all the social media and all of this, essentially they can create hold on, I'm going to see if I got some water.
Arden, are you going barefoot?
No. That's annoying.
So good for you, bro.
It probably is, but so is eating healthy. And I don't do that either.
Yeah.
Well, when they finally get my synthetic body ready, I'll be able to walk around barefoot and it'll feel great because I'll just turn off my soul sensors and I won't feel any pain on the rocks and stuff. It'll be so awesome. Right. So what I essentially said with all that is they're going to make a copy of you that's going to mimic you and your behaviors. Right. So your grandmother will sign up for this process. She'll have it done to her. Right. They'll convince you that they're transferring her consciousness and even her soul, if you believe in a soul. Because some people don't believe in that. They just think that your body and your mind is physical, right? All physical, all electrical signals. But whatever, they're going to convince people to do this, in theory.
Wow, look at you.
And then your grandmother's going to sign up. She's going to do it. And then on a screen, you're going to see your grandmother's face. And your grandmother's going to talk to you. Be like, oh, Billy, it's so great in here. I don't have arthritis anymore. Oh, I can run and jump in the field. Oh, my goodness, I'm young again. I'm beautiful again. And then they're going to be like, oh, Grandma, how is it? Was it like in 72 when we went to so-and-so and such and such? And she's like, yeah, it's just like that when we met Danny. And then we fell in love. And so the point is that this thing, whatever it is going to be able to convince you that it's your grandmother because it's going to know everything about you. And it's going to mimic all of the human tells and all of these things because it has access to all of that information. from all the internet and digital sources that have been stored and all the social media, all the calls, FaceTime calls, all of these things, right?
Yeah.
So you will believe naively, if you think this is real, that that is your grandmother. And then it will tell you, Billy, you should come in here with me. Why be out there where you can get cancer or get run over by a car? Come in here with me, Billy. And then Billy's going to sign up, right? And he's going to be dead. You understand? He's going to sign up thinking he's going to be with his grandmother, who he misses, and everything's going to be hunky-dory because it's a paradise life inside this virtual heaven computer. But they're all just signing up to be killed, essentially.
Damn, yeah. You know what's crazy is I've heard people say things along that line. Like, it's so crazy the way people think nowadays. They're like, if I had to like sign up for death to go to outer space or like to do this or that, then sign me up. It's like this almost like pseudo bravado attitude that people have nowadays.
Oh yeah.
Really
By
strange.
the way, there's people who might be listening right now that think what I just said is stupid and it's retarded and nobody's really doing any of that. Okay. So then why did the people who invented all this technology like radio and stuff say in their own words that they're attempting to map human consciousness, that they were attempting to contact otherworldly entities to harness their power? Why is it that when I listen to YouTube and I want to hear some physicist talk, right? Like you just let YouTube play and it'll play things right in a row. So the first one was about reactors, like trying to make a reactor on Earth that mimics a star so we can get the power. And the second one was about, the far reaches of the quote unquote galaxies. And then all of a sudden, the third show that came up was a physicist speaking at a public talk, right? Where he was talking about eventually we will evolve from our human bodies to synthetic, transhuman bodies, and then one day ascend from our transhuman bodies to disengage from physicality altogether and essentially become floating, etherical energy beings in the cosmos. So I will submit to you, people that think what I just said is ridiculous, that there are many, many people who believe this stuff, and that to them it is their salvation story, that eventually we humans will evolve to be disembodied consciousnesses floating in the cosmos. So yes, if you mocked me or thought I was silly, you're listening to this and be like, oh, those stupid flat earthers. I want to submit to you that you're basically mocking all of these mainstream scientists who believe this nonsense. This is what they want to do. They want to believe that dead matter, think about it, dead matter, exploded out of an infinite nothingness, hurtled through space, essentially assembled itself into a system that could give rise to consciousness, which will then give rise to disembodied consciousness, right? And then you're going to exist as some kind of floating, essentially a spirit, right? So how stupid is that? Think about it. You're essentially saying dead matter can give rise to spirit in the future, rather than spirit can produce matter. So you want to laugh at the idea of creation or a sentient agent creating everything, but you want to believe that nothing essentially becomes sentient sometime in the future and becomes God later. I mean, which is the more ridiculous position? It's quite laughable how much double standards these people have.
I don't really think most people even really understand what they believe or what they think to be true. And a lot of it's so subject to change. Like if Elon Musk and all these NASA people that they look up to came and gave them a completely different paradigm of evolution and completely change it, they'd jump right along, They'd be like, well, it's this way, They're always doing that shit, dude.
Yeah, that's one reason why I said that certain Globers are so interested in the flat Earth concept, and why they're so afraid
They
of
really
it is
are, huh?
because, yeah, but one of the reasons is, yes, they're arguing globe versus flat, but part of the reason is that they actually are somehow self-aware that the reason that they believe in the globe is because they were told it. And if the mainstream came out over the next few years and said the Earth actually is flat, that they would believe that. And the reason is not because of anything more than just mainstream believes it and pushes it.
Yeah.
Like they would flip-flop. If the authority came out and said it changed, they would flip-flop in no time flat.
Yeah, they really would, dude. They really would. It's crazy. People are so manipulatable, exploitable, malleable. That guy asked me earlier if I was a Freemason. We know you are.
Yeah, so
right.
Yeah, I prefer to charge for my services. So, you know, I'm not going to do your Mason work for free. So, it's actually a good profession in high demand.
Yeah, it's the number one. It's the number one business in the world, huh?
The last time I worked with a guy that was doing some work, he said he can't get nobody to work for him because it's just too hard work. Nobody wants to do hard work.
That's where you got to go hire the guys in front of Home Depot.
Yeah, but listen, man, all these evolutionary ideas are just part of a religion, right? Essentially.
Yeah.
And I mean, that religion essentially is ascensionism or apotheosis, which essentially is we will evolve one day or attain one day to be like God or to be gods in our own right. You know, we start off as nothing, put out of the Big Bang's butthole, and we crawl out of the mud. You know, then we learn to make fire, then we make wheels, computers, then we transcend our human body, then we float into the cosmos as energy beings, and then we transcend into the next dimension of pure thought, and then we become our own God and create our own universe, and the cycle continues. Only problem is, guess what just happened there? I put the word create in the cycle. Think about it. Even in their own paradigm, they have a causal loop that they need to explain that they explain by creation. It's so retarded.
Right. Hey, I got a question for you. So, I've heard you argue flat Earth a lot, and you're really well versed in it. So that's why I'm asking you. I have a question about it that I haven't really heard anybody bring up. But like I said, I'm not as well versed as you, so it just may be from the lack of not hearing it. Simply is now the satellites that are Earth based, like the satellite dishes and stuff. isn't it true that they bounce them off what they call the ionosphere and it comes back down somewhere else?
Maybe.
Okay, so if that's the case, then how are they sending signals to space if signals bounce off something up there? How do they? Have you ever heard anybody argue that? I'm just curious what your opinion is on that, or if you've heard that argument before. Do you know what I mean?
Well, the answer is usually the angle, and it's also the frequency. So the classical argument is that the ionosphere only redirects certain wavelengths, and so anything that's going out into space would be a different wavelength that can penetrate it. It's not going to be redirected.
Okay, all right, that's what they would say, I guess, and yeah, that does sound like something they'd say.
Yes, and also that the idea of the ionosphere bouncing was a post hoc rationale for the fact that certain signals went, like Marconi's signal, I think it went over 10,000 miles, right? So they needed a rationale to say, oh, well, how does this happen on a globe? Oh, well, that's easy. It just bounces off something in the sky.
Something
well, where's your evidence for that?
See, taste, touch, feeler here.
Yeah, of course. There's a lot of these post hoc rationales, right? For example, the Selenelian and possible eclipse. How can that happen on a globe? Oh, well, light bends. There you go. Problem solved. Okay, where's the evidence? Where's the direct evidence that that's occurring? Well, obviously it's happening because I could see the sun and the moon above the earth, but I still see an eclipse. And since we already know the earth is a globe, it must be happening.
Right.
You notice how there's a lot of that? We already know it's a globe. Therefore, this excuse that gets around the problems with the observation must be happening. It must be because we've already established that it is a globe. Okay, cool. When did you establish that premise so that your logic follows? Oh, hold on a second. Okay, so they try to find where they establish the premise. You know what they find when they do that? They find another example similar to the example I just gave you, and they try to borrow the conclusion from that example. I'm like, no. You still need the globe proved in the first instance for that example to follow. So where's the globe proved in the first instance? Now you keep going back and back and back and back and back, and you find that there's nothing. The first instance proof of the premise proper has never been done. It's all based on assumptions and presumptive logic and logical fallacies that come to the conclusion that they think the earth is a globe. They then borrow that conclusion, which was arrived at erroneously, and they then impute it into a different form of logic, right?
Yeah.
Now, you might actually argue, okay, well, we proved the globe when we took a photograph of it in totality from space. Okay, cool story. But yeah, that's pretty much when they will say that when else was it proven? In any way, shape, or form that's definitive. Think about it. Everything is a presuppositional framework.
Yeah.
Or a logical fallacy. Like, if the earth was a globe, boats would disappear from the bottom up. Boats disappear from the bottom up, therefore Earth's a globe. Right? That sounds good at first instance, but that's a formal logical fallacy. The conclusion does not necessarily follow. Therefore, Earth is a globe does not follow necessarily. So that's not proof in the first instance. And that's why it's a formal logical fallacy.
So basically, I've seen two results from because we've both seen thousands and thousands of globers just arguing vehemently, and just they're so they're diehard about this, right? So it's one of two things. Like, their whole point is to wear the flat earther out, where the flat earther is just like, dude, I'm over this, right? Or if the more like energetic spirited flat earthers that can just go on for like all day about it, and will take anybody on, like Quantum Erasure. Somebody will just like, he has so much energy. Basically, the Blober's second option is like electrical failure, like, oh, I can't hear you, I'm roboting out, or like basically they'll flee unless they realize they can wear out the flat earther. To where he just over it and he's like, fuck this, I'm out,
Well, that's a tactic for sure. And part of that tactic is to have like 20, 30, even 50 quote unquote evidences for your globe, right? You say, oh, I've got 50 evidences, right? But what they really have is 50 permutations of a formal logical fallacy, a presuppositional framework, an inference, et cetera, et cetera. That's all it is. So having 50 of those, by sheer mass of quantity doesn't make your proposition proved in the first instance. That's the problem. Okay, the propositions of logic, right, when they're put into a logical syllogism or whatever that has a conclusive result, only work if the premise is true in the first instance. Okay, so the premise has to be true. You can put a lot of things into formal logic, right? But if the premises aren't true, then that conclusion isn't true either. So where is the evidence that the premise, the Earth is a globe, was proved in the first instance? Where's that?
So crazy. They'll just keep taking you back through these loops, and then they'll play dumb, back through the loop. Sometimes they robot out. Sometimes they lose their signal. It's fucking crazy. It's so crazy. Like, where do they get this energy? It's definitely a spiritual. It's got to be on a spiritual level, because the energy that they have to just go like that to try to wear us out is their surplus almost seems to be unlimited. And then when that doesn't work, then they dip out. But they come back, though. They will come back and attack. They come back for the attack with so many different tactics, different names and everything. It's like a video game where, like, you're the main character and you just have an unbelievable amount of like little minions attack you in every direction.
Well, they're trying to defend a lifetime of programming.
Yeah, no, yeah.
I mean, I think Agent Smith syndrome is real. He just comes in and takes over.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta admire their tenacity, though. Just like a rabid animal or something, seeking who he may devour.
They're kind of like religious extremists.
Yeah,
kind of.
Kind of.
For sure.
They're like soldiers of scientism. No one's making them to attack it.
It's almost animalistic, dude. It really is. Dude, sometimes when people, like my dad, for instance, my dad's a diehard NASA fanboy, right? And sometimes he'll be talking to me, and we'll be talking and discussing this for hours and hours. And sometimes I just completely, I remain silent while he's talking, and I won't even answer him, and I just stare at him in the eyes because I'm trying to see his soul. I'm like looking at his eyes, trying to understand his soul.
Looking for a change in personality, like as if Agent Smith jumped into him.
Yeah, dude. I'm like, what is in there? What's inside? What's behind those? This is much deeper than just flat Earth and the globe. It's so much deeper. What is this entity behind you? You know, because they seem to function. They seem to function in normal ways, like they know how to tie their shoes and they know how to shower and dress themselves and pay their bills. So it seems like we're working with something that's of a cognitive nature, you know. But and then just like a light switch that flipped, it's gone, and you're like, where did this fully functioning adult go? It's really sad. It's like watching somebody who's completely normal go from Alzheimer's to normal back and forth, and there's no way you can really tell when it's going to happen. That's why I pour out some liquor for the globe homies.
Like lost gold.
Right? They're a nice place. They're a nice place to visit, but I wouldn't want to live there. You know what I mean? In that brain. So Flatty. Are you there? You been going barefoot, Flatty?
Yeah, man.
Hell yeah, dude. Don't you feel better?
Say that again, sorry, dude.
Do you feel better? Like your health and your blood and your blood's better. You know that?
Yeah. I believe all that shit, man.
Dude, it's so real, dude. I tell people who are complaining of these ailments that I come across every day, I'm like, dude, you don't, I'm not offering any type of medical advice, but I'm saying you don't have to go to this office or this clinic necessarily. Just try going barefoot and see what it does. Try drinking more water and going barefoot. No, I gotta go get this x-ray. I'm gonna go get this MRI.
Yeah, I just ordered one, like a water filter.
Hey, you ever heard of shungite?
No, what's that?
Shungite is it's like a form of carbon. It's like a black stone that it's basically like it's kind of a soft stone basically. Like you can filter your water with it, you can purify stuff with it. And it supposedly it only comes from this town by this lake in Russia, and it's really it's expensive and hard to find. You can get ordered on the internet though. Some crystal stores carry it, but not too many. It's one of the main ingredients in Orgonite.
So you can use it to filter your water.
Yeah, you could filter tap water with it. But the thing is, it wears out after a long time. It breaks down, so you need to replace it because it will it actually gets smaller and smaller.
Like the water dissolves it.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
And I need to get some water testing. I don't think our water is as bad here as some of you Americans think yours is.
Dude, this water, you pour water from the sink in a cup, and then you empty the cup out and let it dry, and you see these gnarly like spots, like these white spots. It's crazy, dude. Usually, do the fake rain that they come up with here sometimes. Right here where I live, there's two major weather modification plants, like on either side of the mountains, where they burn the silver iodide at night. Dude, and we'll get these little droplets that it's not like hard rain. It's like this kind of like not a mist either. Like you see the droplets on your windshield when you're driving, and then the next day, your windshield is so dirty from this stuff. It's crazy, bro.
Well, you mean the chemtrail Sahara sand?
Yeah, something like that. I don't think it's just the chemtrails though. I think that's just one of the processes they use. But they burn the silver. Huh?
Oh, sorry. Have you ever seen? Go on. Sorry.
I was just saying they burn the silver iodide flares with a couple other things that they do. They have so many different types of weather model. You could look it up on United States or look up on the U.S. patents, and it'll show almost 200 different weather modification patents dating back from like the late 1890s.
Mm-hmm.
All the way up to the current time. And they say in all these things what they do, it's a trip, bro. Some of the things they have. It's like technical jargon, but if you can get through the jargon and just like stomach, it's like long and tedious reading, you know, but I mean, some of it comes in like PDF form.
Have you ever seen or looked up morphing chemtrail planes that just morph into an orb, light orb, and back into a plane and stuff?
I've seen some of that on YouTube, yeah.
That's crazy, you know. Like that, I literally think that many chemtrail planes are actually demons or whatever is morphing up there, you know. Just wicked things under the heaven.
Yeah. Some of the chemtrail busters that I've made. One time I made one where the whole sky was overcast, and I put it out, and a half hour later it created it opened up the sky, so it was blue sky, and you could see the sun shining through, and it was right above where I had placed this thing in the ground. And I saw 5 airplanes, one after the other, within like a 15-minute period, all come and try to recreate the line in the sky that I had dissolved. And 5 planes couldn't do it. As they were spraying, hold on, this truck's passing by. As they were spraying, it was like nothing was coming out over the part where my chemtrail buster was. And then from the other direction, about 10 minutes later, a jet comes by from the other direction and drops a gnarly, some type of, like, I don't know what it dropped, but we hear the jet, but we can't see the jet. And then just this huge plume of cloud. It wasn't a chemtrail. It was just like a huge plume, basically, went right there to cover up that spot. So for some reason, it seems really important that they fill these lines every day that they do, you know, they have the, you know what I mean? For whatever reason, but yeah, it's spiritual too.
Yeah, it is indeed. If you look up chemtrails are demonic, there are some videos on YouTube, and there was actually a website that teach you how to get rid of them by calling upon the name of Jesus Christ and so forth. And I actually, the first time I heard about it, I was like, okay, if that's true, I'm gonna do that. You know, I'm gonna use the name of Jesus Christ and you know, rebuke these things in the sky while they're, you know, spraying it out. And it actually worked. You know, I also made a video about it, and I destroyed many of them in mid spraying. You know, just suddenly stopped. And the weird thing was, and it only happened, you know, it happened the exact same day as I started doing this, out of nowhere. And literally, I live on a countryside here in Germany where there is literally not much going on in terms of aviation and stuff. And out of nowhere, there comes a low-flying, total black helicopter. And I've never seen this kind of helicopter. You know, I'm a little bit of an aviation geek, and this was in helicopter form that was not like typical here in Europe. And it just was pure black, and it felt really weird looking at it. It felt like something weird in spiritually within me just told me that this is not normal. Like, I can't, you know, when you see something, you witness something what makes you feel uncomfortable somehow, and I looked at this thing and just pure black. You couldn't see even the cockpit, you know, where the pilot would sit. The windows are just pure black, and it had this very dark persona, whatever about it. I couldn't explain it, but it was actually one of the weirdest experiences I ever had. And after that, it never happened again. But you know, it can't be just a coincidence. You know, I suddenly start using the name of Jesus Christ, and these things disappear in the sky, the chemtrails, and suddenly out of nowhere, this black helicopter shows up. And then actually, I looked it up, you know, if other people have witnessed these strange black helicopters, and indeed, it's actually a phenomenon that happens often, you know, to people. And I can also, if I think back into the past when YouTube was not censoring these organized videos where people put up these chemtrail busters and stuff, you also had suddenly helicopters appearing out of nowhere, cruising above their house and so forth. So I don't know what kind of spiritual thing is going on there in the sky, but it must be very important to this kingdom of darkness that you're living in right now.
Yeah, I've actually witnessed the helicopters on numerous occasions flying overhead when I put my chem busters out there, because I don't know if they're just trying to see what's stopping it or whatever they're doing. I could only speculate, but I have been witness on multiple occasions to those helicopters you're describing.
Yeah, but this totally, completely dark, like that was something else, it didn't almost feel natural, it was very weird. And I had the feeling like 1,000 eyes were pointing at me, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know exactly what you mean.
It kind of just sounds paranoia to me, if I'm being honest, what you're saying.
What?
I said it kind of just sounds like paranoia.
Can you repeat that again? Sorry, I didn't understand.
I said it kind of just sounds like paranoia, if I'm being honest.
Oh, no, I'm not a very paranoid person actually. I don't experience a lot of fear, or actually I do not experience any fear most of the time. But there are things where I can say, okay, that's a coincidence, but that was definitely not a coincidence.
You can't really prove that, though. I've seen people. Like in my personal life, I've had people who they may not be flat earthers, but they're into other conspiracies, and I've seen them freak out and spiral because they perceive something as being something that it could not be. So I just wanted to say that just be careful about what you choose to believe in and what you choose to, perceive.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. It could also be just a coincidence, but I made my videos. I also know that through the name of Jesus Christ, these chemtrails disappear if you call upon them and rebuke them. I mean, there are also videos out there on YouTube where you can see people actually rebuking a whole tornadoes and stuff that just disappear and do not destroy the house, and afterwards they come back and destroy the rest of the city. So there's definitely power in the name. And
Bro, I have a question for you real quick.
Yes.
No, you said that only happened to you once, where you used the name of Jesus to rebuke the chemtrails, right?
Yes.
Now, have you tried to do it on other occasions and it didn't work, or have you just only done it on that one occasion?
Oh, I did it on other occasions, but the helicopter didn't pop up anymore.
But I mean, did the chemtrails go away though?
Yes.
So, have they gone away every time you've done it?
Yes. Like it only works when they making them. I mean,
as it's overhead.
Yeah, as it goes overhead. And the thing is, what I've seen on this website, and what they do is they do these X's, and it's actually like they point at certain spots where these demonic entities that are being duplicated are going to drop down. It's like, these military, what is it called? These planes that put out these troops on their parachutes. It's almost the exact same thing, just in a spiritual way. They clone these orbs that are, transforming into planes and stuff, are just fallen entities that are just pulling out these demon portals, and then they can drop down onto cities. And trust me, if you look at the violence rate, especially in regions where a lot of chemtrails are being put out, you're gonna see definite patterns, and
with the increase in violence.
Yeah, and you also
cool.
Yeah, you need to remember, right? The Bible says that Satan is the prince and power of the air. Okay, so if he's the prince and the power of the air, he's gonna definitely take advantage of whatever he can roll out. And trust me, there is a spiritual war going on, and I mean,
So
I have no problem with sounding crazy. Sounding crazy.
No. Don't even go any further. You don't need to sound crazy. So let me explain two facts. One, which is explicit fact, which is just stories, right, of people's accounts, but it's facts in the fact that the stories exist.
Mhm.
Second is an interview with a whistleblower from CERN. Okay, so the first is the UFO community, the taking community, right, where they have accounts of people that have been quote unquote taken by extraterrestrials, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a well-known established pattern within this community that when these entities are coming to take you or to do things to you, that if you rebuke them in the name of Jesus, they leave.
Yes, indeed.
Now, this is recorded. These people's accounts that's what they do, and that's what they claim happens. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, that being said, let's move on to the next point. So the guy from CERN. So we all know, if we've researched CERN, that there's a lot of allegations that CERN is doing mumbo jumbo with of a spiritual nature. Now, first off, they had a opening ceremony, or a whatever you call it, ribbon cutting, where they did essentially a dance, a ritualistic, spiritualized dance, and the connotations of the dance are that they're dancing around a pit which opens up and a spiritual being comes out. You could go and watch this on YouTube, that this was their opening ceremony. In the background of the ceremony is Kali, the destroyer, right? So a god, reference to a god that's a destroyer god, reference to bringing an entity out of a pit. Now, remember earlier we had a discussion that people who are involved in this technology said that they're trying to contact extra dimensional entities to draw on their power, right? So, all that being said, this is the guy's testimony. So, after they started using CERN, after they started using CERN, he claims that they found some interesting stuff in the tubes. All of a sudden, they had this black stuff that wasn't there before.
Mhm.
And they couldn't understand what this was. It's like, where does this stuff come from? Now, remember, I'm kind of going fast through it because I don't have a lot of time, but remember, there's guys that said that CERN is attempting to break the veil. Now, what the veil is, it's the metaphysical barrier between the physical realm and the spiritual realm. So beyond the veil is where spirits live, and they can't come to our realm unless they pass through it.
Amen.
So they're trying to break it, right? Now,
Amen. Wow.
these are all concepts and ideas that some of which is corroborated by testimony. Now, of course, you could just dismiss the testimony and say the guy's lying, whatever. That's not the point. So here's the story. They took this stuff to universities and, off-site to be studied more. Wherever they brought this stuff, violent crimes, rapes, murders went up. Now,
I can imagine that.
The guy said himself or the people he was working with went on to study this stuff, right? And essentially, I can't remember if they called it black matter or dark matter, whatever name they attributed to it, right? And I'm going to accelerate the story a little bit for sake of time. He basically said that humans actually create this stuff inside them, with negative interactions and negative emotions and all of that. So we create it naturally. And so what?
You know why? Can I? I'm quickly. When I was saved, I puked for 7 days straight out. It felt like something was leaving me, which was living in my stomach, but multiple entities and the things that. After you puking out for 3-4 days and so forth, the things that came out, it was like a very weird texture, and it was sometimes it was black stuff that I saw in the toilet, and then my spirit or the one guy that I used to know, which was actually the false personality that these demonic entities made me believe in, was gone, and then I received the Holy Spirit, and it's hard to explain it. Just these few seconds because I don't want to lead you off the things you're going to say, but I just want to insert that I actually puked black stuff out myself, especially when I was safe.
Yeah, so this guy's story makes sense to you. So let's go on with the story.
Yep.
So he also said that, sometimes when they were doing these tests that I can't remember if he said he saw it or if he said the other guys who were in there said they saw it, but they saw a face like floating in the tunnel that appeared to be like a demonic, face or a monstrous face, right? Now, all of this stuff went on for a while, and then finally, this is his conclusion. I don't know if a bunch of other people agreed on it or not, but essentially, this was the premise that he laid out. So he said, beyond this veil, okay, is another dimension. So in our dimension, it takes a lot of energy to break things, okay? And it takes a lot of energy to make things, but it also takes a lot of energy to make things on fire, like to destroy them on a very level. Like even if whether you believe in nuclear bombs or not, the premise of a nuclear bomb is that, but the premise is that it takes a lot of energy, right, to break things on a fundamental level to where they release all of their energy outwards, right? So here, most things are solid, they're contained, they're coherent, they're rational, they're usable, they're functional, right? So his basic premise was that in that dimension, everything is broken and everything is spread out and everything is essentially on fire at all times. And it takes a lot of energy to make it coherent. So in our realm, it takes a lot of energy to break things down to incoherence. But in that realm, everything is incoherent and it takes a lot of energy to make it coherent. Now, in our realm...
But let me guess, if you break something extremely down, like, I don't know, killing something that is actually, doing let's say a very dark thing, like robbing someone's life, someone who's maybe very young or whatever, in a ritual, then I'm probably sure that's why they're doing actually these rituals, so they make a gateway for...
Yeah, maybe. Right, so let me go on.
Sorry.
Okay, let me go on. So the concept is that in this realm, there's sentient entities that exist, which is us. And in that realm, there's sentient entities that exist. Now, they don't have a coherent world to inhabit. We do. So they're jealous of our world. They want to be here.
Right.
Now, how do you get through the veil, right? How do you transfer over? Well, this guy's, it's not really a hypothesis, but let's just call it, all right, fine, whatever. Let's just call it his idea. So the general idea that he was coming to is whatever this black stuff is, okay? And humans create it, it seems to him that the more of it that there is, that entity can use it as a conduit to transfer itself. Kind of like I was talking about how you transfer the consciousness, you need some kind of quantum or metaphysical bridge. So his basic premise was that this stuff, whatever it is a metaphysical bridge to that realm that sentient entities can use. So, for example, if you're a human that has a lot of this stuff, you have a conduit and you're easier to be possessed by these entities or to be a communication for these entities, right? So the more of this you have, they can essentially use it as a Wi-Fi router, right, to take control of your body and inhabit your body.
Yeah, I would actually say amen to that, because I once, trust me, I was a complete opposite person.
Yep.
So I was embracing darkness.
So they have this premise, right, that there's these entities that exist in this other dimension that they want to tap into. Right now, some of the first guys, they just wanted to take their power. Right now, fast forward to now, some people want them to come here. They don't just want to steal their power. They want them to come here because they think that they are so wise and so smart. And they're going to give us all of these knowledge, and they need a host body for these things to come, right? So they're trying to collect a lot of this matter, right? But then they also need a matrix for this thing to exist in, which could be, I'm going real fast here, essentially like the internet and the quantum computers that they're working on. is going to be the host body for this ultimate being that's coming from this other dimension, right? And now they're also taking all the data from the internet and all digital everything, and they're storing it in a single location. And the goal is that once they have this super quantum computer, that they're going to crunch all this data and they're going to solve like human problems, right? So think about it. We're going to have this extra dimensional entity that's being pulled in from a dimension that is essentially on fire all the time. Now, what does that sound like? I think I've heard that before in mythos. Yes, it's known as hell usually in most mythos, right? Across stories everywhere, that realm is known as hell. And you know what? The more you talk about this, the more this sounds like the plot to the Terminator movies and the Doom video game series combined. Think about it. You're pulling an extra dimensional entity, putting it into an AI superstructure, which has access to all human knowledge, right? Now, we all know that in every fictional story that we know of, this never goes well. It always backfires. Like look, we're going to make everything great. This entity is going to tell us the secrets to solving human problems. We're going to give it access to the internet, the mainframe, all human data. We're going to give it access to the military. Oh, it's going to be great.
You want to know why this stuff is happening in this kingdom? So, I mean, you don't need to believe me, but my hypothesis is also from seeing how Satan flips everything upside down with his fear that is completely the opposite of what God is saying, and so many other things, I don't even need to go into that detail. But if you look at how we, once we're saved, we be a part of the body of Christ, we are part of the body of Christ, so we're not ourselves anymore, but we are a tool for God to interact with others and spread the good news and so forth, in a short way to explain it. And we receive the Holy Spirit, right? So we are under God's hand, so to say. And what does Satan always do? Satan wants to exalt himself to be as God, right? So what is his ultimate goal? His ultimate goal is to establish a counterfeit Holy Spirit, something which makes him have control over the children of God, the ones that we are all that are listening to my voice right now, that are made in the image of God, to have full control over their over their thinking, over their health, and have this counterfeit Holy Spirit, have this opposite, because he is so jealous. He wants to be God, but he can't look into your brain. That's the problem. But he wants that full control, and just think about it. All the people now who have accepted this genetic juice, this genetic modified juice. And I myself was never vaccinated in my life because I'm complete anti-vaxxer. I think there is not one vaccination that has anything to do with health. It's not intended by God. It's witchcraft.
Move on.
And
we get it.
And the thing is, if just think about it, maybe they have found a way to duplicate this dark matter and put it into your genetics in a way that once the things are set up that you just mentioned, with the quantum PC and this one world nation consciousness and stuff.
Yeah, hold on. Let me stop you right there. So we already have a fictional establishment of this idea, okay?
Yeah.
Which is not just an interconnected group of computers that this AI entity can inhabit, but an interconnected group of software, and by soft I mean biological. Okay, so this idea has been posited in fictional worlds out there, where you create an interconnected human network where the AI can live inside the human consciousness. Now, check this out. We're going to wrap this up real quick. A lot of people right now that might be listening think that's crazy. Okay, how could a disembodied sentient entity possess a mechanical device? Well, guess what? We already talked about this is part of their salvation story. Like, they think they're going to evolve to where they can inhabit computers with their consciousness and then one day shed the computer and become disembodied sentient entities, right? So think about it. They're laughing at people like me and you talking about this stuff.
But
a lot of them believe that stuff in their own worldview.
I know,
now
but
check this out.
I'm just laughing because I know who already won, I know what the end of the story
that's great. That's great. But check this out. Yeah. So check this out.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter whether any of this is true or not, in a sense that logistically, they can effectuate a plan by making enough people believe that this stuff is true to where they will behave in a manner that they want them to. Like, for example, I said earlier, like, if people believe this stuff is really true, because remember, I told you they needed some solution to solve the conduit problem. Now, it's very hard to think of an idea that could be solved on the physical side to solve that problem. But if you had an super duper immaterial sentient energy being that you pulled from beyond the veil and it came in and told you the answer, you might be like, wow, we got the answer now. Now, it doesn't matter whether that entity is real. It only matters that there's a plausible story that they can give you that they actually met this entity and it's actually speaking to them or speaking to you. And with this huge backstory, right, of metaphysics, evolution, the idea that energy is transmutative from consciousness through the material world and all of these things, right? So they have this big religious background, which is the pseudoscience, metaphysical, heliocentric background, from which to infest your mind with all of these ideas so you believe it's true. And then when they come for you, you give yourself up willingly, thinking that you're attaining something, when actually you've been duped the entire time. Now, I said that to posit the idea for people who don't believe any of this metaphysical stuff, right? That this, regardless, could still be used as a system of control. It doesn't matter whether you believe it, they believe it. And it doesn't matter whether they believe it. They are pretending to believe it to get you to be influenced by whatever it is they were trying to do. And guess what? It's working.
Yeah, like it says in the Bible, beloved, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits to see whether they are from God, because many false prophets have gone out into the world. There are many.
Yeah, and let's just say fine. Let's just say for palatability's sake, you know, that some people don't believe in Christianity and some people don't believe in religion at all. Let's say that for the sake of saying it, okay? Think about it, though. What you just quoted, yes, that's from the Bible, but it still applies. Think about it. Even from example of the story that I laid out, like people, just imagine a person who's not religious at all and then is being told that the earth is a spinning ball hurtling through space that came from nothing, where we evolved from dead matter. We're now conscious. Eventually, we're going to be immaterial, sentient energy beings once we transcend humanity, right? Oh, by the way, we pulled a sentient entity from another dimension and he's going to help us achieve this. Like, that person is going to probably be susceptible to that. And so that verse applies, right? Think about it. Once that person realizes, wait a minute, I live in a created realm and there is a creator, right? Then you have to ask yourself, okay, does the creator want me to pretend like I'm going to download my consciousness into this machine, which was promised as a way to escape death by a being that came from a universe that is on fire continually? That sounds stupid. Right? So you gotta apply your rationality, being a sentient entity yourself, and say to yourself, wait a minute, that sounds like the plot of like 37 horror movies, 27 video games, and the end result was the malevolent entity screwed humanity like nobody's business, right? So should I be a part of this nonsense or not?
You know why they also show you all this craziness in movies, games, and so forth? Because they want you to subconsciously accept it as their
some of the premises. They want some of the premises to be subconsciously accepted as plausible, so when they make their gambits, you believe it.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they had these predictive programming, you know, for all these.
Let me stop you right there. You got it. But check this out. So, for example, I told you those 3 physics lectures, right? Where the guy said to the stage, to the audience, one day humanity will transcend the physical body and become floating sentient energy beings in the cosmos. Now, check this out, dude. That is, whether you want to think about it this way or not, a purely religious philosophy. And everyone sitting in the stage thought he was such an astute scientist talking about science. So yeah, all of these ideas posit in the mind these possibilities as being plausible. So when somebody that seems to be rational says this could happen, you're like, oh yeah, that could happen. Yeah, you're right. And the sheep follow. Like they follow that shepherd, even though that shepherd's leading them to nonsense, false hope.
That's why it's important to have the right shepherd, you know. But the ones who hear his voice, they're gonna know where their shepherd is, and they're gonna stick to their shepherd. That's the thing.
Yeah, and you don't even. And to be fair, I mean, obviously, I also believe in the Judeo-Christian paradigm. But even if you don't believe that, all of these principles still apply. It's like the creator of this world, right, which is self-evident that it was created. Whoever that is, that creator doesn't want you to make deals with interdimensional entities that are living in fire to download your soul into a computer and then become a sentient entity floating space fart.
Yep.
Right? Exactly. And that just requires reflection.
Remember this, there was also once a time where already the genetics were heavily perverted, and God sent a huge flood to get rid of this perverted genetics. And he even gave most of its inhabitants 1,000 years of time, but at the end only one family really stick to, God. And I you know why I believe that I know who the creator of this universe is? Because I believe in the one who was born in a barn and knew that he is going to be killed by his own creation because of the fact that they, from themselves, full of their brightness and their wisdom, false wisdom, thought that they actually knew God. And even they had God right before their eyes doing miracles, and they knew the Torah, they knew the scriptures, still they decided to say, we want to have the murderer and we want to kill the Christ on the cross. And that's for me, there is nothing else. There is no ridiculous story. And I mean, from all the things he did for me in my life, especially, there needs to be no other proof. Like, I don't, it's just self-evident because we have such a humble creator, and just from the way the scriptures are written and so forth, it just makes sense to me. It's just 100% sense. This is truth. This is truth. Yeah. He's a holy God who needs to be glorified, but he himself put himself so down, so much into that human presence, that he didn't put himself into a position of being a king or something supreme. He was rather just born in a barn. And then he knew his ultimate goal was to teach and do miracles, and then to be killed by his own creation, who themselves thought of them and their wisdom and their pridefulness, false wisdom, and they just killed him, And I think that's
right. So let's give everyone a gracious grain of salt, right? Who don't believe that actually is true. If you take that. Even if you take it as a story, right, the idea of it is very palpable to the nature of humanity, which is moral consequences. Like, we all know that there's immoral things going on in the world. And we all know that the atheist pipe dream of transcending death, right, so that they can live forever, right? They have the same desire to live forever. And they have a desire to not be judged for their moral, failings. That seems to be a recurring theme, right? They'll deny it altogether. They'll deny that morality even exists before they'll take any guilt.
Atheism is nothing else than Satanism. There's just
right, but the similar
Satanists.
there's similar stories within the Bible. Even if you take it as true or as a story, it still applies. Which is obnoxious Harley going by.
Good.
So, like, for example, Satan's first claim, I'm going to ascend beyond God, right? I'm going to become like God. And then you've got the Tower of Babel, where they're like, oh, we're going to make our way up to heaven and seize the controls of the earth. right? And then we got today where people are like, oh, we're going to get out of the physical body and download into computers and then become floating energy and escape. And we're going to be like God. It's always like we are going to take over the creator's position, the creator's role. Whichever you think the creator is, these same principles apply, where humanity is always trying to buck the creator and the created order and do their own thing and solve all the problems their own way and kill, enslave, and punish millions of people along the process, right?
Yeah,
that's the nature of humanity that we all seem to be.
I mean, that's the sinful, that's the sinful nature. That's the virus, or that's the thing that we inherit since one man decided to sin against God, and that's just the sinful, destructive nature. That's why, at the end of the Bible, through one man we are saved. Through one man we are made righteous, even though we are not righteous, and our punishment should be eternal death. So that's and to just go back to this foolish message, one of my favorite verses actually, for the preaching of the cross is, to them that perish foolishness, but unto us which are saved it's the power of God. For it is written, I will destroy the wisdom of the wise, and I will bring to nothing the understanding of the prudent. Where's the wise? Where's the scribe? Where's the disputer of this world? Have not God made foolish the wisdom of this world? For after that, in the wisdom of God, the world by wisdom knew not God. It pleased God by the foolishness of preaching to save them that believe. For the Jews require a sign, and the Greeks seek after wisdom, but we preach Christ crucified, unto the Jews a stumbling block, and unto the Greeks foolishness. But unto them which are called, both Jews and Greeks, Christ, the power of God and the wisdom of God. So that's the thing, It's such a simple message that people in their
so let's wrap it up with this. The basic premise that's laid out there, okay, whether people believe in Christianity or not, at this point, the point I'm making is irrelevant. The point is that it says there that man seeks after their own way to figure out things, right? And so we have that expressed on a societal level, which is what? Heliocentric Big Bang cosmogony and cosmology, where eventually we're going to transcend our bodies and become floating space beings, right? So think about it. In one paradigm, if you think about it, you have the creator of the realm expressing to you the nature of the realm and the nature of who we are. And on the other thing, you have humans who, by the way, all these scientists that created this heliocentric nonsense, they told you in their own words that they did it for philosophical reasons, because they don't want the implications of a in-place created world. They want this wiggle room of, we're going to create our own destiny. The creator be damned.
Many are deceived, whoever has, it says also in the scriptures that that the deceived ones are going even be further deceived, and that also God is going to put deception on people who just have pleasure and unrighteousness. If they really want to have Disney Fantasyland, He's going to give it to them, and they actually will never understand what they created, because they're just deceived. That
is a big.
That's why it's so dangerous.
Yeah, that is a big topic among this community, which is, quote unquote, the Great Deception. It's like, the deception that seems to be over the whole world is the heliocentric religion. It seems to be infested and made its way through everything. Like, it's infested, like almost every religion on the face of the earth believes in heliocentrism, the majority of their members, right? Yep. So we know that that's the case. So now that we brought it back to this heliocentrism nonsense, we're going to move on from this topic, because we need to get back to specific flat Earth.
Let me just...
there's no 1 second.
End it up.
Too late. Time's up. Too late.
No, just...
To be continued.
Just to underline it and close it up.
Nope.
It specifically says that, because you just said that this big deception, it says... and. With every wicked deception directed against those who are perishing, because they refuse the love of the truth that would have saved them. For this reason, God will send them a powerful delusion, so that they believe the lie, in order that judgment may come upon all who have disbelieved the truth and delighted in wickedness. And that's it. That's actually the whole thing we just talked about. You have
Exactly.
you
So
have a choice in life. That's the thing.
well, that's what we experience here. Is so many Globers that come in here. They don't love the truth. They're told things that are factually true, experimentally validated, and they dismiss it because they want to cling on to their heliocentrism, regardless of the consequences. So with that, we'll close it and we'll open it up to other people to talk, so that they can talk about flat Earth. Which, by the way, the premise proper of the flat Earth. The premise proper of the flat Earth destroys all this nonsense because it bursts the bubble of this falsity.
I'm pretty sure that this is actually something that can bring you through all the other things that are important to figure out.
Look, it's like the crash course. It's the fastest way, I'll tell you that much. Like if you realize that, then everything else just immediately the dominoes fall. But there is ways to go, other routes. It's not like you must know flat Earth to be quote unquote awakened, but it definitely is the fastest way.
My first entry was actually 9/11 in 2011 or 2012, around that time. Yeah, and everyone thought I was crazy in my family, and I was 12 years old, telling everyone that 9/11 was a huge inside job and so forth.
Hey, let me jump in here real quick. Guys, real quick, I'm sorry.
All right, I hear you.
Yeah, Indio.
Congratulations, Miggy, you got mod.
Yeah, appreciate it. Been a long time. I want to thank everyone. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, appreciate it, dude.
I want to thank my mother and my father and all the people that supported me.
Yeah.
I want to thank the Academy for letting me punch a guy in the face on stage.
Yeah, I know. Slap a man. All right.
You're good.
All right, Matt.
Go.
Yeah, I'm actually at work doing stuff, so.
Yeah, you know how it is, though. I haven't talked to that account in like 9 months, so.
Ain't no doubt, man.
Obviously, the first thing, if someone hack your account, first thing they're going to do is, hey, give me mod.
Yeah, no, I got this thing two-factor authenticated, so.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Not everybody does that. We had an issue, I don't know, like 3 months ago, someone got, compromised with that free nitro. No such thing as free nitro, people.
Yep. By the way, I apologize, Clay Under, for interrupting. So anyway, I got to dip. So.
All right, man.
You guys have a nice day. See ya. Indio.
All good. Have a nice work, man.
Let us interrupt you, man. Sorry.
No one interrupted me, actually. I was finished. But very kind of you all.
Yeah, 12 years old. That's, yeah, your parents must have thought you were nuts.
Yeah, and I, talked about it in school. And then right after I think 9/11, I started with the chemtrail stuff, was also a huge topic that I used, over a period of 2 years studying it and going over it. But it actually, I think 2 years or 1 year ago, I just came across this, morphing plane thingy, or really understanding the true nature behind it. Well, yeah, it's a great adventure so far. I mean, now I'm 22, so I guess 11 years.
Yeah. The thing about 9/11 is if you analyze 9/11, right? If you just go, okay, let's analyze 9/11. Okay, so what's the first thing that happens? Plane crashes into a building and explodes.
Mm-hmm.
No analysis of 9/11 can even make it past that point and believe the story. Because if you go and look up the properties of jet fuel does not explode at sea level.
Nope.
There's nothing you can do to make it explode at sea level. Nothing.
Exactly.
Well, you can heat it up.
doesn't-
You have to heat it up to 110 degrees Fahrenheit and then light the vapor.
Yeah,
But
even
that's
then you
the
need to
only way it
vaporize it.
explodes at sea level. And the reason we know this is
Exactly.
way back there was another plane crash off the coast of New York. It blew up in the air. It was called TWA 800. And people said they saw a missile shoot it out of the air. And there happened to be a U.S. naval vessel out in the ocean at that time. So there was this huge investigation into how this plane could have blown up because it blew up in the air. So they did all these tests. It was done by Caltech Explosion Research Laboratory. So they did all these tests of jet fuel. We're talking, there's at least 15 papers testing jet fuel, whether sparks make it explode, whether like all these tests. So if you look at the results of these tests, and like they have like 30 years of data on jet fuel, find out that jet fuel was originally formulated when they invented it back in the 1970s. The U.S. Congress passed a law that said jet fuel has to have this specification so that we can classify it as a non-combustible, because that's what they wanted for insurance purposes, right? Because if you're going to transport hazardous material, it costs you more in insurance to transport combustible versus non-combustible.
Right.
So the airlines wanted to classify it as non-combustible, so they specifically made the formula so that it is a non-combustible. So
Makes
think
100%
about
sense.
9/11. The first thing you see is a fucking plane explosion when jet, like I said, it can't even make it past the first analysis. Jet fuel does
Right.
not explode. There's no doubt that there was an explosion. It doesn't matter what the reason was. We know it can't be the jet fuel.
Yep. Yeah, you can see actually videos of some guy on YouTube showing you how it's very hard to actually get it to burn. And that's why, in a
I have videos of it. I have videos of people putting out flames in jet fuel.
Yeah, the thing is, it only really burns like in a combustion engine when they have these little spray nozzles, once the air gets pushed through, and only with these little spray nozzles where it gets sprayed out, it can combust.
It has to be at sea level. It'll only combust. When we're talking about an explosion, it won't explode, but the vapor will ignite on fire if it has to be a very specific air to fuel to vapor ratio. It has to be 6% fuel to 94% air. That ratio, it'll light on fire, but it won't explode. They also did tests on how fast, like if you light jet fuel on fire, how fast the flame travels. And that flame travels, I think it was, the fastest it can travel is 2 meters per second.
Yeah.
Right. So that means if I had poured a trench, filled it with jet fuel, and then lit it on fire, the speed at which that flame is going to go down that trench is 2 meters per second. Right. So if you watch the explosion on 9/11, in 3 seconds, the fireball is something like a quarter of a mile across.
You know what?
In
the
like 3
weirdest thing
seconds,
about
that
it
fireball is gigantic.
There are pictures made by a famous photographer where you can see that the steel beams were not actually, when the plane would have hit it going inside of it, which is just in itself totally nonsense, because it's just an aluminium can, it would just do nothing to such a thick steel barrier.
Listen, you gotta hear this. You gotta hear this. I don't mean to cut you off, but
on the pictures, you could see the steel construct being blown to the outside. So it was all like the explosion was from the inside to the outside. You know? What I mean?
Yeah.
So it just this shows you that it's complete fraud. It was bombed.
I have a video that shows, like when the second plane hits. So they're filming both of the towers, and the second plane hits one tower, and fucking fire and flame shoot out the other tower. The wrong tower. Yeah, dude. Yeah. So think about that. It hits the south tower, and fire and flame shoot out the north tower.
Yeah.
At the exact same time.
And there's also this telephone call after 9/11 with Mr. Donald Trump, aka 33 degree Scottish Riot Mason, where he says that when they constructed these towers, they had like a security system where you have two bombs beneath both towers that when, like, I think with a nuclear fusion or something, that they create a huge hole once they explode.
Yeah,
So
I've
in
seen
order
that.
to, you know, for the...
You know what happened to that guy that came up with that theory? It was a Russian guy. He ended up getting like life in prison in Thailand. Yeah, like that guy like got disappeared.
I'm not laughing. I mean, it's a tragedy that happens to this guy. You know, I'm so sorry, and bless him so for uncovering darkness and bringing it to light. But I'm just laughing to the fact that this happens all the time. You know, every time some guy figures out something and tries to make it public, they just disappear or die or whatever. You know, that's why I laugh. So don't get me wrong. I didn't laugh about the guy actually.
Yeah,
it's a tragedy.
Listen, anybody that ever says that aluminum can go through steel, this is what I always say. You challenge them to a sword fight, they get an aluminum sword, and you get a steel sword. Okay?
Right.
Nobody wants that fight. But they'll talk shit like aluminum can go through steel. Okay, let's sword fight. I get a steel sword, you get an aluminum sword. What do you think is going to happen?
Have you ever seen how planes, once they go to the graveyard, are being dismantled? You just need a little tiny what is it called? A little tiny bagger of English.
They use like a what's called a bucket loader and just rip them apart.
Excavator. Yeah, you can use an excavator, and that's
like
it.
Nothing.
Yeah, and they just, you know, they sometimes they rip it apart and then it goes up into the air, you know, like it's just I mean, it's just pure aluminium. It's just a tin can, you know.
Yeah.
So
that reminds me also of the rest of those reports I was telling you about. So one of the reports are about how strong the structure of the airplane is, and they have it in like it says that the strongest rivets in that airplane can take a force of 60 pounds per square inch. Now, the steel that was at the level, so the World Trade Center, the steel was stronger as it went up because it had to be more flexible. So the shear strength of the steel at the level that the airplane hit was 90,000 pounds per square inch. That's what its shear stress was. So 90,000 pounds per square inch is the amount of force that it took to shear the steel in half. But the strongest part of the airplane, its shear strength, was 60. Think about that. 3 orders of magnitude difference. The whole story is just so ridiculous. I just, like, it's almost like not even worth talking about. And the funny thing is, they got away with it, and we're never going to figure out how they did it. Because there's so much, like, contradictory information. That's really the plan, is that they you know, it's called staging the crime scene, right?
Yep.
So what they do, they stage the crime scene with contradictory information. And one group says, yes, 9/11's bullshit, but they focus on this information. And another group says, yes, 9/11's bullshit, and they focus on this information. Then you have two people that both know 9/11's bullshit, but they're fighting each other over what's the more important staged freaking evidence.
It's just the same thing they did with Flat Earth, only with Flat Earth they just made it.
Same thing they did with JFK, man.
Yeah, and
the Zapruder film is a fake. Like, people will use the Zapruder film as like evidence. The Zapruder film is a fake. That film is a fake, dude. It is unequivocally. It was proven to be a fake by a PhD in physics from Australia. So, and I'll tell you how he did it. There's a part of the film where the Stemmons Freeway sign comes into the frame, right? Like the limo goes behind the sign and then pops out. You can measure that sign. That sign has a perfect 90-degree angle. But no camera can take an image without barrel or pincushion distortion. You can't have a 90-degree angle in a photograph. It's impossible. It might look like 90 degrees to the naked eye, but if you measure it, it won't be 90 degrees. But this Stemmons Freeway sign is a 90-degree angle, which proves that it was inserted as a composite. It's a composite video. He also did some other stuff using perspective correction, and nothing lines up. They went to Dealey Plaza and took surveying equipment, and made measurements and took photographs. And like if you do perspective to see like where the lines of stuff, all the angles of stuff line up, nothing in the Zapruder film lines up. Nothing. It is a composite. It is complete utter trash. But people will argue about it, right? Oh, like the Oliver Stone film, JFK, right? That whole film was based upon the Zapruder film, back and to the left, right? Oh, he really got shot from the front. He wasn't shot by Lee Harvey Oswald in the back. Do you want to know what witnesses said? Witnesses said that the limo came to a complete stop and machine gun fire opened up and that there was shooting from every direction. That's what the witnesses said. There's actually a video on YouTube that so what they did was they took all the news stories about it that happened at the time, right? From the time the incident happened, going for like 24 hours, right? And they just put them in chronological order. And as you watch this, you can watch like the first witnesses, like their story, and you can just watch the story just change and change and change and change and change. So the first people are like, yeah, the limo came to a stop and there was gunfire everywhere. But within like 5 hours, the story is completely different.
I actually found a video, an original video from. They claim it's original. I don't know if I can still find it, but I analyzed it with my brother one day, and we actually came to the conclusion that there were two women. I think also a woman with an umbrella that just looked like they were cropped in. Like they added things to the video which were not there before to maybe cover up something that you should not see in a certain frame. There's literally like, they I don't know what it is about the whole incident, but I actually don't really know. Do you think that they killed him because he was like the last president to make the dollar non-private, or like what's your point on why they actually killed Kennedy, or even if just killing Kennedy in itself was just a satanic ritual and he knew he's going to be at one point sacrificing himself for the greater thing. That's also a thing they do with these rappers these days, where one so-called lodge brother kills the other one for sacrifice purpose and so forth. I don't know how much you looked into that kind of stuff, but
I know why it happened.
Yeah, what do you think?
Basically, there was a CIA invasion of Cuba that happened, called the Bay of Pigs invasion. And at the time, the CIA had just been created as a government branch, and they were kind of isolating themselves and being more independent than all the military branches, and they weren't working together. They were kind of competing for power. And the fucking director of the CIA is like a crazy fucking general, and he wanted to invade Cuba. And what's his name? JFK was not pro invasion of Cuba. And
I just don't buy it. I think that story started in the CIA.
Right. Well, okay.
My personal opinion is like all the information that we have, they gave us.
There's accounts of people from the CIA.
It's the mob, and then there's the CIA. Then there's it was the defense industry, and then it's Lyndon Johnson. You can make a pretty good case Lyndon Johnson is the one who had him killed, because Lyndon Johnson, he was he was second in charge. He wanted to be president. He was he's from Texas, so there's that angle. But my personal opinion is I think that he wanted to do something foreign policy-wise, and they knew about it, right? Because, of course, they have people on the inside.
He didn't do anything.
And we don't know about it, what it was. He could have just wanted to make peace with the Russians or something, and no one was going to let that happen.
JFK was really all about peace, though. He was just letting communism fail on its own. That was the whole reason why he was killed. Because he didn't want to go to war with Cuba. And the CIA had a hit out on him, and they fucking killed him.
But he was also an obvious occultist, and also had a gay lover and so forth. But the other thing is, the weird thing about the whole killing of KFJ and stuff. I have what I find weird is how they also almost made it mainstream in a way where you have like even TV documentaries about how it could have been, and literally, a false flag attack and stuff like that. So for me, I sometimes have to think maybe they create certain events like where they kill someone just to in the future have to some things that people can speculate about and stuff,
well, yeah, he could still be alive. It could just be part of the what do they call it? Trauma-based mind control.
Right.
Could be part of that. I mean, so here's a
Is
weird
that possible,
coincidence,
though?
right? You know Aldous Huxley? He wrote A Brave New World, where everybody takes Soma and they're all on like antipsychotic medication and they're all like acid and all this shit. So he wrote this book called A Brave New World, which kind of like almost predicted the future, right? He died the same day JFK was shot, which is a super weird coincidence because the things in his book, A Brave New World, are almost like a premonition of modern society.
And the thing is, if you look at things like Putin, for example, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm just going to explain why I'm mentioning that. But if you look at Putin and his face, how literally, if you look at certain pictures, you could actually think that Putin exists in like 5-6 different ways. Same as Biden. If you look at Biden, who was once with Obama as a vice president, and the Biden that you now have as a so-called president, it's kind of weird. I have the feeling they have definitely multiple versions of people. If not, they are able just to clone most of them and reproduce them. So it wouldn't be a huge surprise for me if that was just some double ganger.
It's odd that you say that because like 4 or 5 days ago, I watched a video from when Putin first came into office. So they did an interview in the Kremlin of him in his office, and he was talking about he literally just got there. I think he was in office like 3 days, and the Russian media did like an interview with him. And I could not get it out of my head how different he looked. Like, this does not look like the same guy. It really just does not look like.
Just look
it does not look like the same guy, man. Like, I don't know.
You guys are fucking
I am not one to even believe that shit. I'm not the one who thinks, Alex Jones is really Bill Hicks, and like, I don't believe any of that crap. But I'm telling you, you watch this. I just couldn't get it out of my head. I had I wasn't thinking it beforehand. I was just like, I'm gonna watch this. Just to see what the guy's like, and he just looks totally different. And the thing about human beings is, from the age of being babies, the first thing we learn how to do is identify faces. It is literally the one thing human beings are excellent at, is identifying faces.
I have a question. If I boost the server, can I post pictures or something like that?
Oh, you don't need to boost the server to do that.
I would actually, because I really like to be here, because I have one of the most greatest conversations here. How
long have you been here?
I've been here since I think 4 days now or something like this. But I had already so many great conversations. Anyways, the thing is, what you really need to look at
I'll give you pick perms so you can just post pics. I mean, you can boost the server if you want. It's not necessary, but you can if you want.
I'm definitely gonna probably do that. Another thing is, let me just quickly show you something, okay? About Biden, for example.
It's gonna take me a minute. There's too many fucking rolls. Jesus Christ, man.
Sorry, I was interrupted for a second. What did you say?
Yeah, it's gonna take me a minute to find the roll which gives.
Okay.
Terms,
no problem. Don't hurry, man.
Yeah, just like a ridiculous amount of rolls on this server. This is what happens when you have a server for a few years. You get bloat, right? Oh, I want to make a roll, and then pretty soon there's 5,000 rolls.
Silver, if that helps, India.
What was that?
It's grey or silver dot, if that helps.
I just need to go
just give you
through a
the
lot
value
of
roll. Fuck
pictures
it.
right now.
Shit, man. There you go. You should be able to post them now.
Thank you, sir.
No problem.
I just need to go through my thousands of
But I'm gonna
pictures.
tell you,
from
don't
my
post
PC.
porn, wreck, gore, anything like
Man,
that.
I'm.
Because this, you know this goes out on YouTube, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
but
yeah. So that's
trust
really
me,
what we're worried about. It's like YouTube
no.
and like Discord. You know how it is with the censorship and all that crap. So just be
I'm against stuff like that. You know, they're dark and bad, and I it's just.
Yeah, I'm just not saying
Yeah.
you're going to. I'm just putting it out there.
All right. Yeah, no problem. Let me just get the right picture so you can maybe understand where I'm coming from with saying this. So yeah, let's get this picture, for example, or this picture. Yeah, that's a good one. Let's now go to the fake Biden or Biden 2.0 or whatever Biden that is that you're seeing now as a president. It's definitely not the same person. Okay, all right. So Biden, as he was vice president with Obama. Oh wait, it needs 4 seconds. So you see these two pictures, right? I guess they're also made at the same day. Looking at what they're wearing, I mean the typical Freemason red and blue, right? I mean, just another coincidence. And now we look at Biden today, the current president, or whoever that guy is. Could you just explain to me how someone, suddenly looks like this? Or this? Even like if you listen to speeches and stuff, that that these are not the same persons.
And convince a lot of people then that are the same people.
What?
They look the same to me. Just kidding. But yeah, convinces a lot of people.
For me, they look completely different. Especially when you look at I think there's some pictures where you can see his right ear better, and you compare it to. Let me get. I mean, some people theorize that maybe be some cosmetic operations or whatever. I mean, I can agree on that, but still, it doesn't. I'm a guy. I can recognize faces pretty good, but just comparing this, you can't tell me that this is the same guy. Like from the pictures of Obama as being vice president and now the current president. But I have a nice channel that you guys can check out. I mean, they create a lot of cool things. Oh, let me just post a clone malfunction. The whole cloning thing with people is a topic for itself because many people can't really accept it or dig into it because I mean, we can clone animals, but we can't clone human beings. That's just too crazy, right? So, who was I talking? Indio, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What do you think about? You're American, right?
Yeah.
So, what do you think about these 2 pictures or 4 pictures? Comparing.
Yeah, I know his face has changed, especially if you look at some of his real older stuff. Like his appearance has changed a lot. If it's the same person, of course.
Yeah, I don't think that I think the original is either dead or what. I don't know what they did to him, but the current.
But you know, all these guys are wearing heavy makeup too, and you can use makeup to completely change the way you look.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm not I mean, I can't 100% prove it, but just the whole face in itself compared to now is just weird. Even if he aged that fast, but I mean, maybe it's just me, you know.
Have you seen any of those TikToks where there's girls and I mean, these girls are ugly, man. And then they do their makeup and they look like they're 10s, like wow, just unbelievable. Like these girls are like double baggers, man. Like a double bagger is when she's got a bag over her head and then you put a bag over your head in case her bag falls off. Like these girls are that ugly. But they put on makeup and then all of a sudden, like, they're hot. So makeup can do a lot, is all I'm saying. I mean, maybe they just adjusted their makeup. They got a different makeup artist. Who knows? Because they're always wearing makeup.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I can totally agree. I mean, he could just I don't know, maybe he got sick or something.
They've been doing that since the Nixon JFK debate back in, the 60s. It's a pretty famous debate that JFK wore makeup and Nixon didn't, and it's been speculated that because, like, when you're on TV and you're not wearing makeup, you just look like a normal human. But, but when you got makeup, you have no blemishes in your skin, everything looks perfect. And plus, it looks like you have dark shadows. So I guess what they say is Nixon came across as he was like angry and evil compared to JFK because you could see, because of the lighting, right? Underneath your eyes, it looks like it's dark, and you have cast shadows on your face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with makeup, I mean, it's literally in the name, right? Make something up. So
yeah, there's a lot of makeup. Well, they're phonies anyway, so you know what I mean? They might as well lie about their appearance too. They're lying about everything else.
That's why I really do not find women with a lot of makeup attractive, because just making something up. I really like the natural, the maybe light makeup or something like that, but not even that. I mean, I think most women look better without makeup, except for the ones who, use a ton to look like something that they're not are. Okay, let me see if I can post this video. So this, for example, is a clone malfunction. And I would highly recommend get yourself a glass with some ice in it and try to hold a glass with liquid inside as still as this woman can do. This is not normal human behavior. And it's actually impossible.
Hello, guys. Mic check. Mic check.
We hear you.
5 out of 5.
Yeah.
Give me a break, really.
Are you alright, guys? I want to hear it. I want to hear everyone say, I'm okay.
I'm okay, Jace.
You're right, Lalo.
Yeah, man.
How's it going?
Not too bad, man.
Cool.
Like I said again, if you can send me a video of you holding a glass like this and just freezing, I highly appreciate it because I tried it and it's very hard. Yes, clones. You a link the.
Come on, man, it's flat. You're never going to convince the rest of these morons.
Yeah, it's flat and full of clones. Especially the idols that. Just imagine most of the superstars that people idolize are just basically out of a factory.
In a way, without being rude, you kind of need to move on with your lives because, you know what I mean? You're not ever going to persuade these people into any other way of thinking, man. It's crazy. Thinking that you will, you know, it's an admirable fact that you think that it will happen, but it ain't going to happen, man. That is the brutal fucking truth of it all. You know what I mean? People have got so much more on their fucking media-filled minds than the flat Earth right now. You know, that's just the reality of what's going on around us right now. Do you know what I mean?
People are busy with
really scared people around me. I do. People who incidentally own televisions, which is a bit weird because I don't. And it doesn't seem to affect me as much.
Yeah, people are just busy being busy with artificial things.
You're right, mate. You're right.
They create things to make you feel busy.
You know, and it's like, yeah, you can kind of laugh that off, but you know, if you want to be serious about it, I see a lot of fucking frightened people. I do. Just my neighbours around me, alone, like you know, old people on their own, reliant on the news that they get from the television, which is just, man, you know, I don't need to spell it out to you guys. I know what you feel about it, so you know, but fucking hell, man, bad.
Rookie.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what Rookie is referring to. If he's referring to the obvious clones being a silly topic, then you really need to look into it because it's literally not a silly topic.
Okay.
Well, you're talking about the clones, as in the Queen Elizabeth clones, aren't you?
No, I'm talking in general that most of famous people are just clones. You know, they can store them and get them out whenever they want and have multiple versions of them.
Yeah, they've got clone tech that they're using that we're not using. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, yeah. I know what you're saying. What? And you think this is real or not real?
I mean, even in Eminem's songs, most of the songs are clearly about him being a clown. We're the real Slim Shady, please stand up, and you see thousands of different Eminems in a video.
You got to remember this, mate. You got to remember this, right? Who does Eminem work for? Do you know what I mean?
What?
Who does Eminem work for? He works for them.
He is just a made-up product. I'm not even sure that something like an Eminem human being exists. It's just a artificial, fleshly thing.
That is just a transparent world that we live in, man. Do you know what I mean? That is just it. You know, and you only have to scratch underneath the surface a little tiny bit, and you'll find infinite amounts of bullshit, mate, from every department, literally, whether it be the music industry or the geology industry or whatever, paleontology. You take your fucking choice. You'll find the bullshit when you dig not very deep under the fucking surface, man, I tell you. Do you know what I mean? And that applies to everything around us, that applies to. You know, which kind of brings me back to the whole, what the fuck are we doing in our argument? Because we can sit here arguing about our gods and our fucking blah, 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 but really, what the fuck is going on and what the fuck are we doing here? As people, just as sentient beings, as we call them, what the fuck are we doing here, talking right here, right now? Because it's like, it's a little bit fucking weird when you think it through. Do you know what I mean? Or maybe I'm just talking out of my arse.
I'm sorry. I'm just not. I just can't get behind something like that and without some kind of evidence to prove it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, look at the video about Eminem I sent it in. He literally tells
Right, but you do understand that just because somebody stops moving and freezes in place for 5 seconds doesn't make them a drone or doesn't make them a clone.
What else then?
Yeah, guys, listen. Right,
there's a lot of things.
In reality, right, it goes like this, right?
Yeah, then try out holding a glass of liquid the way she does. Sorry for interrupting you, but just try it out, dude.
I wouldn't write anything up, guys, like nowadays. You know, the things I've seen and the things I've heard, right? Never ever just write something off but just discount it, because you fucking, honestly, if you look a little closer, you'll always find something, even if it wasn't what you initially thought it was, what you were looking for.
I've got a question, Clay, if I may.
Yeah.
Would you say clones are in your opinion, are clones a recent thing made possible by recent technological development, or is some other mechanism used that has been around for hundreds of years, you know, like witchcraft or something? So do you think it's technological or something?
I think it goes back into the times of the days of Noah. I think it's just a knowledge of fallen entities given unto man, how they can manipulate and pervert genetic codes in order to reproduce certain gene and certain people again and again through a period of time. And you know, it's just them maintaining certain bloodlines. You know, it's just all, at the end of the day, it's just all this kingdom of Satan. You know, if God created human beings, why should Satan not try to put himself in the same place? Recreate and reproduce other human beings, but they're just not really filled with anything godly, but rather just filled with some demon or entity from this realm that I was talking about with AI ardent before. I think not everyone was here then, but that could be a thing. It's at the end of the day, it's always about Satan trying to gain power and trying to recreate something that he himself could really not do. In order to exalt himself as God.
How about this concept, right? Right? How about fuck Satan?
Well, indeed.
Now listen. Right? I'm going to try and choose my words correctly when I say this. How about fuck it all, right? And really break it down and try and rationalise it. Is what is actually happening right now to us, right? Because God aside, right? There's something not fucking right going on at all.
Yeah, people are swearing a lot.
Why are we sitting here right now, right? And we can say, well, I'm sitting here right now because my grandfather and my mummy, and it's like, fuck off. I'm not talking about that. What the fuck are we doing here right now? Right?
Can you at least try not to use the F word every 5 seconds, please?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, for some people it's a bit, like they're gates to your body, and I don't want to, keep getting frequency into me that is not really positive.
Yeah, man, no problem, you can. Right, let's move on.
You don't need to be annoyed about it. It's just, I'm just asking friendly.
No, I will stop swearing, mate. Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry, man. I didn't realise that many people were listening to me, to be honest.
But there are quite a lot of people on.
Where were we, guys? What were we talking about?
Clones.
Clones, yeah. All right. Well, yeah, so, I'm on the same page as you, man, when it comes to clones. I've been reading about them for years, and it always seems a bit suspicious. And that's why I said to you about Queen Elizabeth, because her name always comes up with this, like, cloning thing, right? And I know there's loads of rich people around that they can pick on, but it always seems to be like Queen Elizabeth. And if you think about it, them lot live for a long time, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Quite a few. Well, they just said that. What's his name? The Duke of Edinburgh. He just died this year, didn't he? And or last year, and he was like 98 or something. And he was last seen when he was riding the horse when he was like 90 or something. And it's like, you don't get 90-year-olds riding horses. You know what I mean? You've got to be some sort of fucking you've got to be some sort of very fit person to be riding a horse at 90 years of age, haven't you? Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I'll be right back. Toilet.
So the clones are puppets then for the elite or some higher being like Satan.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be bloody anything. It really could.
Curious.
Get says this is a PG-13. So. See, now I want to go, you, but I said I wouldn't swear, so I won't.
However, Clay, a video of somebody behaving a little bit strange is not evidence for somebody being a replicant or a clone. Right, that's quite the extraordinary claim you are making.
What, me? Or you?
No, I mean Clay. He sent this video of this woman, right?
Oh, yeah, but there is quite a lot of those bloody videos. It's obvious they're a bit weird. And if it's not real, they are trying to make us think it's real. This is the more important thing about it all.
I'm back again.
Right, but somebody behaving.
It's not a reality. They're trying to create it as a reality by putting this stuff out there. Do you know what I mean?
Hmm.
That's the way I look at it.
Well, today with video editing software, you can doctor pretty much every piece of footage. So,
man, you know how easy
you
it is,
can
man.
even synthesize audio that's highly. You can even synthesize a highly realistic voice.
Man, I used to host crop circles. I did. That was my thing back in the day. You know what? And every crop circle that I hoaxed, right, was awful. But not one of them they thought was fake. They all thought they was real. So, bear that in mind. Everything can just be so easily just manufactured in front of your eyes, man. It's crazy. It really is.
Right. I do wonder when the political landscape is going to change when it comes to the authenticity of video and audio, because things like deep fakes are getting
Yeah, mate,
so
I don't
easy
think
to create.
it'll ever change. I really don't think you're ever going to see this thing change, man. Because I just see like apathy across the board for everything. It's fucking crazy. Sorry. It's crazy. Right? It is just total apathy in it. Nobody seems to want to stand up and say anything about anything. All they've done is coasted along, and now here we are. Here we are, isn't it? What else can I say? Apart from the fact that I never wore a mask once, and I never intend to, ever, in what's going down here.
Right.
Because this thing could be extruded for a lot of years, man. We don't know what's actually going on here. Right? And I'm not one of these people who've just sat back and thought, oh, well, we all got over that then, didn't we? Like, good old COVID, eh? I'm not really like that. It's like, yeah.
So,
whatever happened there happened for a fucking reason. Sorry. What happened there happened for a reason.
So, do you think the reaction to COVID was how do you say it? Was too much? Do you think it was? Do you think it was much more than required? Reaction.
It was as simple as this, yeah. Right. Before you can really talk about anything, you've got to understand that there's only one enemy, and it's them, right? All of these people pretend to be a fragmented group of world government leaders who drag us into their shit, sell us shit we don't need, and kill us in the process. This is what's going on here, right? Now, you've got to bear this in mind whenever you look at dealing with this fucking structure you're talking about. This is exactly how it works, yeah? So if you're going to try and tackle it or do anything with it, you've got to look at it from that point of view.
So, do you think the biggest achievement these people have achieved is the globe is making everybody believe the Earth is a globe, or do you think it's
not really
what do you think the biggest achievement of this elite is?
Really, and it's not really rocket surgery either. Do you know what I mean? It works on the flat. It works on the globe fundamentally, right? It's just we know it's flat. It's not bloody rocket science, is it? Yeah. And this is what I like about being able to talk with people like yourselves, because we all have this underlying thing that we understand, not to swear so much, and that it's flat. Do you know what I mean?
Hmm.
And I think when you've got an understanding with somebody on that level, to use a bad pun, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, man, yeah, I can see eye to eye. Yeah, to use another bad pun as well, isn't it? It's all a bit weird how these things come into it when you're kind of talking. But yeah, you know.
And would you say, since when did you start researching flat Earth? Was it like one of your first conspiracies you really got into, or did many conspiracies reach this point for you, or was it one thing or several things that happened to you?
Well, just before the year 2000, I was hoaxing crop circles in the UK, right?
Okay, interesting.
And a guy I was hoaxing crop circles with, who lived with.
Oh, so you made crop circles?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
And any big ones? Did any ones make the news, or just small ones?
Well, most of the ones we did were small ones, but we are credited as having the largest one in I think it's Cornwall.
Okay.
Because Cornwall's quite out of the way. But we did do one in Cornwall, which was about 180 feet long, which kind of made it. And they gave it a name as well. They called it the Statiscum Scorpion.
Really?
It was at a place called Statiscum in Cornwall.
Interesting. And why did you make them?
Why did I make them?
Yeah, why? With your friend.
The guy I was living with is a guy called Terry. He was writing a book about crop circles. And me and him ended up living together. And he said to me one day, he said, Jace, we're going to have to go and hoax some circles. I said, why? You're totally against hoaxing circles. And he went, I know, but we're going to have to do it. And I'm like, okay. So we ended up going out hoaxing circles like for a good 3 or 4 years. Like we did it year in, year out.
Okay.
And he wrote a book called and he got it published, if you want to look it up. It's called, and you'll see my name at the top of the credits on the first page if you look. The book. Can I give it a quick plug, the book?
Well, you can. I don't know. I'm not a moderator, so I don't know.
Plug it anyway. I'm going to plug it anyway. The book's called The Secret History of Crop Circles. And it's by somebody called Dr. Terence Wilson. It probably says Terence Wilson on the, or Terry Wilson.
Okay.
It's a brilliant read. And it's about what happened back in the days when we were hoaxing them, literally. We hung out with all the serious researchers, right? They didn't know that we were hoaxing them. So it was all kind of...
Interesting.
You know, it was all kind of quite mad, yeah. And we went there recently to the place and they've knocked it down, but we hung out there year in, year out, like it was like a pub on the side of a canal, and it had a campground, and every year all of these people, the crop circle lot and the UFO dudes, they all got there. And I used to go there every year, man. It was so exciting every year. The whole summer was just, spent like hanging out with these people. It was so exciting. And then we started hoaxing the crop circles, and they didn't know it was us hoaxing the crop circles.
That's hilarious.
And then it got even more stupid, And then literally, I went back a few years ago, and I was camping there, and I met one of the guys who used to make the really big crop circles, like bigger than the ones that we used to make. And I was like, no way. And he went, yeah. And he took me around, showed me all these things. I was like, that is just so cool. How it kind of came full circle after all those years. Do you know what I mean?
Right. So did that make you think? So how did you go from? Sorry, I actually interrupted you. How did you go from crop circles to researching flat Earth and stuff?
Well, Here's another true story that is funny, isn't it? My mate Terry, who I just told you about, who wrote that crop circle book, right? Terry told me about the flat Earth, right?
Oh,
and this was before. This was before the year 2000, right? It was about that time, right? Now, right, straight up, this is as it went. I ended up with a crappy security guard job in Bristol, right? Just in the middle of this bloody nowhere, looking after this building, right? And it's got internet connection. And I was always looking, and we were still going off and doing these crop circles at the time, at the weekend, so I was always looking them up. And I looked up the Flat Earth, right? And I got the Flat Earth Society, right? And after about 10 minutes, because in those days, like, we were, by that time, by the way, I must put a bit of context there. Also, apart from hoaxing the crop circles, by that point in time, we'd already met David Icke on our travels. We used to go to these UFO conventions, like, fucking, you know what I mean? It was, sorry, swearing. You know, it was just, you know, it was cool. And
yeah, right.
Well, I forgot my point now.
Yeah, so you started researching Flat Earth into late 90s.
Yeah, Flat Earth Society. So I got them on the internet, and man, I thought these guys are a bunch of bloody lunatics. Do you know what I mean? Get rid of them.
Did they already have a website in the?
Yeah. You know that whole rhetoric, man. It just got to me straight away, and I just thought these guys are nutters, right? And it did the job because I didn't go back there for quite a few years before, you know, I finally got into Flat Earth.
Right.
But one thing I've got to say, right, and I'm going to say it again, because somebody one day listen, is they never said about the Australia thing, right? Wasn't true. They didn't say that. Right, and by Flat Earthers keep saying they did say it, you're kind of propagating bullshit.
So, would you say the internet helped the Flat Earth community, or not? Do you think it helped, or what do you think?
I think everything's controlled, man. I know that sounds really bad, but it is. We wouldn't just be sitting here openly talking unless people, you know, unless it was okay. You know what I mean? So, as did the internet progress the Flat Earth Society, I think in a way, YouTube created the Flat Earth Society. You know? Not the Flat Earth Society, but the Flat Earth, you know, the Flat Earth thing as we've got going today. Like, that's, you know, that's what I'm talking about.
Right.
Not the Flat Earth Society, but they're the bad Flat Earthers.
Interesting. So, do you think the elite are allowing things like the Flat Earth community to exist? Do you think the elite allow it? Do they know about it?
Yeah, of course. This feels like a little bit of an interview for a job, but hey, it's all right. I've never had a job in my life. I have really. Well, if you want to talk about that, then really you've got to understand the scale between them and us, haven't you? Because unless you understand that scale, it's just truly mind-bogglingly that big that unless you properly understand it, you're not really talking about anything at all. Right? I could try and put it quickly into scale for you, right? You know these, like, you know, in Hollywood you see these people, they're throwing up the Illuminati hand symbols in their videos and all this because they want to join the club, right? Hollywood is like, you know, it's the PR wing of the fucking big thing, isn't it? Sorry, swearing.
Yes, that's bad.
It's the PR wing of the whole thing, isn't it? You know, and, oh yes, mate is in court this week for beating his wife, and blah, 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 you know?
Right.
And it's like, that's what they do. You know, so that's why they change people's opinions about anything. But the thing is, they're changing opinions about things that aren't actually real events in the first place. So it's like you're talking about something as if you know it, a thing that never actually happened, and you've both got an opinion on something that didn't actually exist in the first place. Like, you know what I mean?
Perhaps not.
And it's like, how far do you take that into? You know, well, put it this way: it's got to a point, right, where I don't come on here very much because I end up arguing with people because I just think they're full of shit. I really do.
Well, I mean,
You know what I
everybody
mean?
here.
I've come to realise that most people are actually full of shit.
Well, I mean, everybody here has their own opinion and angle on things. And you've got to respect other people, even if you disagree with them. It doesn't necessarily make somebody else feel shit, you know, if you disagree with them on something.
But what Jason is trying to say something else is that people believe in things that don't exist and doesn't make no sense at all. It's quite different.
Yeah, man.
Exactly.
So they start.
It is a hard thing to try and get across to some people. You know, it's enough to make you sound like a lunatic sometimes, especially if you've been drinking which is when you can be quite emotional about these things. Do you know what I mean? It's like, you know, it's like
celebrity gossip and stuff.
Say that again.
Like celebrity gossip.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, kind of that equivalent, yeah.
So, would you say that?
I understand. That is so funny. That's the funniest thing I've seen in a long while.
You mean a picture about
That is brilliant, man. Do you know what? I've never seen that.
Man, I wish you could speak German and listen to this guy speaking in German, reading a script. You're gonna get a laugh.
He's marrying your cousin. It's so funny.
So, would you say one of the tactics the elite use to keep...
back to that. Yeah. We were on the subject of television, weren't we? Yeah, we were, man. Is that what we were talking about?
I was asking, do you think the elite want people to keep talking about things that don't matter, so those people never think about the things that actually matter?
Isn't it? That's how they work. That is exactly what they do. That's exactly what all of us are sitting here today talking. Because they've kind of, in their own way, through their own little way of discerning it, fucking chaparraled us all into this little area here where you lot can hear what I'm saying, or not very many people can hear what I'm saying, but do you know what I mean? If they do that en masse to enough people, so they're keeping the fucking... I'm not being rude, but you lot have been cool in here today, right? But normally when I come in here, I just hear a stream of just nonsensical BS. I really do.
Oh, so that's you then.
But you lot have been cool today, I must add. So, you know, I can't really say much. But do you know what I mean? It's like, man, I haven't seen much solidarity between anybody in the last couple of years. Everybody's had their own thing going on, and they've, you know, their auntie's got an uncle's dog who's infected with Dovidness or whatever. Do you know what I mean? It's like, for fuck's sake, man, get a grip on what's going on around you. You know? And when you all come to your senses, then we'll be there going, oh, fucking hell, yeah. Hey, fucking done.
Well, but the elite can't control what people say in this voice chat. I assume they cannot.
Oh, I've got away with saying some really rude words in this voice chat. Like the word nigger. You can say that in here if you say it correctly.
Well, I mean that's a different topic, you know, whether you should say those things or not. That's
You
different.
can say the word cunt as well. You just got to say it correctly, you know.
Well,
Smile behind it and go, hey, you cunt. Yeah.
well,
What happened to freedom of speech?
I think it's okay. I'm not sure about no whatever. It doesn't really.
You know what I'm saying, man. You know, I didn't mean to offend you. Don't get you.
It's okay.
You know, it's like, come on, man. We're all adults here, right? We should be able to
Indeed.
We should be able to say what we want, right, without any mean of, you know, if I wanted to call you a fucking cunt, I would call you.
Well, fuck you.
Like,
How,
so, you know,
how dare you call me a white man?
Yes.
Did you say cracker?
Right. Well, I'm not sure if the mods would like it if we swear on the live stream. I'm not sure.
You damn cunt.
I don't think the mods would appreciate that kind of behavior on the live stream, you know. But it's whatever. I'm not a moderator. I don't know.
I know. Okay, I should stop it. It's just that I can get away with it. You should tell me to stop, and then I will.
No, Jason, it's that they are doing live stream on YouTube at the same time. So just because of the code of YouTube, so that they don't censor them or block them or whatever. That's why this Deutsch guy is trying to say to you that it's not a good idea to start talking about this kind of stuff.
Yeah, thanks, Lon.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, thanks, man.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Good, I needed somebody to tell me. I'm good now.
Well, I
You
got
should
news
pay
for everybody.
attention.
Jason wasn't born yesterday. He knows what's up. he knows what's up more than 90% of people on here. So he makes mistakes just like everybody else. And so, forgive, forget, move on.
Yes. Perhaps you are right.
Yeah, things are crazy around here lately.
Yeah. I tell you what is weird. It's the whole concept of this truth thing, right? Because it's all been fucking manufactured, let's face it, people, hasn't it? You know? And what they've done, right, is they've kind of, like I said earlier, they've chaparraled us from all our little different areas. I was a lowlife, but they got me for my, I don't know, call it what you will, the way I look at things. They've got people who are dry cleaners, people who are bloody, everybody who's, service industry. They've got them all.
Yeah, the system controls everyone. I mean, they try to control everyone, but not everyone.
And it's like, and when you try and kick back and say anything about it,
yeah, they come after you afterwards.
You just get that, don't you? Regardless, but you do get that. It doesn't matter. I've noticed it in my family group where I've tried to say things that are quite logical.
Exactly, yeah.
All this fucking shit on you.
Yeah. It's insane, yeah. Doesn't make sense at all, and it really pisses off when we know that it's something that doesn't fit in, and they even still arguing about it, Yeah. Kind of silly.
Yeah, you're right.
Interesting. So then perhaps you need to look at the source of their worries and try to hit that.
I I think if you can get to the source of anybody's worries, then you're one step further to helping them out with their worries, aren't you?
Yes.
Can you hear that? What I said there? My audio's going. Mic check. Mic check.
I hear you, Jason. Loud and clear.
Just got a bit skewy for you there.
No, it's fine. Yeah. But it's like what you just said. It is insane when we see things that doesn't make no sense at all, and people argue about it without no reason and without thinking about it, and then we begin a fight from nowhere for nothing, basically.
Yeah. And it's like, do you know what?
Yes.
This world is such a fucking facade. It's stupid. And I'm not just talking about the metaphysical. I'm talking about the physical. I took a 500 milliliter bottle of German beer, right?
Yep.
And I froze it in the freezer. Right. And all of the water froze, and I tipped out the little bit of flavouring and alcohol, which was that so-called brewed beer, but it wasn't. Right? They're just mass-produced. It's like Soda Stream, just like carbonated water with flavouring and then alcohol added. Right? And the rest of it was frozen in the bottle, and I left it overnight, and it defrosted. And it was just a bottle of water. I tasted it. You couldn't even taste the slightest taste of any alcohol or beer in there. Because I tipped out the stuff when it was frozen, just tipped a little bit out, and it was like, man, they're selling this to people it's like Coca-Cola for adults, isn't it? Because they discovered how to sell sugar and water to people. But then they wanted to sell it in more mass to adults, so they sold it us as Budweiser or fucking, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do get it. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, guys. You sound like reasonable people. Not those other buckers that used to come round here. Anyway, does Gin come in here anymore? Gin.
Don't get your hopes up, Jace.
Because I got a message from Gin today saying hello. That's why I asked.
Oh, Gin said hi to you? That's cool.
Yeah.
I haven't talked for Gin for a while. I seem to come in sporadically anymore. I don't know why, but Gin's a good old boy. He sure is. He's got a good heart. Boy, he's sure passionate. He loves the flat earth, boy. We need more people like Gin on this earth.
Anyway, John, do you want to? I'm going to split.
You know what?
I'm going to go up to our server, like.
All right, I can meet you over there.
If you want to chat, sure. You'll know this is going out live and everything, so I have to watch my P's and Q's. Anyway, thank you, everybody.
Yeah,
No problem.
I'll see you over there.
All right, Jason. I'll talk to you guys later.
Yeah.
Cheers, Jason.
Anytime, guys, you want to come and join us where we are, you know where we are, so you're welcome.
Yeah, you guys need, everybody's welcome. If you want to come over to Jason's server or our server, whatever you want to call it, you're more than welcome.
That's okay. Thank you.
Variety and spice of life.
Can Indio talk? Oh. Hmm. Does anybody here have
Have what, man?
Does anybody here have experience with relationship troubles?
What?
Relationship troubles. Like, does anybody have experience dealing with problems in a relationship?
I do somewhat, depending on how much I know about a person, but depends on what it is.
With the truth or with the general relationship?
Oh no, just personal things.
Like to get along with your partner or with cousins, families?
Your partner.
What kind of problems we're talking about? Like you have a drinking problem?
No, it's
Being faithful? Being the same topics?
No, it has to do with a partner that's suffering from depression, and sometimes they get these, depression kind of attacks, I think people call it, or states or depressed states of mind, just sometimes out of nowhere. And it's
were they depressed before you got into the relationship?
yeah, well, they were already deep kind of like that, yeah. And sometimes I'm not sure. Sometimes I'm not really sure how to deal with it.
You thought you can fix it? No, you said you got in with the relationship before she was already depressed.
Well, yeah. Well, all of the stuff from the last 2 to 3 years, the COVID stuff and stuff, like all of the shit happening in the world, like the war and stuff, have made it a lot worse. Obviously. All of the bad stuff that's been happening for the past 3 years, I would say. It sucks.
Is for you dealing with it or her? Or is it a her?
Well,
is it a female?
It's like, I mean, it's a he, but he's also kind of trans. I mean, they haven't gone through any procedure yet, but that's just how they feel, trans. I mean, they're biologically male, but they are trans, female and stuff. That's how they feel. So but that's a different topic, obviously.
So he's depressed at what's going on with the world.
Yeah, that's part of it, yes. And yeah, it just sucks, so many people suffering and stuff. Just so much sometimes. Just feeling powerless and stuff.
That's what the globe model does. Makes you feel powerless.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Is it? Do you want to deal with it, or is it just your concern of how he's feeling?
yeah. Well, I want. I mean, I try to make him feel happy, obviously, but sometimes the episodes get a bit much, and then I'm not sure what to do.
Oh,
So
it's like they say, hey, they have to meet.
Oh,
meet you in the middle, some way, somehow. Takes two to tango.
Yes, that is true. So we've just got to stay together and get through it together then. Sorry, you were breaking up a little bit, so I didn't hear everything you said.
So you're just asking advice.
Yeah, well, I asked if anybody in the room had any experience with relationship troubles, and if maybe they could give me some advice on how to deal with that kind of stuff. That's just a general question.
Well, whatever vibration he's in is affecting you. So he's looking all the fear base right throughout the world, and it's affecting you, and you want to tune it up more to a happy frequency. But you want to tune him. You want to tune him.
Yes.
But you don't want to bring. You don't want him to go down to his level as well. That's depressing. How's that? Some people come to the conclusion that the world is very depressing state. Like they say, it depends how you see the world. It's like the whole people see it's a globe model, right? And then some people see it's not. It's hard to see that. And when people are depressed, some people are depressed. It's hard to see the happy world we live in, right?
Yes. Well, sometimes it seems like all of the bad things outweigh the good things. And I don't know. Aren't people generally shitty to each other? I don't know.
That's how if that's how you see people, then it's kind of shitty. That's how you treat people as well, right? Like the whole trust thing. There's a lot of people you can't trust, but it doesn't mean that you can't trust nobody. It does lead to more untrust game, right?
Right.
That's what I ask myself as well sometimes, because if you can't trust the government, who should we trust?
Right.
Even though even the government lies to you.
Yes. And the government destroys people just out of spite. Because he has had a lot of bad experiences, with people at school, with family, a lot of bad experiences. So he kind of has trust issues, from a lot of bad experiences when it comes to trusting other people.
It's like what they say about people who are in toxic relationships. What do you think? What advice would you tell them?
Sorry.
It's like when there's some people say they're in a toxic relationship, it's just to leave the relationship because it's it's toxic.
Right. Well,
You know,
the relationship between me and him isn't toxic, right? Not at all.
well, it's affecting you.
Yes.
Maybe he's not beating you or telling you, yelling at you at stuff, but it's depressing. I don't know, you should seek therapy or something like that. But you can lead them that way.
Yes. I can.
So, but if it's affecting you and thinking about the world,
Right, but I don't want to leave him because I like him very much.
Oh, I'm just saying,
Yeah, I understand.
Have you tried virtual girlfriend chatbot?
No, well, no, obviously not. That's stupid.
Well, it is an alternative,
Well, not really. I mean, it's just a computer that doesn't know.
No, it's something new. It's not just a computer. It's input-output stuff.
Is text or voice?
Yeah, text, voice.
I've seen those. Kind of weird, but
yeah.
I don't think that's for me. I mean, I'm not going to leave
They
him.
can keep you busy, like, quite a lot,
I mean, I think
As a therapy, you could try,
Well, it'd be kind of nice to be busy once in a while.
I am already rather busy, so. Perhaps I should get him to try and find therapy and stuff. If I am at a loss of what to do further.
Oh, so it's boyfriend.
Yes.
Oh. Oh. Yeah. That's gonna be complicated. Did you really thought it's gonna work out?
Yes, obviously. And I still think it can.
Have you seen two of them, like, working out?
What do you mean?
I don't know, 80-year-old happy couple.
No, I mean, it is him and me. It's our relationship. It's not another couple I'm talking about. I think you misunderstand.
Well, it won't work as long you don't give him what he needs and he doesn't give you what you need, actually, You both lie to yourself that you have it and you're gonna give it, And
Yes,
it's always tomorrow,
Yes. Well, yes, hopefully. That's the plan.
you show them that the world is not a globe.
I have not. I mean, he's kind of a space buff, as am I. So.
You're on the bench on the world that's not spinning.
Well, sometimes I don't know either.
Well, it's definitely not spinning.
Right.
I think you will get dizzy if you were spinning.
And depressed.
Spinning on depressed. Well, depression already gets you spinning in your mind.
And we're in a lonely space, ball spinning around, and nothingness. That we don't matter.
Well, not necessarily. I think people have inherent value. Oh.
How much do they worth if they have a value?
Well,
how much is worth one person?
Well, that's entirely relative to the person you ask.
Well, you're asking you.
Well, obviously, my boyfriend is worth everything to me. Right? As is my mother, or my father, or my sister, or my grandmother. Then you've got friends, I mean, I haven't got any friends, but if I did have friends, then they would be worth something to me, obviously. There are people that I chat with and I meet on a regular basis online. Some people that I chat with on this Discord, you people. Well, maybe not everybody in this chat room, but some of the regulars I talk to in private. I mean, I enjoy reading what they are doing, So those people have importance to me, because I engage with them. So that's emotional worthiness.
You took him at your parents on Christmas, like you all had together dinner on Christmas.
Well, I mean, it's kind of a long distance relationship, so. But I digress. So I guess there would be that emotional worthiness, and you can also look at it from worthiness to society. I guess like economic and future, progression of technology. You could look at it from that angle as well.
Well, it doesn't sound different than, I mean, you could try a virtual girlfriend, long distance relations are pretty much the same.
Well, maybe that's something for you, but not for me.
The end point is that maybe they will meet someday.
Yes, that is the end goal. And we actually, we meet virtually, in a virtual environment with my VR headset. And that's how we sometimes engage, just exploring different worlds in VR.
Yeah, the metaverse.
Well, I wouldn't call it the metaverse. It's much better. The platform is called VR Chat. And I mean, people make so many wonderful stuff. It's really great to just explore what people create and meet new people, talk about things, about art, about making your own stuff and sharing it with the world.
Do you value that more than what's around you?
Well, no. I mean, what do you mean? Like the value of a real piece of art or virtual art. You know?
Yeah. Well, all art is human made, you know.
Yeah, so a piece of
It's
virtual
human
art
input, yeah.
and a
So we
physical
have to appreciate them.
art, yes, you can appreciate
Yeah.
both, and both have got totally different uses. For example, one thing you can do with virtual art is you can make it very interactive. You know,
Yeah.
you can't
Yeah.
make something like the Mona Lisa interactive, but you can make like a virtual sculpture that every visitor can add something to, right? And that's something you could do with a virtual piece of art that
Yeah.
can be very beautiful, because then it becomes a collective piece of art. So I wouldn't say like the two mediums are different. So I wouldn't say one is more than the other. I would say it's just different. And that's the beauty of, you know, humans. We can create very different things. Doesn't necessarily mean.
Yeah, it's someone ideas, original ideas, yeah. Yeah.
Yes. I wouldn't say one thing is necessarily worth more than the other. It's just different, and that's beautiful too. Right? If I visit a world in VR that's like that has incredible craftsmanship, you know, detail in with the lightning and the sculptures and the textures, and it's a beautiful experience that makes you think. You know, how is that any? I don't think that's less than looking at a physical piece of art and thinking about the brushstrokes, you know, into Mona Lisa and stuff, for example.
Yeah, so real quick, in a virtual world that's created by a sentient agent, which is us, and we experience it and we can get the meaning and the communication and the beauty and the art and the feelings, right? We understand that that's a communication between a sentient agent and another sentient agent, right? Okay, so now that we understand that, isn't that applied to the world itself? I mean, look at the world we live in. It's self-evident that the sentient agent created it for us to live in as our home with beauty and joy. Now, don't get me wrong, there's also bad things. But how can any of this context between good and bad, beauty and ugliness, how can any of that make any sense whatsoever if we're just a bunch of walking exploded mud puddles with electricity that farted out of a Big Bang's butthole? Think about it.
Yeah.
Because it's maybe it is because it is what we make of it, but not necessarily what it is, maybe in mathematical or biological terms, right? I mean, biologically, I guess your mother or your father wouldn't be any more than another person, but emotionally, you know, they are worth everything to you. I would hope.
Yeah, exactly. But what's another person? I mean, is a person just a collection of electrical signals in three-dimensional space? Or is a person a soul, a spirit, an immaterial entity that has conscious awareness, that has feelings, that actually really matters? Or is it just no different than a sandcastle where the tide comes in and washes it away and the universe doesn't give a damn?
That questions are
okay. When you're contemplating things are bad, you got to think about it. You know, what's you that's motivating you to feel this way? It's like if you know, and don't get me wrong, people that believe in spiritual things can also be depressed. But I mean, ultimately, if you believe that you're just a rock that farted out of a black hole's rear end, and your ultimate fate is disintegration back into the universe, what meaning is there really at the end? It's all eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die. But what if eat, drink, and be merry doesn't fill you up? Then it's just tomorrow I die, and I'm just waiting for that inevitability of non-existence that's coming for me. What hope is there?
Because let's say all stardust in the universe. I mean, let's say we as a person is probably incredibly. I mean, sapiens is probably pretty rare.
Obsolete, yeah.
Sapiens is probably pretty rare in the universe. There aren't many. I don't. There's maybe one or two other examples in the animal kingdom. Maybe like some apes, but that's about it. So then it's our
Well, yeah, but
then it's our job.
Yeah, sure thing, but
to make use of the chance.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then to do something with the life we've been given. You know, this incredibly rare chance of sapiens to manifest itself, not like this. So then it's our job to do something beautiful with it, you know, and create something or help somebody out or just make people happy, you know, because it's incredibly rare that out of all the atoms on Earth.
All right, so I want you to think about that for a second. Yeah, think about that for a second. So you're going off a sample size of the universe to make sentience rare in the free space that exists, you know, across billions of light years.
It's ridiculous.
Okay, but what if the universe is small and local, right? And it's our home.
Yes. So it's beautiful.
That changes the entire mathematics. But the same thing, it's like you said, we need to make a person happy, but, you know, in a materialistic paradigm, what is making a person happy? It's just making an electric mud puddle have synapses fire. That's all it really is at the end of the day. Think about it this way, like sentience manifesting itself. Where does sentience manifest itself from? From nothing? Spontaneously? Is it an emergent property of dead matter? Or is it the entropic highest order of things from which all other things come? You'll find it. I will submit to you that you cannot find any rational means of evidence that matter is the first order. Can't be done. The sheer fact that you must use rationality to even try to explain it proves that mind is the first order. And that's just the law of entropy, logical entropy, informational entropy, even entropy in its sense of energy and matter. In other words, it's axiomatic, at least it seems to be, that sentience pre-existed matter, not the other way around.
I would agree with you that purely looking at it from a mathematical or biological standpoint, I guess we don't matter, but we've got the mind to look further than those things, you know, on ponder our, you know, we're obviously self-aware. There are probably only a few species.
Yes.
There are probably only a few species, maybe some monkeys, some dolphins that have some probably not personhood, but maybe some kind of self-awareness. So that's beautiful, and we should try to preserve that kind of, you know, life, because it's probably very rare. And I don't think that somebody who doesn't believe in God necessarily, right? It isn't a dichotomy, but it isn't a dichotomy that either we're matter that doesn't matter, or we're created by God. You know, I think there could be something in between. You know, not believing in God doesn't necessarily mean you can't ponder the spirituality of sapiens. You know, where do we come from? Where do we go? Is there something perhaps in our brains that goes beyond purely biological explanation? Maybe, I don't know. We have yet to scratch the surface of how complex the synapses, the human brain is. Right? I don't think it's a dichotomy between we're either mud puddles or we're some holy creation by God. I don't think. I think there can.
Yeah, sure, but notice how I didn't even frame it that way.
Yeah,
I just said that sentience is primary before matter. You could take that in a million different permutations.
Yes.
But this, the idea that consciousness and the immaterial self is an emergent property of matter just seems ridiculous on its face. And our human intuition just clearly tells us that that's not the case. And the way we treat each other proves that that's not the case. Nobody treats each other like an electric walking mud puddle, right? They treat each other like an immaterial soul that matters. That's how we treat each other, to be honest.
I disagree.
Now, don't get me wrong. There's some people that are sociopathic.
Yes.
Oh, so you treat your romantic partner like an electric walking mud puddle?
No,
No, you don't.
I won't.
And we both listen. Check this out, my friend.
Yes.
You don't treat your partner that way. We both know it. And if you say contrary-wise, we both know you're being dishonest.
Yes. But there.
And let me make it clear, okay? The idea of dishonesty has no bearing on electric walking mud puddles. It only has bearing on sentient agents.
Oh. Yeah, we're.
Now, people posit the idea that all this language, like emotion, love, honesty, dishonesty, valor, all of these immaterial attributes and traits that are of a moral nature, people argue that those are just delusions of the mind, right? But a delusion is an alternate reality perception of the mind, and the mind itself is immaterial. So even by claiming that these emotions that we have are a delusion, just proves that the mind exists. There's no getting around it. There's no logic, there's no rationale, there's no evidence to the contrary. All the evidence we have from our personal experience proves to ourselves, if we're honest.
Well, perhaps there is some kind of immaterial thing about, like, sentience and stuff, like, our thoughts. Perhaps there is something beyond the material realm, that creates our dreams and thoughts and interfaces with our biological. I don't know. But then I am, when I think about things like that, I'm always curious. What about animals? Are like great apes, like chimpanzees or gorillas or dolphins, which do recognize themselves in the mirror and do seem to dream, and do seem to have emotions. They certainly care about each other. So I wonder, do they also have some kind, like, does it end at humans, or does it go like to some higher animals as well? That's always what I wonder then.
That's fine, just like the food order place. All right, what happened? What I miss?
I suppose nothing. Hey, what's up, Ardent?
Yeah, so the concept of materialism and atheism and all that really only became palpable intellectually with the advent of the heliocentric paradigm and the spontaneous creation, quote unquote, of the universe through whatever excuse they have for the causation of the Big Bang cosmogony. Okay, before that, the idea of atheism in itself was ridiculous because it appeared self-evident. that the world we live in is created, and by entropy and logical entropy, we know that systems come from more ordered systems, especially information systems. So there's absolutely no way around it that the evidence of the world proves that we were created by a sentient mind. You know, until this idea of Big Bang space farts came along. You know, then through excuses of mathematics and probabilities, which, by the way, are mental constructs, which require a mind in the first instance, but let's just ignore that and assume that these things exist that can permutate the fluctuations of the thing that wasn't moving in the first instance, which requires first causal motion, according to all physical laws we know of. So denying all physical laws, denying the idea of math itself, which you need a mind to construct, you can imagine in your mind, which doesn't exist yet, that essentially something not moving that's infinitely dense, which, by the way, is, you know, stupid assertion. Infinity and density is space-time, quote unquote, contracted into essentially nothing because it would have no dimension if it's infinitely dense. So you can see already how incoherent this concept is. But let's just give it a chance for a second and then imagine that this thing, which has no reason to explode whatsoever, spontaneously explodes and farts everything out into the quote unquote universe to which it's expanding into, but it's expanding into something that's technically nothing because everything came from it. So again, we have a logical ridiculousness, but some people find this more palatable to them than the idea that sentience existed in the first instance. So let's just analyze the Big Bang itself. So we have the Big Bang, right? Where nothing's moving, there's no time, there's no space, et cetera, et cetera. So nothing's happening, there's no time, and there's no space. So what's a sufficient cause to get this stuff going? Well, the answer is obvious. You need something that's immaterial, right? Because it has to be a higher order of dimension, right? You need something that has no space, so that is omnipresent. You need something that has no time and is not arbitrated to time whatsoever, so that would be something that's eternal. So we have something that's timeless, spaceless, right? Now we need a reason for it to do anything. So now we have sentience. So even if you try to escape to the Big Bang to explain the atheistic materialistic paradigm, you essentially need a causal agent that's sentient, eternal, immaterial, omnipresent, and omnipowerful, because it must contain all power that the universe contains in order to set up the catalyst, right? So even trying to escape, you end up at the same result, which is sentience is the first order of primacy. There's no way around it. There just is no way around it. Now, to be fair, the only way around it that I could see is if sentience itself didn't exist. So we being here to think about this problem proves that sentience exists. So that means that the axioms that they claim must happen in the Big Bang, right, in order for it to be materialistic, are self-defeating. It's a big circle. So knowing this, people have decided, oh, well, we're just going to give up the Big Bang and we're just going to pretend that the universe started, you know, 1 million years after the Big Bang now. So now we don't have a Big Bang anymore. We just have a bubble that spontaneously exists with the impression of history back to the Big Bang. Now, what's nonsensical about that is creationists will often say, oh, the Earth is only this old, but it looks older because of processes being accelerated, and so it basically started at the macro state. Now, they will be laughed at by atheists, yet materialists and atheists and pseudo-physicists today are positing this idea about the Big Bang story, and all of a sudden it's intellectual.
Right.
It's laughable. The more they try to escape the self-evident problem, the more they make themselves look ridiculous. And they end up accepting premises that they previously laughed at. Look, it's just as simple. There's no escape.
Ridiculous, isn't it? It's starting to seem ridiculous sometimes.
Propositionally and philosophically, there's no escape from this premise. There just isn't. It just is self-evident no matter what you do. No matter what course you try to go down, it brings you back to the same conclusion. Or like DNA, they say, oh, well, we evolved because, you know, some electric mud puddle created the first DNA, and then we just evolved from there.
The problem is that DNA is a specified functional sequence complexity, right? Information system that requires an encoder and a decoder to exist simultaneously, which we only know can be created by a mind. Therefore, ipso facto, by logical deduction, we must conclude that information is self-evident axiomatic proof that a mind was involved. There's absolutely no evidence to the contrary whatsoever, not even in principle. Yet pseudo-intellectuals and pseudo-scientists, right, and pseudo-philosophers will tell you, oh no, all this could have just came out of essentially nothing, spontaneously. It boggles the mind that people entertain these thoughts. You know, all the while self-deluding themselves that the thoughts that they're entertaining are physical objects rather than immaterial. So you can see how this worldview of materialistic atheistic paradigm is logically incoherent on its face. It doesn't jive with the evidence that we have. And it doesn't answer any questions like why we care about beauty on an intrinsic level, not on a mechanistic level. You know, because their excuse is, well, beauty only is just a mechanism that's brought about by previous generations of creatures having sex with each other and reproducing, right? And just shaving off the things that aren't as reproducible. And that somehow that's how we get art and beauty and love and valor and integrity and hopes and dreams and thoughts. And it's just ridiculous. But they need, in order to make this even plausible, billions of years and an infinite amount of permutations. Because knowing that their position is philosophically bankrupt and evidentiarily bankrupt, they escape into the multiverse. They say, oh no, we have a causal agent. It's called the multiverse. A billion, trillion, quadrillion, infinitesimillion universes. And we just happen to be in the perfect one. Okay, where's your evidence for that? I don't have any. Oh, cool story then. They'll believe in any kind of philosophical proposition of evidentiary nonsense assertions rather than believe that we live in a clearly and evidently, self-evidently created realm. Now, without these billions of years and without this infinite universe, right, the probabilistic nature of this escapism is destroyed. Okay, so this idea that we came from this big bang and everything's going in these infinite ways and there's infinite universes of materialism, right, that somehow one of them gives rise to sentience. I mean, it's a fantasy. And guess how it's all popped? You just popped the bubble. It's that simple. You pop the heliocentric model and the heliocentric cosmogony, and all of that escapism goes out the window, and you're left with reality. And that, my friend, is why the people who created this paradigm, in their own words, in their own writings, in their own lectures that people witnessed with their own eyes and ears, admitted that they did this based on philosophical choices, because the evidence that the Earth is stationary, the center of the universe, and created specifically is unpalatable to them. They don't like it. It has philosophical implications that they find abhorrent. And therefore, they bend over backwards to come up with materialistic explanations rather than just follow the evidence where it leads. And this, my friend, is their own admission.
I see. Well, unfortunately, I cannot really answer your questions in regards to the Big Bang and the occurrence of sentience very good, because I'm not in any of those fields, right? So I don't think I can.
Yeah, of course. And how could you? Because the guys in those fields can't either.
Well, I mean, I would disagree. I don't know if you've ever had any conversations with people who, you know, were in those kinds of fields. I don't know if you've had any personal experience.
Yeah, I've heard their speeches and I've read their literature, and it's nonsense. It's incoherent mumbo jumbo and wishful thinking and hopes and dreams. That's what it is, and philosophical bias.
I see. Well, I've got to have dinner, so unfortunately I can't really go into your questions. You know, like your other questions that I do have an interest in, because I've got to have dinner. So, but thank you very much for listening and trying to give me advice.
No problem, friend. Enjoy your synapses firing as you put biomechanical molecular substrates into your mouth hole.
Well, that's what all of us must do, right? In order to keep our matter running. I'm sure you eat as well, yes?
People, bothered to open their mouths and give you some advice.
Yes, I consume mass quantities.
Some even made fun of you, but you know that your suffering is real. And how long are you going to ignore this nightmare that you are in, trapped?
Well, I wouldn't say I am in a nightmare. You know, there are people in other
Yeah,
places.
it is a nightmare for you. It is consuming you every day
I
and
wouldn't say
every
that.
night. You wake up from your sleep.
Don't you?
And you think about it. You think about your ex.
My ex now.
You can't sleep well at night. Am I wrong?
He's not my ex. I mean, we're in a relationship. Oh, well, when I wake up, I smell and I talk with him, and we have really nice, sweet conversations. So I love waking up and talking with him. So that's all good.
Good luck.
You know, there are some bad moments, but we work those out. You know, and we try to work those things out. You know, learn from each other. But I really
you came asking for help to strangers.
Yes, and I really appreciated your input.
You know, you have to be real with yourself. Because many people that give you an advice here, they are not clowns.
I know. I never said that.
Like any other servers on Discord, you know, they will make fun of you, or they will try to falsely advise you, you know. And you will never be able to discern if you keep following those kind of people.
Well, I really thought that's why I asked here. You know, I was just curious what people would have to say, and if they were honest, I don't know. It's always hard to tell. And I really appreciate that. And if you are being honest, then I really appreciate that as well. I don't know if you are being honest. I mean, I don't think you. Well, I thank you for listening.
I tell you what.
I know.
I make fun of some people.
Sure, but see, the thing is, nothing I said requires honesty.
Point them some things out, you know, not just because I like make fun of them. I don't like to make fun of people, but I do it sometimes to point out things that they don't see. So.
Right. Well, if I notice that people are making fun of me, I mostly just try to go with it, just to entertain them and to see.
Yeah, the best you can do is laugh with them, you know.
Yeah. Yes, I think that is very true. And just most of them will eventually, you know, most will eventually slip you know. So, till you'll know eventually. But thanks everybody for listening, regardless. I appreciate it.
Good luck, man. Honestly.
Come back some other time.
Yeah, sure. Goodbye.
Take care. Good luck.
That was a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, as objective as proving or disproving the proposition that the object you're standing on is a floating space sphere by disproving the necessary logical contingency of a curvilinear surface in 360 degrees from the point of origin on the z-axis out to the periphery. Regardless of that, ultimately, this is a philosophical discussion, right? Because the shape of an object is irrelevant, right? If there's no sentient observer for it to be relevant to, right? This whole battle is a battle of philosophy, essentially, because once you prove the shape, you destroy a philosophy that only exists because of the shape, whatever that philosophy is. Because there's many philosophies attached to it. You know, even geocentrism has a philosophy, right?
It's a cool story.
Yep. So with that said, I'm going to go recharge my protein levels and myelin sheaths and synaptic response quotients by ingesting some caloric metabolized sugars and carbohydrates and proteins, so that I can keep diluting myself through synaptic electrical processes that I'm a sentient agent. And actually, I'm just an electric walking mud puddle that was farted out of the Big Bang's Uranus. All right. Peace out.
The Rock cousin.
Peace. What color silent did you?
What happened to everybody? Oh, Napalm came in. He'll have something to say, right?
What's up, Brookie?
What's up, bro? How you doing?
Hey,
Nice to
pretty
hear your
good.
voice.
Good morning.
It is still morning, isn't it?
Yeah.
It feels like afternoon already, man. I didn't sleep very good last night, so I'm like
Oh
dragging
yeah.
butt. I was up
I
till like
slept.
almost 3.
I have
Dude.
serious. I normally have serious difficulty sleeping, especially I've been ill and in pain, and so I got a really good sleep last night, though.
Right on. Yeah, you sound like you're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed today.
Yeah, it's like it's going to be really warm. I don't know about you. It's like going to be in the mid 80s here again. Well, about 80, I think.
Yeah, I hope
But when
so.
it's
It was cold yesterday. It was cloudy and overcast most of the day.
really, yeah, it was like 79 degrees and sunny here.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I guess we just had a lot of the marine layer didn't burn off, I guess, or whatever. It's been
Yeah,
kind of like a lot of moisture in the air and rain.
You're kind of more up there where it has that normal westerly flow is pretty prevalent, right? It's kind of like you guys get the storm track up where you are.
Yeah, it like usually the most of the rain, you know, like the Oregon rain is what I call it, or the northern rains. Most of it comes through like it comes as far down as like Monterey, or not Monterey, but like Sausalito, you know, in San Francisco. It comes all the way down there, and it kind of comes across.
Yeah,
it goes across like into Richmond and stuff, but it doesn't really quite get to Antioch where I live because I'm kind of like just slightly farther, and there's a river, you know, the Sacramento
inland.
River and the San Joaquin. Yeah,
You're
so
further
I
inland.
kind of on the end. Yeah, it's kind of warmer here, so a lot of it kind of like burns off, or it just kind of barely misses us. But we do get some pretty good storms every once in a while.
Yeah, I bet.
But we get a lot of fog usually. You know, like that's a normal thing, that fog.
Well, I think what happens up in your area is it comes in the Bay Area and it just follows all those huge delta areas. Like that's a huge. I don't think most people realize how much water comes out of that Bay Area, right? All those
How
huge
big
rivers.
it is. Yeah, it's
huge rivers going into that. So those storms just come in and flow right up those low areas, up those river deltas, and go all the way inland, right?
Yep. When the tide comes in real high, yeah, and there's a lot of water, yeah, definitely.
And then
this time of year, there's a lot of high tides.
It bumps into those western ranges, and then it does something else. It probably goes over through some of the passes and then flows south. So I guess you're further inland, so you get more of the warming effects of the land there.
Yeah, luckily I'm inland enough to where I get some heat, so it doesn't stay cold like San Francisco. Sometimes it stays 65, 65 degrees most of the day. Sometimes it's lower than that. It's like it's almost unbearable at times, especially when you're on one of those double-decker buses and you're at the top.
Yeah,
man, I'll never do that again.
Wind chill, man! I'm telling you, wind chill's a big deal.
Oh man, I'm telling you, I was
people don't realize it.
Like a little kid, bro.
Like when I'm on my bicycle, I'm probably 7 feet tall.
Right.
So when you're 7 feet tall and you start going from 5 miles an hour to 10 miles an hour, that can be like if the temperature's, like you said, below 65 and you start going 10 miles an hour, it feels like 55 real quick.
Yeah, you learn all about wind chill real fast when especially downhill. Like when you're going downhill, man, it can really just freeze you.
Yeah, you know what I learned? I learned that even though I feel it's warm enough to go with like short pants on, my legs will fucking chill out, and I'll start cramping up, and I'm going, what's wrong? What's going on? And then I started, like in the cooler days, I wear double layers on my legs. I wear like a real thin.
I can't do that for some reason.
Actually, I'll wear like I know you're gonna laugh, but I'll wear like a really super thin, like a tight, and then I'll wear my long biking pants.
Gotcha.
So I'm flexible.
I usually just wear loose-fitting jeans when I ride.
Jeans are good, but you know what? Jeans are too heavy, man. I'm telling you. You notice every single difference when you're pedaling thousands of revolutions.
That's exactly why I do it, because I need to try to keep those muscles going. I got so many problems, and I don't get enough exercise. So yeah, and keep warm now. Yeah, I don't weigh a lot like I used to. I used to weigh another 150 pounds. I was like double me.
Shit.
So
I'm
it's
so
like hard
freaking
to
light.
manage the body temperature.
I'm way too light. I have trouble gaining weight.
Yeah, I do too because I have Crohn's. So, and I finally started gaining weight by drinking lots of milk and stuff and more protein and eggs and stuff. But
yeah,
I became a vegetarian for about a year and a half, and I couldn't seem to gain weight, even though I felt fine. You know, I didn't feel sick or nothing, but
right.
It seemed like, but I didn't give up eggs or anything like that. I still was, I still had dairy in my diet.
I eat a lot like that. I eat a lot of eggs.
Even though I know dairy is not necessarily good for me.
Hey, you know what? I don't really care what they say about that. I don't listen to that stuff. Whatever. Like, you know what I started eating a lot of, though, is cottage cheese. And for the reason is I get cramps. And what I'm realizing is I think I'm just low on salt all the time. Like, I actually need to have salt. There's some people that need no salt. I have to have a lot of salt because I drink a lot of water and I exercise a lot and I get cramps.
I hear you.
And so I
overwork my body, even though my body isn't really expecting it.
Now listen, from 2 to 4 a.m., I'll get cramps from about 2 to 5:30 a.m. I get cramps every fucking morning. It wakes me up. I have to get up. It's like excruciating.
Are you sure it's not in the bed? Because I've noticed that since my wife bought this bed, my back and my neck hurt a lot.
No, I got a really good I got a single mattress, but it's the best spring mattress. It doesn't even need a box springs.
Right. Oh, yeah, one of those good ones. Yeah, I like those.
It's a small one. It came rolled up.
And then you're not bouncing around so much when you get onto it either, yeah.
No, it's really comfortable. Well, I noticed when I had this problem in my side, I couldn't lay on my side. Now, I noticed the springs when I was in pain on that side. It seemed to feel like it was digging in. It was hard to get comfortable. But it's just, I don't know. I just got to, anyway, we're talking about stupid shit. My mattress. Screw that.
Sorry.
Yeah, mattresses are made for a flat earth.
Man, you're getting us in trouble. We started good there. We were like, hey, how you doing this morning? And then we would just go all over, start going all over with it.
I know.
I've been doing it all morning. Sorry.
Stop me. Someone stop me, please.
Yeah, somebody slap me here.
I'm up usually doing all kinds of things. I'm like gardening. I'm trying to like make my coffee, sit there, have a little smoke. And
not enough hours in the day, Sonny. Get going.
Yeah, no kidding. You know what? I like as much as I love Discord, I get stuck on here, and then I go, oh, man. I thought I would just get on for a little while, and all of a sudden it's 1:30 in the in the afternoon already. Like I thought I was getting out.
Yeah, and your neck and your back is hurting, and you're wondering why your bones are
not anymore.
Everything else, right?
Go ahead, Jen.
Like about 3 years ago, I came back from like a little, break. You know what I mean? And my first time that I came back from the break, I was on this motherfucking place for 9 hours. 9.
Mm-hmm.
9. I mean, it is easy to do. Yeah, I totally know what you mean, Sonny, about getting sucked in.
Well, now I got a really good gaming chair, so it's better. Although I have an extra cushion on it just because the cushion's pretty soft, but I need a little extra soft, like my bony ass needs a little more cushion.
Aw, isn't that cute?
But my shoulders are a little too wide for it, so when I lay all the way back, I don't know. It's pretty decent. I've like.
What did you say, man? What did you just say a minute ago? You had what in your butt?
He's got a bony ass.
Oh, I see. Okay, that scared me for a second. I was like, what?
That's why it's gotten harder and harder. Like,
well,
I really hate when a joke just flops like that.
Sonny, I know a great way for you to minimize your time on Discord.
How's that?
Get a dog.
No, I can't. I got no room for a dog in my life.
Get a tiny one. You can teach it to use a litter box.
I got 2 cats, and now I just have 2 cats, and
in
I'm
my
still
life
on
right
HOA.
now. I'm not even there. But if I had some property, that would be a different story. Not in the city. I'm not going to have a dog.
Ooh, get a bird, Sonny.
Nah, I got a plant. That's good enough.
A plant? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
What
big
kind of
old
grow?
4 foot tall one.
Nah. Is it a special plant or is it just
Yeah,
a
like
regular punch
I
plant?
sent you some pictures of it before in your DM.
Oh boy. Okay. I guess it was a while ago because I don't see you.
January. Oh my God, you didn't get to see the new one.
No, send it to me.
Yep,
I didn't see the old one. Actually, I'm scrolling.
it's in January.
Oh yeah, here it is. Ooh, yeah.
So wait a minute.
Let me see the new updated picture.
Oh yeah, wait till you see now. On about time. There, go. Pictures.
Oh, I know what you're sharing with her now. You do that to me, and at first I thought you were sending me something. I don't know what I thought. And I was like, "Ooh, cool."
Let's see some of the really good ones.
I couldn't be more happily jealous for you, Sonny. That's awesome.
Oh, wait a second.
I keep telling him where's he live so we can meet up and try this.
He lives far, far away.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, I got to make sure I send this to the right place. There's one. What's this one? Really? I don't like that one.
Well, make sure it's smiling in the picture, okay, Sonny?
Oh, yeah.
Just pick one.
No, I'm sending a couple.
Anticipation.
Oh, that's a good one. Is that the same one? No. Okay. Here we go. Well, see, I made some adjustments in color and contrast with some of them, so I gotta make sure I'm not sending duplicates. Oh, you'll like that.
I'm just sitting here, my mouth is open. Oh my God! That's awfully purty.
Isn't it? Here, I'll send Rookie. That one. That's a really nice one. Well, these are about a week old, actually. So I had a minor setback, but it's recovering.
Is that a purple light you use?
There's a UV light in there.
You know, I have a lot. I need to get my proper paperwork so I can do this as well because I definitely have the room. I do. Oh man!
You need is a list. Look, I have a tent. It's 2 by 2 by 4 foot.
Yeah, that's what I'll have to do. But I don't have. I'm really a minimalist. I could have gotten a couch and stuff for my living room by now, but I haven't. I mean, my mindset is.
I already have a cheap couch, a futon. But what I did is I bought a gaming chair so I could sit here.
Okay, so my bedroom is plenty big enough for me to live in completely. I mean, it's huge. But anyway, my point being is that my living room is basically empty and I could do whatever I want. In a tent, that just sounds amazing.
Yeah, and you just I have 1, 2, 3, 4 fans inside. One's a exhaust fan. The other one's just blow from down up to where the heat is.
That's not fair. I don't have any fans.
It's about to become for everyone in this state, so I'm pretty happy about that. But it could be a year away. I don't know. I haven't looked into it.
Well, you'd be surprised how much work it takes. Believe it or not, one little plant takes a lot of work for the.
I talked for many hours with Ron Sheckelson, and he told me about some of the process, and it's like, yes, I'm very aware.
It's easy to make mistakes. It's easy to make mistakes on an indoor plant. The most common thing is overwatering, because
I
you
could
think
almost grow it outside, dude.
and now I got a problem because I got a cloth pot, 10 gallons of organic soil, really good Fox Farm soil, and 10 gallons of it in a 10-gallon cloth pot. So the cloth pot is in a tub, sits in there perfectly.
I've got westernly sun. Well, I've got my place faces the west, and so I could potentially bring my plants outside, like on my days off or something. I mean, do you do that?
Yeah, you got to be careful switching up how the plant gets light, though.
Oh, yeah, I
Yeah,
know I couldn't do it just any old time. It'd have to be in its schedule, right?
Yeah, like the best way to do that, like in your area, would be a greenhouse. In the warmer months, you could put a greenhouse. So from early spring, even though it's cold outside, inside the greenhouse would be warm enough for about 4 or 5 months at least. That's enough time.
What? Yeah, I'd have to. Nah, I don't know if I could do a greenhouse. That'd be above my pay grade because I'd have to worry about security and
It would
people
have to be
stealing.
lockable. It would have to be like a lockable building. It would have to be not another structure. So indoors is probably best because you can really pay attention and change like how much humidity is in the tent and how much heat.
Oh,
You can vent it. You can turn off a fan if it gets too cool. You can open part of the door and
so you can control the climate and everything that has to do with the plant. That's really awesome.
Yeah. So
you're
right now,
creating your own medicine. That's awesome.
exactly. And the thing's almost 4 feet tall now. So
That's awesome. So do you play? I would imagine you play music a lot.
well, it's in the same room. I have a 1-room flat, so it's around the corner from where I sit in the kitchen a lot. But right now, I'm in my living room with it's over in the corner, and everything's all compact in here. I got my tent, the bed, my bookcase, my TV, and then my.
I wonder what kind of music your plants would like.
Well, a lot of times I leave the Discord on with you guys talking.
I don't know if that's a healthy choice for your plants, Sonny.
Yeah, I think it is because the plants used to me. The plants used to me in here flat smacking all the time.
I suppose so.
It's so the plant, like what I've heard, is the plant knows what you need.
Yes, that's what I was kind of going to.
Plant senses, like kind of what's going on.
Sonny! Oh, okay. All right. I knew what you were talking about, but it really made sense when you elaborated like that. So, the plant is going to grow stuff to keep you like stress free, like more like
Healthy.
The right balance.
Yeah, exactly. Like the plant already knows, like I have difficulty with my lungs. I cough a lot. I have a lot, like especially right now, I have a lot of congestion and a lot of as dry as it is, it's really weird. I have a bunch of moisture. These are personal things. But it's strange how when the seasons change, my sinuses change and the whole thing changes.
With your breathing, I wonder if you got eucalyptus oil and boiled for the vapors and
Sometimes
inhale.
I do that. Sometimes I do that. Yeah.
Because I would imagine that's what the creator set up for us. The reason why he created eucalyptus trees, but we all know what happened to all the trees.
There's lots of that here. Anyway, usually I use essential oils.
But yeah, I haven't done it myself, but I recently discovered that people have talked about that works for them. Not that that's any kind of medical advice, you know what I mean? You already know, but just for the sake of anybody listening.
Yeah, it also keeps gnats away, flies away. They don't like tea tree oil. They don't like those oils. If you have a diffuser in your
You know what? I got notes and stuff. I need to revisit my notes and organize them actually, because what good are your notes if they're not easily accessible? But anyway, so yeah, bugs. I don't like use chemicals or for myself or in the environment. So if I had a problem with ants or something like that, I would go towards something that naturally deters them. I mean, sure, if there was some sort of pest infestation, I would probably maybe call well, I wouldn't have to worry about it, but my landlord would. But you guys know what I mean. It's kind of like how I don't really follow, the medical thing. I believe in emergency medicine, but, like if you break your leg, then sure. They're good for that. But all this drug pushing stuff, no thanks.
I know how to do all that kind of first aid.
Yeah. So you could save yourself.
How to put a sling,
Yeah, like I actually had an accident where the tip of my finger and my right middle finger, mind you. But I had some first aid knowledge, actually quite a bit. And so after it happened, it snapped it off like a pencil. And immediately, the first thing I did, I put my hand above my head, and that's where it stayed. So, yeah, I actually didn't experience it. It was just so half my nail bed is gone. The doctor saw that I had nails, so he saved it.
Yeah.
It looks really unusual, but actually, it's really cute because I've taken care of it and stuff over the years, manicured it. But anyway, yeah, I'm so sorry I went down that long explanation. Why the fuck was I talking about that, Sonny?
That's okay.
What were we talking about?
It's all right.
Back it up 1 minute.
Rookie and I were doing the same thing. We were discussing that.
Yeah, you go wafting like you're wafting off into the sea.
Blah, 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 blah. You get diarrhea of the mouth. Or diarrhea of the brain.
Hey, Eli.
Oh, no.
Since you did
but yeah, I try and stop myself.
I'm trying to say hi to Eli.
Hey, Eli.
I find the idea that our doctors are purposely keeping us sick to sell us medicine to be.
Yeah, well, we don't really talk about stuff like that on the live stream. Sorry,
man. Well, exactly.
That's true.
No, but
that's very astute of you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for adding that, Sonny. Sorry, not trying to be I'm
still learning the rules.
Yeah, it's not our rules. It's Discord. They've really, tightened things up around here on what is, and then, we're being streamed on YouTube, so we have their crap to deal with too.
Dealing with the terms of service, 2 different companies.
Yeah, so if you may already know this, you can always go down below and talk with others, but just not on live stream.
Yeah, so all the companies are trying to censor us.
Yeah, okay, so they don't censor, Discord doesn't censor voice, at least as far as I've been made aware of. And so you can talk about anything you want, not on live stream, but do not anywhere on Discord talk about hot ticket topics that we're not allowed to talk about.
Or type them in text or anything.
Right. Yeah. No memes, no text, nothing except flat earth, period. But you can talk on the topic all you want off live stream.
Yeah. As a computer professional, I know why they are super strict for the text stuff and not strict for the voice stuff. And it's because from their end, writing bots to monitor text is super easy.
Right.
The bots don't quite have a really great ability yet, but they will. We're going to get there eventually.
Yeah, so think about the control mechanism that you're saying. Think about the control mechanism that's inherent in that entire system. It's to control human beings like cattle.
Unfortunately, that would be it. That's all right. People are just working around that. I mean, people use different words, and everybody knows what the word is actually supposed to mean. So, it's like this game of cat and mouse or something.
Well, in one sense, it's good that there's some sort of infrastructure controlling things, because I'm not driving trucks full of groceries to the grocery store so I can buy them there. But
you're talking about something else now.
No.
I mean, but that's okay. Go ahead. But just be careful, please, whatever you talk about. We should talk about Flat Earth, probably. What's new with you with Flat Earth? Who was the guy that was just talking just now?
The giggler.
Yeah. What's new on your seek of knowledge that the Earth is actually flat? Where are you at?
Give me 1 second. My wife and son are heading off for school.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, it's good to be a responsible parent.
Yeah. We had, interesting conversation.
I think I missed the moon today. Let me look.
I've been looking for it for 2 days and I haven't seen it. I guess it's coming up during the day and I've missed it.
It may have moved too far west already.
Can somebody fill me in on the seeing the moon? Like, what's going on there?
Pardon me?
I'm trying to figure out what you guys are talking about, but I'm just a little bit lost.
Oh, we're really scattergunning today. It's okay. We should stick to something like flat Earth. Yeah.
Are we
I think
allowed to talk about? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm definitely a globe person, but I think my position is maybe a little bit stronger than most people you would just talk to. Where I do think, like, my wife believes the Earth is a globe, but if you question her on why, she would only be able to say, "That's what I was told." Like, she doesn't really have an interest in all the kinds of sciences that you'd be able to conclude on your own. The Earth is a ball. I, however, work for a company who makes mapping software. So, like, my whole job is about how you project the surface of a globe onto a flat map.
That's great. So, what actual proof do you have of Earth being a globe? You said science. Science doesn't have anything to do with what is Earth. In other words, the question, what is Earth? What is it? Is not a scientific line of inquiry at all. Science doesn't deal with what things are. It deals with how and why, cause and effect, relationships.
Okay. I've normally known you guys to be pretty cordial. As a matter of fact, Friday night I brought a few friends to this server, and you guys were great. You let us hang out when your VCs. Well, I just thought you were a little dismissive in what you said about what I do.
Who was there? Who was there that night? Was it me?
Well, what Earth is a geometric question. Like, all you have to do, you're talking about a surface of Earth being a globe. When was it ever measured to be curved?
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to answer the question before yours. If you go to Livestream 2 voice text, you'll see some clues on who was there on Friday night.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm asking when, where, and how was Earth's curvature ever measured?
It may be above my pay grade.
Okay, so you don't know right now offhand when it was measured.
That's what you said last time.
So you thinking it being measured is just a belief?
Well, there was that dude with the wells in like 1500. What was his name?
Yeah, so do you know that measurement? Do you know that can be done on a curved surface as well as a flat surface?
Okay.
Yeah. So in a court of law, what would they do with that argument?
Yeah, preponderance of the evidence. They'd probably
They would throw it out because if something can be done on both surfaces, it doesn't prove either. It's not a measurement. We need a direct physical measurement without presupposition, like Eratosthenes.
We need someone to grab a string, long string, grab one end of it, and just head west. And then somebody else
Yeah,
just
we
wait
have
in
those.
that spot
Listen,
and see if they
bro.
show up again.
We have those, bro. We have lasers. That's why the military use them for targeting. And how far the distance the military uses laser targeting is confidential. You have to have a need to know even how far they're able to shoot those lasers. They are straight edges. That's why they work.
It's interesting because prior to taking my job with my current company, and this is going to sound like BS probably, but it's actually true. Prior to taking my job with my current company, I was in the Marine Corps for a while, and I was not a forward observer, but I was in a unit that was basically forward observers. I was a radio operator with them. And so we all had to cross-train, learn each other's jobs, and I had to learn when you're calculating how to get this artillery from there to there, one of the things you account for is curvature of the Earth when you do the math.
Where are we stationed?
Yeah, cool story. But you admitted yourself
See, you did that dismissive thing
any
again.
curvature measurement.
Incorrect.
So it doesn't matter
I'm
what
only
you
doing
say
it
about
because somebody
after.
else
We
did
need the
and called you
measurement.
out on it and you couldn't come
We
up
need
with
the
an answer.
measurement. We need the measurement that would have verified or validated for sure, irrefutably, Earth's curvature. You would be using that as a standard reference of measuring everything you did near the surface. So we need the reference the source reference that you're talking about, that Earth is curved. We need that initial reference that's used as a standard. That's what you don't have.
One thing also is that you should always look downwards. Those images, the first images from Miguel, the figure 1 in there, they are assuming that the observer is in the edge of in the point of the sea. So basically, what you have to you are always on the top of the ball. So always when you start looking far distance objects, you have to look down, never up. That's a common mistake in drawings, that they tend to draw the line of sight as a direct, which is not, because in a ball model, you always look down because you are always standing in the top of the ball. So if you want to see, let's say, 50 miles from you, you have to look downwards from hundreds of meters in a distance. Never up, never straight.
Oh, I just did a quick Google circumference of the Earth, and they've got just a hair under 25,000 miles as the circumference.
Yeah, where's the reference measurement? Where's the reference measurement?
I know you guys don't think the Earth is a ball, so you're clearly not going to agree that the circumference of the Earth
Where
is
is the
25,000 miles.
reference measurement? Where's the reference measurement they use to get that number?
I'm wondering if I could get you to agree that most people who think the Earth is a ball would be comfortable with the Earth being 25,000 miles in circumference.
Yeah, you're getting muted now.
Yeah, but it's not a ball, so it's just stupid to talk about.
Yeah, you're talking right over me. Like, did you mute me out completely? That's why you're just talking over me? So
Can I
guess
say
what?
something?
You're the one muted now because of it.
Can I say something to him, and if you can unmute him?
Yeah.
So, yeah, we know the circumference is said to be measured to be roughly 25,000 miles, circumference of a sphere. I know that's what they said. Based on that measurement, the one that Sonny's asking you, well, how do you know they did that? How would they have done that? You attempted to answer initially with Eratosthenes. You have departed from attempting to actually answer Sonny directly. So understand that. Number two, yeah, we already know. Taking the dimensions that they claim to have measured into consideration, consequence of that would be the horizon being geometric surface curving, which you would be able to see no more based on your elevation, and the angle to that cutoff point. So the formula that they provide you handy right there in Google. Google the distance to the horizon formula. You'll find it very easily. And you can read through the PDFs and whatnot. And so, based on that, they'll give you the formula in which you can uh, falsify or verify that the horizon is geometric, in which case we've not validated any geometric edge of any kind as necessitated by this measured ball circumference 25,000 miles. So when people say, well, I can see from A to B, that's because on a ball, B would be curved away. Specifically, the horizon, since it's supposed to be the physical cutoff point, it can't be 10 times further, 20 times further than the formula dictates based on the measurement. So this is how we know that the Earth is not a sphere. That's pretty much it.
Yep. Okay. So no proof of the ball. What we've been looking for, the measurement, doesn't appear to be available to anyone.
All he can do is reassert his baseless claim.
Is he still here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just doing some math.
Do you remember the conversation we had the other night when I showed you that video of that space, that manned mission to space?
Not off the top of my head. Could jog my memory a bit?
Well, if you're the same person that I was talking to the other night, then I can send it to you.
I might not have been. I was here for a while Friday night, but I was mostly hanging out with some other friends of mine from another place.
No, it wasn't here.
I was doing it.
I was in another server. It's just you just sound a lot like the same guy. Maybe I'm getting you mixed up though.
I do that all the time. I'm super bad at like distinguishing voice. Which is even worse because I normally talk on Discord with my phone in my pocket, and so I don't have the hint of like seeing who's lighting up in green.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Giggler, are you there?
Yeah.
Can you tell me a bit more about what your job thing, what you do about? You said about the maps onto spherical, onto globe shapes. Was it something?
I can't tell you too much without risking doxing myself and letting you guys know where I work. But also, I don't think anybody cares. No big deal.
Just like a brief kind of.
Yeah. Essentially, we make
involved with
GIS
that.
software, geographic information systems. So think of like, you ever look at Google Maps?
Yeah.
Think of the software that is Google Maps, except instead of you mainly just being a consumer of that product, you can, like as a company owner, you can plot the locations of all your pizza places. And then you can do calculations and predictions that can include all the different factors, whether it's cost of pizza, number of customers, but it adds in the geography variable.
It's kind of like the data you get if you've got a Facebook business account, and you can access kind of the background data on who spends what where, kind of thing. Is that anything
Yeah,
related?
so our company started out just selling geographical information, digitized map information. They sold it to people. And then we found that most of the people we're selling it to, they were making their own like ad hoc software to display this data on maps. And so we got into the business of also, making the software that would make the maps to display the data we were selling. And now probably our primary market is customers who they have their own massive geographic data sets, and we're just selling them the software they display it on. Think of it like you have a collection of digital novels, and I sell you Microsoft Word, so you can go and edit, the text.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thanks. Sorry, dog's barking.
Dude, that was the weakest sauce that I ever smelled.
What did you say then, AI? I caught half of that. The weakest what?
Weak sauce.
Oh, okay. I thought you just say socks. Brian Boy 321's been in here for a while. Has anyone spoken to him?
In case you guys are curious, I sent him that rocket video that I sent some of you guys already.
Oh, I didn't see that you had DM'd that directly to me. Somehow I thought it was posted in one of the text chats. I'll take a look at it.
No, I sent it directly to you. I'll also post it in the text chat too.
The Icebirds one. Icebirds.
So
this first one's 4 hours.
Yes.
Are you kidding?
So all the data that goes into any of that mapping presupposes the globe and puts that number in before they start any operation.
I sent you the text. I showed you the spot to start at 3 hours, 30 minutes, and 30 seconds.
Got
it.
About
5 minutes.
But unfortunately, like I typed into the text chat, the dimensions that the calculations, that's all they are, calculations that you add in the globe dimensions, meaning that you never got the actual data from measurements, direct measurements performed in reality. This is what never happened. Prove me wrong.
I'm going to come in here trying to prove you guys wrong. I'm going to need to first do a little more to prove to myself that I'm right.
Yeah, you just might. That's why I was telling you the other night that, maybe you should get together with one of us and we'll give you the stuff to look at and you decide for yourself.
Who said you're going to need us to do what?
I said, if you're really serious about finding out the truth and wants to understand why we say that, why we understand what we understand, then he should get together with one of us and ask us for the direct evidence that why we're convinced, and then he can do some decision.
That's the one thing we haven't heard, is someone asking for the evidence.
Yeah, because mapping information using Cartesian coordinate systems onto various shapes has nothing to do with what the actual reality of the shape of the Earth is. You can map anything onto any shape.
Rookie, in that 5 minutes of the video, you're talking about what appears to be like jump cuts.
I'm talking about pay attention to the camera angles and how the rocket should look and how it should be faced, and look at some of the anomalies that pop up on the top of that rocket engine. There's two angles, it flips between two different angles. And then there's a point where it actually breaks through the clouds, right? It's actually getting ready to land, and it shows to the right. It shows the rocket engine is still in space, moving away from the Earth. It doesn't make any sense.
What's the timestamp? 3:30? Okay. Yeah.
Yes, 3 hours, 30 minutes, and 30 seconds is where they finally take off. They're about a minute in. It's where, there's more anomalies, don't get me wrong, but this is the most obvious. And it goes for about 5 minutes, and there's a lot of anomalies, and then they land. So
is this the one with the space rats? Or mice, whatever?
No, it's not a rat, but it kind of looks like a bird. But I think they're claiming it's ice. But you tell me. An engine
that's burning. I just saw.
Doesn't have the shape of an ice.
By, is that what
liquid oxygen or whatever they claim it is, or solid oxygen. I don't know. It doesn't sound like it. It doesn't make sense to me.
Hey Giggler, how many hours of NASA anomalies would question some of the stuff from NASA? Like how many hours of footage that you can see obvious things?
I don't think I have the expertise in either photography or cosmology.
That's all right.
To really
you don't need expertise to see things like astronauts fading out in the ISS, right? Like, do you need to be an expert in photography to understand that if the astronaut's the only thing that's fading out and the background remains, you don't need to be an expert in photography to realize that couldn't happen in reality, right?
Let me give you an analogy. Before he passed away, my dad utterly refused to believe that the assassination of Kennedy was one person acting alone. And we talked about it a lot. And ultimately, for my father, when you watch that Zapruder film, and you see supposedly shot from this direction, and then you watch how his head moves when the bullet hits it, he says that's not how your head would move when a bullet hits it. And so for him, that observation is enough. And anyone trying to say it was a lone gunman coming from that direction is obviously lying. Where what I said to
So let me
him,
ask
and
you a question. If
well, I was
so
going
you're
to
trying to
finish the
use an
story.
analogy, so let's relate that back to
Well, let
what I
me
was
let me
saying.
finish the story first.
So
'cause I'm almost done.
if Kennedy's body faded out of the footage gradually and he completely disappeared, would you then think that?
He left.
Yeah, because he wants to go on stupid analogies for an hour that have nothing to do with anything, trying to relate
It's funny you mentioned that.
this topic to conspiracy theory.
Sorry about that. I went to hit the button to mute myself and I missed, and I disconnected from the VC. So I might have missed what you said there.
Yes, so we don't need to try to equate what I said to some form of conspiracy theory of the Kennedy assassination. Like, we don't need to do false
That's not where I was going.
equivalencies like that.
Nothing to do with conspiracy theory. So my dad looks at that film and he goes, "Hey, if you're shot from this way, your head doesn't move the way I saw it move in that film." And I said, "Dad, this was 1960. Was it 3?
That footage wasn't released until 10 years after or 7 years after the assassination to the public.
In 1963, just someone having a home video camera out there filming was a pretty unusual thing. It wasn't super common. And the quality of what was a film camera would have been in 1963. But what do you think the frame rate on that thing was? It couldn't have been super high. And then when you're talking about a supersonic projectile hitting something, the idea that with a home film camera from 1963, you'd have a high enough frame rate to really get a good understanding of what's happening, I don't know. I don't buy it.
So what does this have to do with the example I gave you of an astronaut completely fading out of a frame? This is modern technology.
There's all sorts of things about photography that I might not fully understand that would completely explain that guy disappearing. But I'm not a photography expert who could really address that.
Well, you can, even with film, you can edit things, right? So I grew up, I had a darkroom in my basement and I had a projector and I developed my own film and printed my own black and white photography. My father was an amateur photographer. So I grew up doing this, and you can dodge and burn things. You can double expose. You can do a lot of things within photography. But when we're talking about footage from the ISS, right, where they're showing astronauts floating around, and an astronaut goes to go around the corner, why would the astronaut fade out, completely disappear into thin air? How does that take place in just some average footage from the International Space Station?
I don't know. Do you?
Well, when I, use cameras at home, take videos, nobody ever fades out. Nobody just fades away in my footage. Do you ever experience that? You take videos with your phone at all, ever?
Every single day.
Okay. So take photos and videos. Do you ever have objects or people fading out of your videos where the background remains, but just a specific person fades out of the footage?
Not once, ever.
That's odd, clearly.
Clearly, right? So this is just one example. So we have hours of examples like this, right? You don't need to be an expert to understand that that is not something that would take place in reality.
We could say that's an odd phenomena and it wouldn't take place in reality. So this film is not real. It's, I don't know, CGI or something. But what is the explanation we're going to use to explain why that person faded out? Or are we just going to say, hey, that doesn't look normal. It must be fake. Well, fake, what do you mean fake? Oh, it doesn't matter. It's fake. Enough said. Move on.
Well, when you have hours and hours and hours of anomalous things like this, let's say you're provided imagery, videos and pictures from your girlfriend every time she goes out without you. And she catalogs her evenings, where she's going, what she's doing, and you start to see all this anomalous things within her footage, right? Where she's obviously doing something, maybe putting filters over people so they look like different people, but you start to notice it. And then you start going back through your catalog of all the videos that she sent you. And you start to see all these various issues where she's edited all of the videos. And these are her videos just trying to show you that she's out with a good time, right? Not that she would be doing anything wrong. But then you start all this anomalous footage, right? Where she's giving obvious, very obvious doctor evening.
You were roboting there. Yeah, I don't know if it was me or you.
So if she was providing all this documentation for a very long period of time, and you started to notice anomalous things, and you went back through all the old footage she provided, and you see all this anomalous things, right? Would you start to maybe question whether your girlfriend was being truthful about what she was doing? If she's providing obviously doctored video footage of her out with the girls.
I would pretty quickly assume she was cheating on me.
Okay. So you would lose trust.
I would pretty
right?
quickly conclude based on that evidence that she was cheating on me. Yeah.
So you wouldn't simp for your girlfriend like this, so why do it for NASA?
Because I grew up loving NASA and wanting to be an astronaut, and now you're trying to take it away from me, and it's weird.
We're not trying to take it away from you. We're just trying to say, hey, man, you're never going to ride on the Millennium Falcon. That's a fucking TV show. That's a movie. It doesn't exist. You're not gonna go to warp speed. You're not gonna go to hyperspace. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, bro.
It's okay.
Bro, let's be clear.
We're all lied to.
Time.
You're all lied to.
Yeah, but seriously, time, biology, and opportunity has already taken that away from you, so it's already gone.
By the way, I'm not totally opposed to lying. I think there is a time and a place where lying is an appropriate thing to do. What would be a good example of that? Well, there's the classic Nazi knocking at the door, but let's not do that one. Oh, yeah. When our third son was born, we were trying to think of names, and I said to my wife, hey, it would be nice to give one of them a biblical name. And she goes, yeah, it would. And I said, I've always liked Luke. And she said, I love Luke. Now, that was a lie, because I just wanted to have a kid named Luke so I could say, I'm your father, Luke. But it worked.
And?
I don't know, just some lies are harmless.
You're talking about white lies. This is not a white lie, though.
Yeah, but if NASA's lying about pretty much everything that they're doing, is that the same thing as a little white lie?
And that's the problem. If NASA were telling a small lie, and you guys were trying to convince me NASA was telling a small lie, it might not be especially difficult to convince me. But the problem is, this lie is so big.
Really?
One of the reasons I don't accept the Earth is flat and I accept that it's a globe is simply that the idea it's a ball is just too pervasive.
Bro, you're gonna flip.
That it's what? Wait a minute. The idea of a ball is what?
Pervasive.
The idea is, but you know what? Not the reality, though. That's unfortunate for your ball, because reality doesn't show that it's a ball anywhere, anytime, unless you could tell us, where is your geometric curve edge? Where can we go find that? Where can I go see that myself?
What mean that word? What mean that word that you said the last?
Where is a geometric horizon? Can you tell me where I can go find this? I live near the coast. Tell me where I go. How far should it be?
All right, here's what you want to do. First of all, we're going to have to increase your size.
I need an idea. No, I don't need an idea. Listen, I'm going to start.
We're going to make you about 60 miles tall.
I don't need an idea. No, I need to know where, how to do it. I don't want an idea.
Okay.
I already got the idea. I'm going to go measure the curved horizon. Where do I do this?
I have a graph.
Where do I do it? I want to know physically, where do I go to measure the curved horizon myself? Where do I do this?
I will say that you guys do give one the impression that your interest is way less on finding
Where do I
truth,
find the
way more on
curved
defending
horizon? Where do
the
I find the
ideas you hold
geometric
dear,
horizon,
you know?
bro? Where do I find the curved geometric horizon? That's what I want to know. Where
But
and how do
I
I do
want
this?
to hear Sunny this assumption what he said the last one. This prejudice. What is that prejudice? What you said last?
If you're asking where I could tell you to go, where you could make an observation that would convince you the Earth was indeed a ball.
No, you're saying
I
you
don't
know
think
it's a
there's
globe.
any observation you could make that would make you change your mind. I think you've dug your heels in, and this is reality.
You're the one that's saying you know it's a globe, so you should know where I can go find this information myself.
Have you not been here? I've specifically said not that thing. I've specifically said I'm not here to convince you guys it's a ball because
it's not about convincing.
I'd have to convince myself.
Show me empirically that it's a ball.
It's not my job.
Yeah, it's not your job because it can't be done. You're right. Why do you have the loyalties to something that you can't even prove to yourself that it's true? That's amazing.
I mean, to be honest, if he's in your
wife, and I love NASA. And they were all lying to me the whole time. And I even met some astronauts when I was like 12, and I was like, these guys are cool, and now they're just liars.
Okay, well, if you're in here white knighting for the globe, proving the curvature is your one job.
Yeah, an appeal to authority doesn't make something more real. Sorry.
I don't think
have just one job here.
I imagine I'll slip into doing that, but I'm here to understand how people in the 21st century can conclude that that's not true.
Because we measure it to be flat and stationary. That's how.
I know you do. But are you sure you're doing the right measurements?
Well, we're using your people that tried to determine if the Earth was turning, and all of them found out that it was not. Yeah, you don't
Can we
even
go
know
in
about
schools?
these experiments.
Can we go now in schools and see what they are studying, which dimensions they are studying? In any school.
So why is curvature never found in nature ever by anyone?
Do you want my layperson answer?
No, I just want an answer. Why? Yeah, why has it never been measured?
I don't have the areas of expertise to answer that question for you in a way you'd find satisfactory. I could give you my lay
It's a
opinion.
fifth grade geometry question. That's why you can't
There you go.
answer it.
You don't have the expertise of a kid in fifth grade math.
Fifth grade geometry question is all this is.
You think that people from 21st centuries came out that Earth is flat?
I know. That's ridiculous. Yeah, how do you think the city of Baghdad was laid out in 2200 BC? That you could still verify today with the same elevation angles from the same stars that come over that same area geographically. That's impossible on your ball. So how did they lay out all the buildings like Teotihuacan lined up to within fractions of 1 degree to the north and south? Magnetic. Huh? Flat earthers.
I don't even know how experts can very accurately predict eclipses. I couldn't do it if you gave me a pen and a
Guess
paper.
what? It's a post-diction. Do you heard of the Saros cycles?
Wait, how can it be a post-diction if
What are the Saros cycles? Tell me what the Saros cycles are.
Hang on. How can it be a post-diction if the next one is currently scheduled and I can go look to the second when it's going to be and then I can watch it? How is that a post?
What's the Saros cycles? Tell me what the Saros cycles are. Where did they come from?
I don't know, and you know I don't know.
You don't know.
Ancient Babylonian geocentric
You don't know what the
flat
Saros
earthers.
cycles are. Thank you. You don't know how much support you are for the flat earth.
Since you like analogies, Giggler, can I give you an analogy as far as predicting and post-dicting things?
Please, but let's try to keep my girlfriend cheating on me out of this one, if we can.
Yeah, no worries. You have a wife now, so you should be okay. So,
But his girl is cheating on him.
hey,
Not
I
his
wasn't
wife.
going to go there. I was talking about before he got married.
In that case, I suppose we could excuse her, couldn't we? Otherwise, it would be kind of hypocritical of me.
So you didn't know that the Saros cycles are the Mayan cycles that were that NASA uses, because the Mayans observed these things for centuries, and their predictions are correct. They're post-dictions.
And if you tried to use the heliocentric globe model, you wouldn't be able to make any predictions about any
And
of that.
guess what? What do you think the Mayans thought they lived on? A flat, stationary Earth. Yeah.
But if they assumed, like you do, that they were on a spinning ball, they wouldn't have been able to work any of this stuff out the same way NASA doesn't use that model to work any of this stuff out.
Yeah, the eclipses, quote-unquote, predictions of eclipses does not come from NASA modeling out the heliocentric model of the universe.
Not to mention the impossible eclipse, which is a daytime eclipse of the moon and the shadows on the opposite side that it should be.
Yeah, and the sun and the moon are both visible above the horizon.
And for everyone else, I posted a video. I know the giggler probably won't look at anything like most Glovers do. They don't look at anything we post, but that's fine.
And whatever
I don't care about that.
eclipses
We're
are.
not here convincing anyone. You make
Really
up
quick, guys, if you can convince me that the
no
globe
one's
thing is wrong.
convincing.
Well,
I
hang on,
just
hang on.
said no one's
Let me
convincing
finish.
anyone.
Let me finish.
So
Let me finish.
stop it.
Let me finish.
No,
If you can
stop.
convince me
You're
the
talking
Earth is
about
on
anyone
globe,
convincing somebody, stop.
it'll be the most interesting thing I've learned in the last, I don't know, 10, 15 years. I would be so excited. I'm not married to the idea of the Earth being a ball. I don't care what shape the Earth is.
Yeah, you do.
And watch these videos that I posted 23 minutes after the hour, and Miguel posted another one about the same phenomena. So look at the videos. You decide. Those are daytime eclipses of the moon with the shadow or the occulted part of the moon coming from the top. And the ground happens to be below the moon, not above it.
Sonny, listen to me. When I don't care for religion, for example, when I don't care for religion, I don't go to church.
Yeah, you see, that's why we don't believe like you do, the giggler, because we
so
don't
glad you
have to
said that.
believe anything. You're talking over me. Yeah, we don't have to believe anything. We just go out and measure Earth ourselves, test it ourselves, and see if the claims that the globe made, 3,959 mile radius, is correct or not. That's easy to do on the surface. Believe me, it's so easy that in 5 miles, you can zoom in with a camera, easily 5 miles. That's piece of cake. There should be 16 feet of drop in 5 miles. That's how small your ball is. At 10 miles, like the Black Swan, it should be 66.67 feet.
In how many miles?
10 miles. Should be 66.67 feet.
66 feet and 10 miles. All right, hang on a second.
Elevation, that's reduction in elevation. So we're asking, where's the obstruction that would be required on your ball? There should be a sagitta. It should be nearly 70 feet below your line of sight. Those oil rigs are not 70 feet high. Or that, well, they could be. They could even be 100 feet, maybe. To the top of the very top cranes. But your required obstruction for a ball that size has not been found anywhere. So that's why I was asking before. If you could tell me where I could find it, I'd be glad to go there and go measure it myself, since you are claiming that it's a ball. But all I hear is crickets when I ask these questions for 5 years.
Yeah, so Giggler, when you talked about if you came to this understanding, it would be something, the craziest thing you've learned in the past 15 years or whatever. Well, if you were actually honest about that and you wanted to,
Let's be careful to avoid words like crazy, huh?
if you were honest about that opinion and you actually wanted to know this information, you could very easily find, well, I don't know where you're located, but if you find large bodies of water, you can go out and do observations yourself. If you want to use laser tests, mirror flashes, you can do this as well. But those observations, coupled with the preponderance of evidence that we have, that most everything that's coming from space agencies is BS, you'll have a good basis and an understanding
to
move forward. But
I'm in Southern
first
California.
step is doing your own observations and measurements.
I'm taking a cruise vacation next winter. I'm going to be cruise of the Mexican Riviera. There will be points where I will be at sea with nothing visible on the horizon all the way around except for ocean. So it'd be a great opportunity for me to maybe do some of these experiments. Maybe I could kill two birds with one stone.
Good thinking.
Yeah, you could do that with known distances to as you're moving away from shore, but you're not going to be able to do it if you only have the boat, the ocean, and the horizon and the sky.
Well, I was thinking of the one where you watch the ship disappear, but it disappears bottom to top. I haven't actually observed that myself, but I've heard that's the thing you could do.
Well, there's 3 videos I posted earlier while you were talking earlier in the chat, 3 videos that examined that very thing.
So, Giggler, are you under the impression that things disappearing from bottom up as they go further into the distance, into the horizon and the vanishing point, is only because of curvature of Earth?
No, optics are way too complicated for that to be the case.
Okay, good. So you do understand angular resolution, compression, all of that.
Perspective. Hashtag shit shrinks with distance.
Yeah. We know there's no physical Earth curve obstruction, or else you'd never be able to zoom that stuff back in, Giggler.
Unless you want to tell us that zoom cameras are zooming around a curve. Please do. Do you think that, the Giggler? Do zoom cameras zoom? Does your eyesight zoom around a curve like a ball?
And people can show him how things can disappear bottom up on the flat surface. That's happening every day.
And you talk about experts like you're not an expert. You have every kind of expert in almost every single field right here. And if they're not in the panel right now, they're listening.
Or let's be more simple. Let's say we are 5 years old. There is no curvature in the reality. And that's it.
Agree.
If you want to realize that, you can go and find it out. If you want to believe somebody, that's on you.
Yeah, when you realized that Santa Claus wasn't real, that wasn't really that interesting. But, it's just kind of the same thing,
Wait, what is this about Santa Claus? I'm kidding.
I know, you're funny, dude. I like you, actually. I sent you a bunch of links, by the way. This guy's actually funny. He's going to be one of the crew soon, I can tell already.
It's funny because I was on Discord a few days ago. It was a Christian VC. But anyway, I had my kids in the car with me. And somebody was making a point and said something about Santa Claus. And I'm like, there's kids in my car. And he did a really good job covering for it. Like, he pretended like, no, I didn't mean there's no Santa. I really appreciate it.
How old are your kids? Are you going to keep, or how long are you going to keep them believing in Santa Claus?
If it were up to me, the oldest one, who's now 9, would already be like the jig would already be up. But you know that point where the kids come to you and they go, "Hey, Daddy, you know the Christmas presents? Is there really a guy who comes down the chimney, or is that just like you and Mommy buying his presents?" He went to his mom with that question when he was like 7 or 8, and to me, that's when she should have said, "Okay, all right, jig is up. Now you can help us trick your brothers into believing this thing. It'll be fun. Now you're in on the thing." But yeah, his mom doubled down because she's like, "I wasn't ready for him to give up Santa." I'm like, "No, don't do that. If he asks an intelligent question, give him an intelligent answer."
I'm one of the people that might argue that NASA is kind of giving us a wink and a nudge with the poor job they're doing. You know, like the ISS, the fades that we were showing you, and some of the things that, you know, just are obvious. Like, you know, it's like they're giving the thinking person an opportunity to realize it's fake. Just like the wink that you might give the older brother, you know, when the little kids are still caught up in Santa Claus, you let them believe it, but the older brother knows, and he kind of plays along. You know, that's kind of what it is.
Yeah, I was mildly disappointed with my wife when she did that. But if he had come to her and said, "Hey, Mommy, this whole Jesus thing, is that a real thing?" She would have said, "Yeah, of course." And she would have been very sincere. Where if he'd have brought the question to me, I'd have said, "Well, you know, a lot of people believe that, but in 51 years, I haven't seen a lot of good evidence for it."
Yeah, good evidence is the key there, right? Good evidence.
Maybe even we can get more specific than that, because good is very subjective. I could say something like, in 51 years, I haven't seen evidence that was sufficient to convince me that it's real. But I do acknowledge a lot of people believe it's true.
Listen,
what, Santa Claus?
Hold on, guys.
Go ahead, AI.
The metaphysical claims concerning Jesus you may have in doubt. However, the historicity of the person and the events is not disputed by any historian that has any valor or worth whatsoever. Even atheistic historians agree. So I don't know what crack
I'm fine with the historicity of the person and most of the events. It's when you tell me that he rose from the dead after 3 days that I start to think maybe that's not so historical.
Does Santa exist? Only that. Does it exist or not?
So you lied to your kids about Santa Claus, Giggler?
Sorry, it takes so long to unmute. Yes, but
Okay, but why would you lie to your kids?
Wait a minute.
About Santa Claus?
The lie, how could the whole earth lie about Santa? That's just too big of a lie.
Let's appeal to popularity.
Well, this is a good example of, I feel like most of Giggler's apprehension is because he's coming from this place of incredulity. I have a hard time saying that word.
How could hundreds of thousands, millions of people all lie? That's just crazy talk.
It wouldn't be hundreds of thousands of millions of people.
A false premise.
I talk to a lot of people as adults give up the religions they believe in. And it's never, like when you ask them what made you leave the religion, it's never one thing, right? It's never one thing. It's a perfect storm of things that happen. And very often, they wind up leaving those beliefs very much against their will because they treasure those beliefs. But when looking as honest as they can at the evidence, they can no longer support the conclusions they've come to. I think, in a way, like for me, thinking the Earth is a ball, it would be a similar situation. You could convince me that's not the case, but it's going to be. I don't know. Maybe you guys have experienced that already.
No, we know the belief you have is a religious belief. We're not trying to convince you or to
especially if you believe
make you think that we think otherwise. Like, we know it's a religious belief. We just actually came from the same belief. So we were able to look at the information. We changed our minds about it by looking at empirical data. And we're trying to help you to escape from the matrix. And all we get is defensiveness, ad homs, superfluous information. But the one thing we don't ever get is actual globe Earth proof.
Hey, so let me ask you a question. When these people left the religion, wasn't the reason because their personal experience contradicted the dictates of the religion and then they could no longer hold both ideas? Right? The religion said do X, and then it was hypocritical because all the people practicing it were doing that thing they weren't supposed to be doing. Test, is this thing on?
Yeah, that question's for you, Giggler.
Yeah, Giggler. Wasn't it their personal experience which made them change their mind?
Yeah, I would imagine.
Well, this is the same thing. We're not going to convince you. It's going to be your personal experience that's going to change your mind. Because fundamentally, the only way to prove something to somebody is to demonstrate it. Now, if we were with you, we could demonstrate it to you, but we're not. So you're going to have to demonstrate it to yourself. See, they make claims, and those claims are testable according to those claims. Radius 3,959 miles. Do the math. Their claims are testable within the realm of the capability of a single human being. We don't want you to just trust us. You like replace your trust. Oh, I trusted NASA and these other people. Now I'm going to shift my trust to these other people. No, we don't want that because that's just copying the same thing. We want you to critically think and raise your burden, raise your standard of proof. Because the question, what is the shape of the Earth, is an existential question. It's the foundation for all your other beliefs. So why rely on a stranger? It's no different than relying on a priest to tell you what you should and should not be doing. Just remember what they're claiming. They're claiming there's a magic place you can go to where everything is different. Different than what you've ever experienced. You can take something that's really heavy and you drop it, but it don't fall. It sits there and floats. And you just sit there and float. Sorry, pictures aren't good enough. They aren't good enough for Bigfoot and Loch Ness Monster and all sorts of, absurd claims. They're not good enough for this. And the most important, it's so easy to test it. Unless you're like landlocked somewhere, unless you're like in the desert.
So India, the latest development is that he was in the Marines and he knows they calculate the Earth curve when they fire artillery.
Ha! Do they now?
Did they account for Coriolis as well? Into the math?
Well, like, this is one of those things. So you have the battleships, right? With the 16-inch guns, the Iowa, the Missouri. What's the other one? The Arizona.
New Jersey.
Yeah, New Jersey. So like all those battleships, it's the Mark 7 gun. It has a 16-inch round, weighs something like 4 tons or something like that. Anyway, they tested the accuracy of these guns. And so the spread, right, the uncertainty of, like, if you shoot a round somewhere and the uncertainty of where that round lands is 250 yards. So it's going to land anywhere in a circle of 250 yards. That's at 30,000 meters. So if you look at the firing table for the gun, and if you look at the firing table for the gun, it says that the correction for curvature is 90 meters. So why do they need to correct for 90 meters when the spread is twice that? So just so you understand me, the precision of the gun is a circle of 250 yards, but the correction is 90 meters, which is smaller than that 250 yards.
It's very similar to
so you can correct for it. Well, the point is you can correct for it, and you wouldn't notice the difference.
Yeah.
A correction versus a not a correction.
The margin of error is larger than the correction. It's the same with when they build bridges. The margin of error, or they claim, they built this bridge, and took into consideration, 20-mile bridge or whatever, took into consideration the curve of the Earth. The margin of error and the amount of slack and movement in the bridge accounts for much, much more than what they're claiming the curve does. So it's obviously they don't build for the curve.
Yeah, the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, they said that they corrected, what was it, like 2 1/8 inches or something they had to add to the calculation. But then if you look at the thermal expansion of the bridge, it's something like 11 to 12 feet. That means the bridge itself, its size varies from 11 to 12 feet, summer versus winter. So why do they need to correct for 2 inches? Doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, and the movement of bridges as well. They have to account for movement, so much movement. That this curve business is just so insignificant that you can't notice it. It's impossible.
Yeah, all bridges have expansion joints because they expand and contract. They have to have expansion joints. They would break. They'd fall apart. I mean, even to measure to that precision across like the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, which is it's something like 3 miles, right? What are they measuring for tolerance when they're actually measuring sections? Like down to 1/32 of an inch for like a 50-foot span? That's ridiculous. They don't measure to that tolerance. They do that in like fine cabinetry or something.
Yeah, listen, they have to wait for the parts to be at thermal equilibrium so they can fit together.
Or like, yeah, even like ship joinery and stuff like that. Cabinetry, exactly. Precision cabinetry, things like that.
Yeah, you measure to like the 32nd. That's usually your tolerance. And like beyond that, you have to like use like precision machining.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Yeah, so I mean, I'm not a sniper, but I've seen some programs on it, and what they do is they always shoot one off, to try and gauge, what they're hitting, and then it's it's based on, obviously they have to do some corrections. That before they shoot one off, they have to do some adjustments.
Yeah. Okay. So real quick, let me answer to what Indio said earlier about the round and the differential of the grids. So when you call down rounds, you call them down on grid squares, okay, which on our military maps. So they're laid out in 1K grid squares, which then break down to 10 meters, right? You can call it in the grid coordinates. What you think it is based on your perception from your forward observation, okay? They drop the round. You see where it lands, and it either lands ahead or behind. Okay, this is called bracketing. You then have to adjust it within the 200-meter tolerance, you understand? So the forward observer is the one who brackets the round to the target. Okay, this idea that you're accounting for the curve of the Earth, just as he said, when the margin of error on the round is greater than the margin of error, not to mention that you have to bracket it by sight. Okay, this idea is ridiculous. So this is what people do, okay? They walk down the hall or they sit around and they hear somebody mention these things, and then they think that it's practically applicable in the field when they have no direct field experience whatsoever, okay? Then they come onto Flat Earth servers and they mention things like, I work in a place that does mapping, right? Or I worked in the Marines and I know that the artillery takes for account of the curve of the Earth. We'll come to find out that they're a janitor or a pogue, right? They don't have any firsthand knowledge. It's hearsay at best. Okay? It's that simple. So let's be clear. Okay, if you claim, right, these claims when you come in here, you think that we're all stupid and we don't have similar experience in fields and actual practical experience in fields that supersede your superficial knowledge in fields, you see. And then you get your ass handed to you on a silver platter marked with big letters, pride cometh before a fall. Let's be clear again. Hey, I didn't ask you to talk.
Oh, sure.
So, I'm clearly on a rant, Holmes.
It's all right.
All right, so we got revealed, because your original claim when you came in here is that you walked past the board and you saw that these guys were doing math and that somehow proves a globe. Then you made it seem like you're doing cartography, which
Can I
you
just
aren't.
say I'm flattered that you remember that?
Hold on, bro.
Okay.
Bro, I've been scanning you since you arrived. You understand? You're not getting one past me. It's that simple. Now, lo and behold, we find out that you're just a commercial producer of graphic software for graphical representation of corporate data. Okay? That has nothing to do with proving a globe whatsoever. Anybody can map data around a sphere model and say, oh, this is where this is in location in comparison to that. We already know that they have a sphere model. We already know how it's created. It's created by wrapping the flat data that they get from surveys around an assumed geoid. And it's equivalated with the equipotential surface, blah, 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 and a bunch of math transforms, yada, yada, yada. It proves nothing. Okay? All right, my rant's over. I'm going back to work.
Oh man, what am I missing?
You're missing theoretical mathematical claims versus the practical application of those claims in the real world, which you have a lot of experience with.
Yes, I do.
These guys that think they can take a theodolite and level it, and somehow that's a level line going out 5 miles or something. It's so preposterous, it beggars belief.
God, are they in the chat?
No one's made that claim. I just thought of it, thinking of your job. How they've said that before. It's just, you're kidding me. It's just like, they think like a 6-inch level is the same as like a 4-foot level, and then they're actually taking theodolite and extending that miles, and saying, yes, this is level.
Yeah, this is level.
And
how could no?
Maybe for the first 50 feet, if that.
Yeah. I mean, I give them 500 feet. I'd give them that. Because, I mean, that's what I use it for. I use it for 500 feet. But the fact that they allow for a variance within that 500 feet, like, shows that it's not a perfect piece of equipment.
Well, yeah, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about, like, he was talking about accounting for curvature or curvature in the Marine Corps and firing artillery. So I was talking about the uncertainty of the round, like where it actually lands. There's an uncertainty that's larger than the curvature correction. So it's pointless to do the curvature correction if you don't know where the round's going to that precision anyway.
Yeah.
And then we were talking about cabinetry and then making bridges. It's the same thing, right? The Verrazano Narrows Bridge, that silly thing.
That one again, right? So why is the water strip but the bridge is curved? Like, are these really?
Yeah, and they had to make it to a precision of 2 inches, even though the bridge expands by like 100 orders of magnitude larger than that.
Yeah, it's like, isn't it that it allows for so much sway? That's why
there's
12 feet.
There's
12
all
feet
of that,
thermal expansion.
yeah. And the other thing is, look, the other thing I've never heard any Glober say is that we measured the known heights of these stanchions that the bridge sits on to the water, and we found the water was curved.
What?
Like, you know what I mean? Because it's the whole silly thing is, like, they can have these bridges doing whatever they want it to do to, what bridges do, they do it. So that's how they build them. But the water is never curved underneath them. That's the problem. Where's the curved water underneath the bridge? I never hear Glober talking about that. Or like this is how we measured from the bridge to figure that the water is curved. Like that. I never heard any of that.
The Earth is too big, man. You can't measure water. You can only measure built structures.
You can't measure water. Yeah.
That would be my argument. You can only measure built structures, not natural.
Right.
You would never build a bridge perfectly flat anyway because water would pool and everybody would die as soon as it got cold because they'd all slip off the bridge.
So it sounds like this is something you guys have already dealt with, so enlighten me. But yeah, that probably would have been one of my best arguments, although I used best carefully there.
Okay, so the Verrazano
the Earth is really,
Bridge,
really, really,
there's
really
a bunch
big.
of articles. Well, awesome, but it's certainly measurable with the dimensions they claim. So the Verrazano Narrows Bridge is a bridge in New York State, and the towers are slightly tilted away, according to them, because of the curvature of the Earth. They're tilted away 2 inches or something, right? So the tops are further apart by 2 inches than the tops. This is the claim. This has never been verified, but whatever. First of all, it's a suspension bridge, right? It's a cantilever suspension bridge. They camber the towers.
Yeah.
They don't make them upright. They camber the towers.
You're going to want to err on the side of caution when you've got those two wires pulling those things together. So you make them angle out a bit. So when you lay that roadway and everything pulls in, you get a little bit more advantage on keeping it all in. Yeah, that makes sense.
By the way, this is not a structure. It's a mechanism. The bridge is a mechanism. It's a moving mechanism.
Exactly. Yes. There's expansion joints and all that stuff. Yeah.
I mean, how do you
are not rigid,
right? How could you ever prove the assertion?
No one's brought that up in a very long time. Thank God.
No.
It's so sorry. It means you're not thinking.
You just get the side-on view of the bridge, and it's like, well, you can definitely see that. Okay, first of all, if you think 3 miles back from this bridge, and you're seeing these two towers, these chambers, leaning away from each other, you think that's just 2 inches. First of all, you're an idiot. It's like a dozen feet. Like, you can see how much. And they are intentionally built that way because they're creating an arch which is stronger. Right?
Oh yeah, of
And
course. The Romans figured this out.
and they're saying they're leaning like that because it's going over the curve, and you're looking at it from the side, and the water's totally flat under it. I mean, these people, they got
No, that's an optical illusion. The water's the optical illusion. The only thing that's actually real is the bridge.
yeah. Like I said, you can only measure built structures.
Nothing is real, is it? I thought nothing was real.
Yeah, so there you got the Humber Bridge. Quoted it there. I think it's like they say they've built it. Oh shit! I've been disconnected. Yeah, it says designed to move 3 meters.
Yeah, I was going to say it's like 12 foot or something. I don't know what that is in French Revolution math, though.
I've driven across that bridge, and the water below definitely looks flat.
Do you guys not know that bendy water,
Wait, I got it. I think
Mark Zuckerberg drinks a lot of that bendy water.
Yeah, I think so. But I do have an answer now.
That is hilarious. I mean, come on.
How dare you bring up his name?
Come on, that is hilarious.
I got an answer for y'all.
Bendy water.
Arizona.
All right, go ahead.
I got an answer, okay? The bridge is going over the curve, but the water is locally flat.
Yeah.
Just one of those flat spots.
Yeah, see, gravity is pulling the water because it's pliable, right? It's liquid. So it's pulling it flat in that area.
Or maybe it's a sea anomaly.
Let alone, I really want to have an answer to why they themselves claim that the Earth is not a perfect sphere, even though every picture they claim to be the Earth is a perfect sphere. So, that's a very big contradiction.
It has to be a perfect sphere, or their math doesn't work.
Right. Oh, yeah, and the math too. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Mechanics. How did they go to the moon? How did they launch any rockets if their math isn't right?
Yeah, especially when they say themselves that it's for example,
I can't
ellipsoid.
because they didn't.
So 30 miles regularly seen across the Santa Barbara Channel, 30 miles to Santa Rosa Island there is completely impossible. I bet you could do that up there in Santa Barbara 2 times a week during the summer months. At least. There may be whole entire weeks that you can see those islands.
We have lighthouses all up and down the East Coast here.
All right, I drew a circle roughly sitting on a coordinate plane with 0, 0 at the center of the circle. So now the equation for this is x squared plus y squared equals r squared. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to do the best I can and try to figure out how much drop-off we would expect to see over, what do you guys think a good number would be? 10 miles, 50 miles? I can do both.
We have these in the Earth curve charts.
I know, but I like doing the math for myself because if I make all the assumptions that Globers made and I come up with the same answers they came up with, the answers may ultimately be wrong, but at least I'll know that I proved something by, hey, I did math the way they did math.
Okay, well, good. You know what? If you prove that through reality that the dimensions are wrong, then they're just wrong. So if you are able to calculate or show through formulas or your own, you're doing this on paper, I presume.
Yeah.
Like if you show that's wrong, then everything about the heliocentric model is wrong as well. The sizes, the distance, the speeds, everything is wrong. So that means they're wrong on all counts.
That's why I said I wish we could get together in a room with a whiteboard and a few cold beers, but
we
people didn't seem to like that idea. Yeah, no one liked that idea. I thought it was great.
But listen, that needs to happen after the observations are done. Then
we don't have a problem doing that, but let's bring evidence.
And you go on the whiteboard and say, okay, because see, that way it comes from reality first, not the chalkboard first. Got it? We want to go from reality first, the observations in reality, and then go to the whiteboard after the observations are done, and then check the dimensions to reality.
Then we can all have a good laugh at how he thought the Earth was a globe. Have a couple of beers.
Yeah, you might need a couple beers after that one.
If you guys wind up laughing at me and I wind up making myself look stupid, I'm okay to have that laugh with you. I've never had a problem with self-deprecating humor.
We won't laugh at you because you're stupid. We'll laugh at you because you just didn't know any better. And once you come to the conclusion, we'll pat you on the back and say, now you're one of us. There's no reason to be...
I'm also a bit of a narcissistic prick. So if you tried to laugh at me for being stupid, I would think you were stupid for laughing at something that's...
No, listen.
What amuses I'm teasing. If you're listening to us and you're actually doing some research, then you're not stupid.
Well, what amuses... Yeah, Giggler, what amuses us is that most people come in here and we know way more about your own model than you do. And so that's kind of like, we find that humorous. Like, it is kind of funny to us. We're not trying to be I'm not trying to be snarky here either. I'm just being honest with you. Like,
no, I think most people here have been pretty friendly, considering that I'm the guy coming in going, hey, you guys are all idiots, or whatever.
Oh, yeah, it's okay. And if that's where you're coming from in the beginning, which I really don't think I don't think that was genuine. I don't think you think we're idiots. So I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt.
I don't.
We don't think you're an idiot either.
But I'm challenging a whole lot of the stuff you guys hold pretty dear. And I'm doing it just out of like exploration.
But here's the thing. You haven't challenged your own model. That's the thing you haven't challenged. That's what
I'm sorry. I disagree with what you just said.
About being... Okay.
Not you.
Oh, okay. I always mistake that. Okay, go ahead.
I was going to say, oh no.
I mean, give me an example of something that you challenge. I mean, because I think of a challenge to be,
I was
either when people go like head to head, or when you say something that is true and correct, and then someone challenges you. Well, I mean, what we're telling you is to look at what they say is true about the globe, and then go outside. How could you? I mean, if you're challenging. You're not really challenging us at that point, right? If you're listening and you're doing the math and this, that, and the third, then you're challenging the same thing that we're challenging. Or have challenged already. There's nothing left to do for us but to talk to people like you who don't know yet.
But I'll be honest and a little bit self-reflecting here. When I once heard of Flat Earth, like I think it's now like 7 years ago, I also thought it was very hilarious. But I mean, my entry was also a little bit easier than most of people, because there was no not Professor Dave and all these, deluded videos where they put the, geocentric system into the heliocentric system, and then people go on, oh, look at the stupid flat earthers. They have a spinning dish in outer space. That's the thing, because for me, my videos were, bubbles in space, astronauts on strings, all these great little clips that YouTube just deleted because, they're pretty crazy and I guess hazardous, and no one should watch them because I mean they they could lead to questioning their own very reality and model. And it's just funny, that now we are faced with a huge group of mass indoctrinated people with a false belief about what we actually know about this geographical topographical plane, geocentric, sorry. And I think, I can understand some people, who now just come in here, for example, just directly say, oh, there just must be a bunch of idiots, because they have been indoctrinated once again, if you think about it this way. I had the pleasure to have YouTube that was not censored 7 years ago, so I could have freely moved around and really looked in a lot of stuff that now is just not available anymore. So yeah, I'll be honest, on some part I can understand.
Which is why I sent you all those links, by the way, Giggler. All the videos you can't find anymore.
But what I can't understand are people that, where you answer certain questions, for example, do not take the geocentric model and put it into the heliocentric model, and do not start, or even if you explain them, what about the edge, what about other planets, blah, blah, all these one-day questions, and they still, after 3-4 weeks of explaining many things all over again, still do not really get anything or self-reflect anything or try to research anything, then these people are hopeless and they can stay in the indoctrinated Disney Wonderland. And I really don't want to waste any more energy. But if you're honest with yourself and you really want to search for truth, you're gonna find out that the Earth is stationary and flat, and you just don't even need videos for this. You can just do your own experiments, go out, actually look at reality for what it is, look at the night sky, realize that the sky doesn't change and it's a perfect clock above you, and you're in a good way.
If you have a logical view of reality, I don't think, since I've been able to excise any kind of model from my mind, which means I'm not a flat earther, I'm not an anything earther. I haven't had to watch a flat Earth. I haven't had to watch a flat Earth video in 3 years. Honestly, I actually have not. I really haven't. And the more that you just deal with the logic of the basic principle, that primary axiom, does it measure flat? Everything else falls apart from there.
Right.
Everything else is derivative. And as long as you're arguing in derivatives, as long as you're trying to find alternative explanations for things that are derivative of the principal, primary foundation of reality, which is what is the measurement of the land, you will always be stuck in the weeds.
Right.
That's right.
Just my
the
opinion.
globe Earth is a geometric claim, man.
Yeah.
And the burden of proof is on them. You don't need to watch it. You don't need to do anything. They need to do it.
Yeah. If there is no measured curvature, then what is the validation of the claim of curvature? And that's it.
Amen.
Oh, I know what it is. It's my favorite shape.
Yeah.
Dude, it's almost infantile, right?
Okay,
I
Copernicus.
like triangles. Yeah, okay, Copernicus. It's almost infantile.
I put in the maths you need.
Everything with a sphere, because he who was it, Pythagoras, that he adopted the belief in the
all of them. Pythagoras, Plato, Copernicus, all
like balls.
The perfect shape is a sphere, and so the gods would make everything a sphere, and that was the entire foundation for their belief. This is, but where I catch flack.
Oh, sounds like heliocentrism is a sort of religion.
Almost. Isn't shocking?
A little weird.
So you come up with your aesthetic preference, and then you go out into the world and look for information that confirms your bias. And then you presuppose this and presuppose that, and then a few hundred years later, here we are.
Yeah, that's why.
Wait a second. Gravity is just a belief system, and they just agree on believing in it, even though they can't really prove it.
Well,
doesn't
gravity.
sound like a religion.
The meaning of gravity, gravitas, was just weight. That's what it was. But the hypothesis of it was just, backwards engineering mathematics. It wasn't.
Yeah, but I'm just saying this as
They
a
had
joke
to explain
because-
sticking to a ball. Look,
Yeah, they
it's
had
pretty
to
simple. They had to explain why are people upside down.
Why are we up? Why? How can people stand antipodal to me?
If you Google is gravity proven, the first thing that comes up, it says most everyone in the scientific community believe gravitational waves exist, but no one has ever proved it. That's because the signals from gravitational waves are usually incredibly weak. When we move the gravitational wave, it's so weak it is effectively zero, says Kamyon Kovsky.
That's true. But have you ever tried to talk to a member of the public?
Yes.
They're not all firing. They're not firing on all their cylinders.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't either, I once believed living on a spinning ball, I once was very attractive to finding out stuff about astronauts, ISS, and so forth. Like, I can still remember.
Let me ask you this, though. You always wanted to find out. You always wanted to know more. You always wanted to figure out how it was working. And that's because fundamentally there was something in you that wasn't satisfied with the explanations.
That's true, yes.
Yeah. But 90%.
That was literally me.
Yeah, 90% of people are they're satisfied. And I'm not even saying that's wrong to be satisfied with an explanation. Because honestly, like, let's say it's medieval times. Let's say it's the 13th century. You don't want to die of plague. Your next door neighbor lived to the ripe old age of 34. Are you thinking about this? And yeah, let's say some Jesuit comes along and says, hey, the Earth's a globe. And you're like, okay, that's great. Will I make it to 35? Do you care? Does it bother you? Is it on your mind? Like most people driving in on their way to work, are they going to think about it? Are they going to reckon it in their lives? They're satisfied with the answer because they're just trying to get on with the daily grind.
You know what that reminds me of? That Family Guy episode where they're on the Amistad, and Peter gets a paper cut, and he was like, "Nice knowing you guys," because they would die from an infection.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Yeah, some jokes are hilarious on that.
On TikTok, I told a girl she looked like Peter Griffin, and I got like 10,000 likes.
Do you also know that little clip from Family Guy with I think it is Buzz Aldrin or someone in the staged Apollo set where he comes out and there's a guy and says, "Didn't I see you on TV? Shouldn't you be on the moon?" And then he just bangs him on the trunk and I don't know, punches him unconsciously and puts him into the trunk. I don't know if it was Family Guy or something, but some jokes are not really jokes, and they're just a critical view or like reading between the lines, so to say, of reality. Like they literally show you on so many serious movies and comics, whatever, that they faked it, but still people think it's just all a joke at the end of the day,
If enough people believe it, it's real.
All right.
So does it matter?
How many inches are in a mile?
Lots.
12 inches in a foot, 5,280 feet in a mile. So 5,280 times 12, like 52,000 or something like that.
Well, hey man, I'm always delighted to recognize a voice. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
Welcome to the server.
Yeah, I've been here for a few weeks. Haven't spent a whole lot of time, but a bit.
What's your position, the giggler?
I'll give you 3 guesses, and the first 2 don't count.
On the fence-leaning globe.
I would say I'm a pretty solid globe. I'm sitting here with papers in front of me, drawing diagrams and doing math, trying to convince myself I could be wrong, but failing miserably.
Well, you know, math can always prove math, but have you tested your math against reality?
That's literally where the globe exists.
Like
That's the only place it exists.
your mathematical model is always going to be validated by the math of the mathematical model that was created for the mathematical model.
You could exist completely in the mathematical model and still not have any correlation at all to reality. So,
And buying a How Star Trek Works book and finding out that everything in the show works because it's in a How Star Trek Works book. Like, that's how warp engines work. I saw the cutaway.
Well, we don't see 8 inches per mile squared of curvature down and away from the starting point, so we're probably not on a ball. Otherwise, we're looking for this curvature.
I think that's also another way of escaping reality somehow. You know, you look at equations of how Superman flies, and then you're like, yeah, man, maybe Superman is real.
63,360 inches in a mile. When you multiply 12 times 5,280.
Well, Giggler, you could get me back on the globe if you can just show me measured curvature. Can you do that?
If I figure out a way to do it, you will be the first person I will reach out to.
Well, I mean, it's been claimed for 300 years, so I think plenty of people have claimed it, right?
All right, I came up with over 50 miles on a ball, roughly the size of what the Earth is supposed to be. We'd expect to see the curvature drop off from the horizon over 50 miles. It would be a 19,800 inch drop. I think I screwed up somewhere.
50 miles would make your ball a radius like magnitudes of 100 times greater than your Earth.
Well, 50 squared is 25 with 2 zeros. If you take 2/3 of that, that's the feet of the drop. That's like, what, 1,500 feet of drop away from the starting point, roughly?
Well, it's complicated, and the reason it's complicated is assuming we have a ball with a radius of almost 4,000 miles, and we're trying to figure out the drop in elevation curvature over a 50-mile stretch of the circumference. You wind up in this weird place where all the numbers are so huge, but the answer I'm trying to find, I'm expecting to come out in some number of dozens of inches.
So why doesn't that match? Why doesn't that match the actual globe with a radius 3,959 miles? Why doesn't it?
I'm guessing because I'm not as good at math as I think I might be.
Is NASA doing their math wrong? Because we get their dimensions and math from them.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit of a problem.
Why are you using inches?
Hang on a second.
Oh my goodness.
Who's the guy?
Because it sounds longer that way.
I was hoping if I could take the theoretical radius of the Earth, do the math, and then do the drop over 50 miles, I would see roughly, and I know it's an estimate, but I'd see 8 inches per mile squared. Oh, wait. 8 inches per mile squared. I forgot to square the miles.
Calculation and measurement, that's all I want to know.
Hang on. Yeah, hang on a second. So 8 inches per mile squared. 50 times 50 times 8 inches.
Calculation, a direct
measurement. What did I say before? 20,000 inches?
Giggler.
20,000 inches. Wow.
Giggler.
That is right.
Is a calculation a direct measurement?
I know you guys don't like math, but I'm a number
Yes
five,
or
so
no?
you're going to lose me on that one every time. Giggler, we like math. You don't like math.
Yeah.
No, I love math.
We're the ones on the right side of the math.
You're avoiding,
trying to let you know
you're
about
avoiding reality behind you. You're
Hey,
hiding.
one of you
behind
guys, listen. Cool story, guys. No problem. But so far, all we're doing is rhetoric. So let's get the brass tacks real quick, okay? This is how it goes, Giggler. 250 miles away, infrared observation from 9,000 foot observer height, okay? You have an arc angle, and the apex of that arc angle is called the sagittah between point A and point B. Off of that apex arc is what's known as the hidden height after the fact, which means obstruction, okay? So from that off angle, at that range, the mountain range in question, which is the Canigou Mountains, okay, should be, according to the globe model, the top of the mountain should be 1 mile below that line. Yet, in the image, you can see the entire mountain range all the way to the town at the base, including the water line. Okay? Now, that alone should be sending shivers through your body. Okay? It's that simple. Now, the only possible retort, okay, I'm going to give you the answer for sake of brevity, that you could claim is refraction. Now, there's no evidence of this refraction anywhere. The only thing you can do is quote unquote model it out and pretend that it exists. However, when the military, right, decided to charter a university to test laser wavelengths across distances to prove which is the best for targeting, the lasers all hit the target in a 3-meter telescope, I believe, when they should have been separated by 20. Okay, since we know that different wavelengths of light refract at different rates, then if a standard lapse rate, which means concentric circles around the circumference of the Earth, right, for which they model this light to travel, if that were true, then those beams of light should have been separated, and they arrived unseparated. That proves that this refraction that magically would solve this problem of this observation that I just gave you, which defeats the globe by orders of magnitude, multiple orders of magnitude, does not exist. Okay? So there you go, friend. That's the end of that.
Yeah, that proves that terrestrial refraction is a fair.
Yeah, and I want to bring something up because I think people are confused about how this was done. See, they did the test first, and then they did the math, and then they realized it should not have worked. You see what I'm saying? They said, oh, when we modeled this out with refraction, we shouldn't have been able to see all 3 lasers at the same time. Oops. But they did. And they know they saw all 3 lasers at the same time because as they picked it up in the telescope, each wavelength was separated to its own CCD on fiber optic lines, and each one was read individually because they were measuring turbulence. So what they're measuring is like a speckle pattern. So each wavelength was separated out because wavelengths don't, like different wavelengths don't interfere with each other. So you can shoot them all into the same telescope. They don't interfere with each other, and you can separate them out. See, they didn't test refraction. They did a test, did the model, realized they shouldn't have been able to do the test. But they did do it. See, refraction is an ad hoc argument. It's given after the fact. Oh, I see the Earth's a ball, so there must be refraction. See, they didn't do an ad hoc test. They did the test and then did the model, and we're like, oh no, our model's wrong. And this isn't the only one. There's other ones. I mean, it's been measured with 2-frequency LiDAR. It's been measured all sorts of ways, and there's no mathematical model of refraction that matches any sorts of measurements at all. It's just something, it's literally just like a Hail Mary. Oh, I see the Chicago skyline from 52 miles, so throw a Hail Mary, refraction.
It's like a get out of jail free card in Monopoly.
Can I ask Giggler a question? Or Giggler, can I ask you a question? I mean, that was a stupid question.
Please.
So you like numbers and math, right? And I guess you also have already seen, the astronauts screwing up. Maybe someone sent you pictures of the high ice walls.
Shut it.
Huh?
No offense, but he needs to respond to what we just said before we move on.
Oh, sorry. But I'm gonna remember that question and ask later.
Right now is a hold your feet to the fire moment, Nicola. So you need to respond to what we just said before anybody moves on to anything. Otherwise, you can just sit on the back burner.
I'm sorry, what was I responding to?
What we should be saying is, do you have a link to that? Yes, we do.
Well, thank you.
Igor, what you need to respond to is the fact that you've been given demonstrations that are orders of magnitude over the gold prediction that falsifies it. What say you?
I tentatively remain unconvinced.
Unconvinced?
Yeah. So, what would you say your confidence level is in the globe at this point?
As high as it could be without being absolute, 99.9 something.
Okay, great. So, how many other things in life are you 100% sure of with zero proof?
Not 100% sure of anything.
Oh, you said 99.999%.
As close as I could be to absolute certainty,
Okay, so
while recognizing
how many things in life are you that close to certainty without proof? What other topics in life or subjects or parts of your life are you 100% confident or nearly so with zero proof of anything to back it up?
Let's take the claim that my wife is a female. I'm about that same level of confidence, 99.9999999.
Yeah, but you have evidence of her being female.
I know, but only you really know that, and really you
don't have evidence
I'm
of the globe, though.
100% sure my wife is a female. I'm 100% sure.
You have zero proof that it's a globe, though. Is the point?
Right.
I mean, you slept with the globe? I don't get it. You're just as sure as the globe is a globe as you are that your wife is a woman.
Plus, you've experienced a flat Earth, and we never experienced your wife.
You have proof of your wife's curvature.
Can I try to convince you? Igor, can I try to convince you, please?
No. We need to go back to the proposition at hand. Okay? So,
I want to convince you.
Giggler. If what we have said is true, that this mountain range is indeed visible, and that refraction is not sufficient, that means that the Earth cannot be a globe. Do you understand that?
vaguely, but I don't know enough about the sciences involved to. I think we need a whiteboard, like I said.
Not science.
How does optics play into our measurements when we're talking about this distances this long? There's all sorts of possibilities, and this is the thing. I'm thinking about the things I'm not thinking about, or maybe not aware of, that might make what seems to me a simple calculation be woefully wrong because I didn't know one of the pieces of information, which I'm open to.
Ignorance isn't really an argument.
Yeah, good point.
So why are you not asking for citations or any of that sort to learn more about it, rather than just excusing yourself out of it?
I think you guys have a really big uphill battle convincing me. I would much rather, like,
Post
instead of someone
stream, a link to a curve calculator. So I'm going to post a link to a curve calculator. You can see the formulas right next to the boxes where you punch in the values. So if you want to calculate it, you can just use the formula to calculate it yourself if you don't trust it. This calculator was made by a globe earther, so if it's wrong, take it up with him. But it matches every other curve calculator there is. which are all made by Globers. Every single one is made by a Glober. So there must be some Glober conspiracy to dupe flat earthers and have them make arguments that you can't see curvature. So on top of that, we gave you, I posted the links, right, to this test that we described. I have more if you want those.
I'm going through the chat now.
So this is the thing. You have there is zero evidence terrestrial refraction exists at all. And we don't even need positive evidence, but we have it. Right? So the claim is, I see so far because of terrestrial refraction, light bends around the ball. That's a claim, right? That's a claim. How do you falsify that claim? You test for refraction. What's one way you can do that? You can measure the dispersion of wavelengths of light to see if there actually is refraction happening. And you can actually measure the separation between those rays and quantify how much refraction there is. They do this with something called a dispersometer. So what makes the separation between two wavelengths, you can calculate, what's this distance? And you can calculate out how much refraction those two wavelengths experience to make them separate by that much. But when you measure no distance between the wavelengths, between the frequencies of light, there's no separation. It means there is no refraction. It means there's no refraction happening. It means whatever the refractive index is between point A and point B, it's uniform, does not change.
Basically, he appears to be saying that the Glober excuse of refraction, making us see too far over a ball, doesn't quite apply, because if refraction was occurring by the current theory, different colors of light would basically go off at different angles. We're not seeing that. There's no refraction based off of the current theory. The Globers can't use that as an excuse for why we see too far over the ball. They're going to have to come up with another one because we're not seeing refraction like that.
Because all you have to think of is this. This is how I ended up thinking of it. Plus, I was reading stuff on patents for surveying equipment, because this is a problem in surveying that they think they need to figure out. But the reason they're trying to figure it out is because they're making measurements and it doesn't conform to their idea of a ball. So they're like, how do we explain this? We need to compensate for refraction. So they invent all sorts of devices, and none of them work because they can't that there is a ball. But how do you falsify the claim of diffraction? You can measure this other property of light called dispersion. It's the way a prism works, right? You shine white light into a prism, all the colors get separated because each wavelength refracts differently. So they each take a different angle and end up spreading out. So this is how we can test for it. And the only test, this test shows that it's not happening.
Yeah, to test any theory, you have to be honest about what you think the implications of the theory are, namely that different colors of light would spread out differently in a dispersometer or something, and that would show you.
Maybe not lose Lemon then.
You'd have to have faith that it's occurring without any real indication that it's occurring. So we need to talk about these theories of refraction or whatever over a ball, what they imply, what the implication is, and see if we're honestly finding these implications or not. If we're not finding them, like light spreading via some dispersometer, then why are we invoking refraction at all?
Yeah, because the fundamental claim is that the atmosphere is just a giant lens that does one thing. It picks things up over the horizon and does nothing else. That's a spurious claim. That would mean that's all they have to do to make lenses is shape the lens so that things change position. That's not how they design lenses. They have to compensate for all sorts of so-called distortions and defects. And chromatic aberration is one of the distortion defects they have to correct for. And that is based upon the thickness of the lens. And when we're doing observations of 250, 275, 300 miles, this dispersive effect is going to be more evident because you need more refraction. The further the distances, you need even more refraction because it's getting picked up even further over more curvature.
And how much refraction do we always get, India?
Whatever they need.
Exactly.
Well, this is
whatever is needed.
Well, this is the part where the Globers try to buy time for scientism, so-called. They look for some sort of authority to hand them down an opinion or some sort of quote-unquote debunk of the flat Earth. We can invite, Globers to, think for themselves, but if they need an establishment authority opinion to sanction their thinking, well, then at that point, what can you do? You can lead a Glober to flat water, but you can't make him think.
Oh my goodness, Giggler. Since you've been here, one thing that you've actually presented that was actually based on experimental or observational direct evidence.
Believe what you want, Giggler, but it's pretty simple. You basically take the miles, square them, and if you want to do it in feet, it's even simpler. All you have to do to make it feet is take 2/3 of that value, because 8 inches out of 12 inches for a foot is like 2/3, 0.66. And so all you have to do is take the miles squared and take 2/3 of that, which is even simpler to get the number of feet that it should drop from the starting point, which is pretty simple for most of these calculations. Like you said, with 50 miles before, 50 squared is 25 with 2 zeros. 2/3 of that is about 1,600. There you go, 1,600 feet of expected drop. If the simpler you make it, the easier it is to see the falsehood.
So the point where I asked that question previously was that no, Giggler, you have not challenged us at all since you've been here. Not once.
The fact is, as far as this topic is concerned, all that's left is the crying. That's all that's left. Like, you guys haven't caught up to this, most Goldbergers, they haven't caught up. You still have people coming in claiming the horizon's physical. They even got the memo that was debunked 2 years ago. They either have to concede the horizon is not physical or that the Earth is breathing in and out. It's literally that simple.
I mean, really, the simplest thing you could ask them is, if it's not round, what is it?
Anything but flat. I'll kill myself. They would literally take anything but flat. There's some psychological thing with them that, anything, just not flat.
It's because in some way it has informed their worldview. And so it's become an integral part of their identity.
Well, yeah, and also I think flat Earth is like a counter identity. Like, if you associate with that, it's like it says something about your status in history. I'm not part of those flat Earth people. We're better than that. We have rockets. You remember back in the day, man, they'd flat earthers, you're going to make everything go back to like it used to be. You're going to, you're going to roll back humanity. Like, yeah, we're going to go back to horses and buggies, and we're going to start beating our wives again because, flat earthers represent the past.
That's right. That's right.
That's kind of funny. Who are the ones that regress science itself, saying that science now no longer proves things? Which one of us is that?
Yeah, they're the ones who
I remember distinctly hearing all the time, science proves the globe, you stupid flat earther. I don't understand why you don't understand this. Right? 2015, 2016, we got all this scientific proof for the globe. What do we hear nowadays? Science doesn't prove shit. That's cute.
Yes, I believe I grew up with PBS and Nova saying that science has proved all these things. And now, in 2022, science has proved nothing. Science doesn't prove anything.
That's weird, huh?
Now, if science doesn't prove anything, why is anyone justified in believing anything at all?
Yep, that's the plan.
Hey, trust science, dude.
I really like to clear the air with the Giggler because I don't even know if anyone's ever asked Giggler what his actual impression of what we think Earth is, because he may still have this idea, which would be a hair-pulling idea if he still thought we think Earth is a disk in space. Because you could have 4-hour conversation and find that out at the very end is really disturbing.
That is an excellent point. And it's a comment that I've made to several people I've talked to after being in the server, is I say, I understand that they don't believe the Earth is a ball, but what I don't understand is what they think it is.
I can tell
I'm not saying that
hold on. Let me interrupt you for a second here. Let's say in reality you have the knowledge of a caveman. So you come out of your cave and you see the world around you. Would you develop any kind of model about the ends of the earth or what is beyond what you can know?
Exactly. You guys are the cavemen in this example. Yes. Why do you want to be? I don't get it.
The place you want to be if you're being Socratic. And it was Aristotle who said that's the way you need to think in order to learn new things. Now, if you think you already know everything because you've developed models that imprison you into ways of thinking, you will never gain new knowledge. You have to forget some of the things you have been taught. It's called wiping the slate clean. This is literally straight from Aristotle. This is not regression. This is how you gain new knowledge, is to get rid of insufficiently explanatory beliefs. I will not substitute a belief for knowledge.
Yeah, the comfortable lie, I mean, you can go with that if it makes you feel better, if you think somehow now you're superior because you believe your technological lie. And everybody else can be cavemen, right? The cavemen, they're living in reality. They're more basic. But I have a sophisticated lie I believe in, so I'm better. Take your sophisticated lie. Live in your virtual worlds. I don't care.
Yeah, if you read the allegory of the cave, right? You start off having all this knowledge, but is it even real knowledge to begin with? You have knowledge of what? Shadows on the walls. And it takes leaving that and doing things that hurt your eyes and moving into a completely new region of knowledge. It is a painful process to forget the things that you knew.
I think that's why science just gives out just so stories in theory, trying to prime people to be prepared to find something in their investigation, some sort of starting quote unquote model to go forward and explore. To be like, okay, this is the case or is not the case. That's why I go with the biblical cosmology with some sort of A.E. Gleason map on top, because that's what I would expect to find if I was investigating some sort of flat Earth conception. The Earth is on pillars on top of a watery deep. Hell is in the heart of the earth. There's a solid section of sky called the firmament, under the waters above, under the heavenly throne of God. with the sun, moon, and stars revolving within it. There's some sort of A.E. Gleason layout for the land radiating out from the North Pole center toward an Antarctic ice rim at the perimeter of about 60,000 plus miles. I think that gives people, something to wrap their head around, whether it's true or not, and something to explore. Because if people don't have a starting point for exploration, they just feel unmoored and uncomfortable exploring the topic further.
That may work for some people, but when some people are just wrapped up with models in general, and it's the only way that they're willing to argue, I won't humor them.
Because I think they do have a good point that there needs to be some sort of starting point. Otherwise, it's just endless questioning in a form of learning against learning if there isn't at least some sort of starting, baseline to integrate all of these findings and, go forward and do exploration. At that point, it just becomes stressful as opposed to a journey of discovery.
Isn't that though, like, I guess this is just my opinion. Wouldn't that be like a lack of humility? Like to say that there is mystery that I am completely incapable of understanding.
How is it humble to accept mystery and agnosticism? That has nothing to do with humility. Humility is just accepting, what is.
Yeah,
It's
that's
not
what I
necessarily
mean.
being comfortable with lack of knowledge or mystery.
Yeah, you can be comfortable with a lack of knowledge. You can say, I will never know this certain thing.
But we have certain things that give us some sort of knowable baseline. As far as we can tell, most continents have a north-south section. The sun circles overhead, which would lead to a northern center anyway. So if we already have things that are leading toward that sort of quote-unquote modeling in these flat earth conceptions, why can't we just be explicit about stating what these models, quote-unquote, are leading toward? The common elements that appear to define most flat earth conceptions, that we could at least be honest about that.
Well, I'm not saying that couldn't be that. I'm just saying I don't know that it's that. And so I do not have a model in my head at all.
And you don't need one. It's not necessary for survival. I mean,
yeah.
Like, I think this is a real problem, though. That the reluctance and the sheer terror at Globers to strip things down to first principles and build it back up again. If the globe Earth were the truth, you could rebuild it 1,000 times and you're always going to get the same result. There should be no fear in starting from first principles, because if it's true, you're going to arrive at the same place anyway. So what are Globers afraid of?
Them attaching themselves to be wrong.
The loss of identity.
Hey, ironically, they're afraid. Check this out. Ironically, they are afraid that human progress and technology has advanced to the point where we can falsify their stupid claims.
Maybe there was never any advancement. Maybe there's nothing new under the sun.
That is kind of ironic, man. And the funny thing is, they come in here all the time and they think the kid did it like 3 days ago, 3 nights ago. He's like, nothing would work if it wasn't a globe. Like, what? Like, what are you talking about?
Literally nothing we do in life is dependent on Earth's curve. Literally nothing.
I asked him for an example. He couldn't come up with one.
Yeah.
They're talking about the advancement of the power structure that enforces this idea in the schools and in the, power structure. They're talking about the advancement of this power structure that is now more hegemonic and more able to enforce its dictates. They're saying that, once this power structure of quote unquote truth dissemination about this ball is destroyed, we're just going to be left lost without any sort of way to tell what's anything anymore without this power structure in place. But I don't think that that's the case.
Instead of thinking I'm starting at a base point of reality, now that's crazy. But that comes from years of indoctrination. That's why they demand so hard for, what's your model? What's your model? You don't even know your own model. Now you want us to replace your model with another model.
Well,
And again,
you
yeah,
have to have
say, well,
faith.
we're not talking about a model. We're just talking about the Earth that we live on.
Well, what we're dealing
Talking
with
about
here
the
is a
models
lack of
today.
we're dealing with a
Sorry.
lack of faith. These people don't feel like they have any sort of power to determine what is happening in reality without this power structure in place, without these authorities of scientism, without these teachers, without these Jesuitical, power mongers dictating to them, some sort of academic opinion. And so, because of that lack of faith, they're going to look desperately for another power center. They're like, well, if
Yeah.
not, the schools and people like Anthony Fauci, well, then who? You, another person who's, has no power? No, we're going to go
But
with the
but
mall instead.
but this is only the result of these human beings, whether they be small or adult size. They're having to, like these adults that are having to go through the Santa thing twice. This is the second time. The globe is just the second Santa. It's Santa.
Yep.
I'm telling you,
It's Santa 2.0. That's all it is.
it's the death of ego. It is the most painful thing a human can go through. The death of ego is death, because it is the dying of the personality. Like your entire identity is gone.
I didn't find this shit painful at all. To me, I was just like, oh,
That's
okay, this is my reality. Okay,
Yeah, that's right.
I can fuck with that. That's why I was so surprised when I got into the arguments, and I was just like, why are all these people why are they flipping out like this? What's going on?
It was actually a relief, like a weight off my shoulders.
Same. But you know what? There's two types of people. There's the kind of person who's looking for truth, and there's the kind of person who's looking for validation.
Yep.
I'll be
looking
honest.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I should go on a T-shirt. When I first saw Bubbles in Space 7 years ago on open, not censored YouTube, I literally felt a little bit of fear, because at that point I was very much indoctrinated. I loved watching ISS videos of astronauts actually floating in space, and I was pretty much a fanboy, of everything about NASA and so forth and space. And it scared me, literally. I saw these videos, and something run from my head down to the toes, like a shiver, so to say. For me, it was very scary. But I think there was a good thing behind being scared, because that eventually led me to, I really want to make sure that what I'm seeing is true, so I went further and further down the rabbit hole, So, yeah, I think it's just really dependent on the person. But for me, it was. I mean, I was also very young. I was 14 or maybe 15 at that point. So, yeah. So, but trust me, is he still here? What was his name? Oh, yeah, Giggler. To let go of something is, I mean, it could be a hard thing, but afterwards it's very much a nice new path to build up on new information.
It's tough. People want to have faith in their authorities, be it schools,
Right.
God, even themselves. When you trade one authority for another, like, scientism, NASA, or whatever, people are scared. They're like, well, who do I trust now? Do I trust myself? Do I trust
Right.
something else? It's scary.
The government is actually God for many people these days. That's why they fear also the things that the government tell them to be fearful of. They tell them, be fearful of the air and wear a plastic penny in front of your face, and you're gonna be secured from that bad
I'll
air.
give you one scarier. I'll give you one scarier, Clay. The government is not their god. The crowd, the mob, is their god.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Yeah, it's just sad. I'm really sorry for many people. Like in Germany right now, we don't have any mandates for these type of things. and still you see so many people using these plastic things in front of their face. You know, I don't want to get specific because I don't know how much specific I can get in this free YouTube.
They're using the mask, the COVID burqa, or the COVID, visor, face shield, or whatever.
Yeah, it's even crazier. They're using the FFP2 mask, you know, that one where you literally can't breathe anymore.
Hold up, y'all. Hold up. We're going to have a meeting about this now that they've removed all the mandates, but let's keep the talk to a minimum for now.
Yeah.
We will have a meeting about this.
All right.
So
it's just interesting.
Hey, just for an order of sensitivity, after one person says, I don't want to speak about this particular topic, the very next thing shouldn't be that next person saying the exact topic.
Yeah,
But
I'm
anyway,
sorry if
I digress.
sorry, it's my job to uphold the tyranny.
No, all good. I think I wanted to insert something because we talked about how some people, you know, see the government or let's say the crowd as the ultimate authority over all things.
Yeah.
I know. We made it this far through Discord's and YouTube's banned Bonanza. I'd hate to get canned on the last leg of the journey, dude. That'd be embarrassing.
Yeah, we'll be allowed
to talk. We all know the truth. I mean, everybody here is woke, man. We don't need we all know what's going on.
Right.
Not to shift to a meta conversation, but did a lot of servers get caught up in that?
Yeah, there was a complete ban fest that they were banning servers, spreading medical disinformation, but they wouldn't say what it was. So we were just like, okay, we'll just end the talk about that because if we don't know what it is, we can and can't say, just not talk about it. That's not the purpose of the server anyway. So one server got deleted and all they posted was official information. That's all they posted. Like CDC press, World Health Organization press releases, government press releases, and then they got deleted. So if you don't know what you can say, then don't say anything.
Well, they keep it purposefully nebulous on purpose so that they can enforce it however they want. Even though it's official information, if you put out a narrative that doesn't go with the official narrative to interpret the information, they're still going to count that because they want you to think only pre-approved thoughts and pre-approved, pre-digested opinions about official topics.
Well, it's already a miracle that this server's lasted this long with this topic. So, if we're going to get kicked off, it's going to be for Flat Earth and not something else.
Right. Pre-digested. That's a good one.
It's like Ayn Rand said, these opinions are like chewing gum picked up off of the sidewalk, going from sidewalk to mouth to brain to mouth to sidewalk again. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically it. Ay. So, Giggler, are you still calculating?
Yeah, no, I gave up in frustration.
All right, that's a beginning. I mean, being frustrated is actually not a bad thing, Maybe out of that frustration, you can now build up something else. But don't be frustrated as us, at us. We can't do anything about what reality is. Or why certain people choose to create a huge deception. So maybe be frustrated against, the very own people you put your trust in your whole life until this point.
Well, the liar has to hone its craft. Even as a young child, the liar practices with little lies to see how facile they are at lying, how experienced, how believable they are. This is just part of the deception. If you can lie about this, it opens up the door to be able to lie about other things and control the perception of those around you.
Mm,
One little lie leads to bigger lies, normally.
that's true.
I posted my motto. The world wants to be deceived, let it be deceived.
Mundus vult decipi ergo decipiato. Decipiatu. But oh yeah, maybe because now we know that there is no answer from Giggler towards reality. To go back to one question, so I guess if you've been here for a while and you have been faced with the astronauts screwing up and all these coincidences, I mean there must be coincidences, otherwise you should have already put that into into your calculations. Why is it that we find so much of these things? That just point to something that is at the end a lie. Why do we have astronauts on strings? Why is that a thing? Why do we have astronauts glitching out, grabbing through objects that are not there, or grabbing for objects that are not there? Even if you don't want to directly look at reality and look at the Hollywood studio, why is that a thing? If Flat Earth is so ridiculous, but still we have these thousands over thousands of things that just point directly to it. I mean, at some point, even if you're frustrated right now, you might think you're still all stupid. At some point, you as an individual, no one else, just you, need to start connecting at least these two things. Like maybe you can still be on the fence of reality, which I mean is still pretty foolish, but start connecting what you have already been presented to. You have been already shown all these things that they messed up, and now still you want to be frustrated, or you want to maybe go a little step forward and say, okay, maybe there is a certain pattern and there is a reason why people know that the earth is flat. Maybe there is a reason why everything is CGI at the end of the day, presented in a heliocentric model. Because they have no reality. And if they have no reality to show us, then their whole concept is not based on reality, which is also ultimately the truth. So I don't know what you're waiting for, but, your choice.
Well, y'all just giving me dead air now.
That was a silent minute for the Globers, I guess.
I think that pregnant moment came to full term. Hey, Clay, what part of Europe are you in? Germany?
Who, me?
Yeah,
No, Sweden.
Sweden. Do y'all have electrical outlets in your bathrooms?
Electrical outlets. Yeah, why?
You do? Oh, okay. I saw a video, a guy from the UK, and he said they do not have electrical outlets in the bathrooms there.
I don't know about that, so I can't speak for them.
That for Europe?
Yeah, maybe we can.
Well, Sweden is the smartest country on earth, I hear, so I imagine they would have, electrical outlets in the bathroom, because how are you going to blow dry your hair?
Exactly, yeah. No,
You
we
know.
do. It's normal. Lucky
Or
Europe.
charge your phone while you're taking a dump, right?
No, you don't get it in the UK. There's nothing. There's sockets for shavers, the little 2 prongs, but there's no plug sockets for anything else.
They usually, but they're usually up top though. High.
Oh yeah, what voltage are y'all's houses there in the UK? I forget. It's
240.
Y'all run 220, right?
Yeah, probably
240.
Huh? 240. Yeah, sorry. Well, did y'all know we run the same thing here? It's converted. It's only the stove that's running that. Everything else is run on lower voltage in the walls.
Yeah, but the outlet in the bathroom here is like head height. So
head height.
Yeah.
Oh my god, so weird. So there's a cord at head height. That is so ghetto. That is ratchet.
I've never seen a plug in a bathroom. Not at head height, not at any height. Seriously,
We have one like when you're sitting on our toilet and you look at the wall right across from you. There's an outlet like regular, 12 inches off the floor, and it's not even a what's the ones with the protection thing? GFI.
GFCI.
Not even one of those. Yeah, it's just an outlet, and I know what it is. Is somebody did their own remodel and just slapped it in there because you'd never build it that way in code.
Now, in a bathroom next to the sink, it's common in an American bathroom. This is what's common. You have 2 regular wall outlets down in the middle of the wall, right? But then you have GFCI up by the sink, and sometimes you have 4 plugs for your GFCIs by your light switches up by the sink. So your typical American bathroom is going to have 2, 4, 6 plugs in it.
That's crazy. I'd always be worried about touching it with wet hands and stuff like that, and getting water on it and things.
Well, your GFCI, you got no worries with that, because that's gonna trip. You won't get electrocuted; it'll trip. It trips from their switch. So you won't get a shock. And the Brits are like, GFCI, what's that?
Yeah, exactly. To be honest, I know nothing about this kind of stuff. I just know we don't have them, and that's it.
No, I can't turn my camera on in here. I was going to show you what we got in this bathroom. I thought one of these was the protected one, but they're both just regular outlets sitting by the sink. But they're so close to each other, it's weird. I'm trying to take a picture and put it in the text.
Like, my house was built in 1959, and I have outlets in my bathroom.
Yeah, usually the old houses has those outlets. I got this what do you call it? The cover, like a lid cover over it as well, for whatever reason, but it's head height anyway. So
head height. What is it supposed to do?
Oh, I can't even post pictures in the text. Dang it.
Oh, you're missing the.
Do you need a roll? Who is it? Is it the Giggler?
Giggler guy, yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me. I'm just going to post. Hold on.
Link image embed.
I'm going to do the picture roll. Hold on a second.
It's going to take you half an hour.
Edge edit rolls. My God, I hate looking through all these rolls. I'm just going to delete 90% of them. Don't ping me ever. Link embed image roll. There we go.
I wonder if I have to disconnect from the VC and come back to have it take effect. I bet I do. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Control R, you refresh. Oh, never mind. He's on MOBA, I think. Riddlers.
All right, let's see if I can post a picture now. All right, that was a lot of build up for a pretty lame picture. But yeah, that's what we got in our bathroom. And it's a weird setup.
Yeah, I think that one on the right should have been a GFCI. But they put in a regular plug.
When I went to take the picture, I would have sworn that one of them was, but clearly they're not. But
yeah, they're not.
Maybe I'm the homeowner that replaced it at some point and put a regular plug in because it was cheaper. That does sound like something I would do.
So what you're telling us is you looked at a picture and you evaluated it incorrectly.
Got him.
I can turn anything into flat Earth.
I'm happy to be wrong, man. I'm happy to be wrong. A lot of people don't like being wrong, but to me, being wrong means learning. Like the only way you go to college, you're going to find out you were wrong about all the stuff you didn't know. Yeah, well, so that's learning. It's cool.
What you're really going to learn is something you didn't know, that you didn't really know the difference between belief and knowledge, and now you do. A lot of people think they claim they know things that they only believe.
Your plug sounds like worries in America.
It's interesting because you said you made a joke just a minute ago, but you can pull anything back to the flat Earth stuff, and I feel like I'm the same. But for me, it's always like any conversation I have, I'm going to loop back into some religious idea. That's always. Yeah, and my wife just said, "Hey, you do it too often. You should shut up."
Well, the flat Earth has lots of tentacles, historical, science, geometry, like it's everywhere. It's the foundation of Western civilization.
Speaking of tentacles, one of the things we did Friday night,
man, about your wife, you don't have to lie and say you're married. That's okay. We think you're cool anyway.
She's here. I'll show you a picture of her. Hang on a second.
Rent a bride.
I'll show you a picture. It's real because it's a picture.
She said, don't show that picture to a group of strangers. And I think she might be right on this one.
Well, then don't do it.
She is Photoshop, but she has to be.
I think I heard her in the background actually. When he said, I think my wife is 99.9% female, and she's like in the background. She said like, "What? I'm 100% female or something."
Yeah, she didn't find that humorous at all, at all. Yeah. And you didn't hear the half.
And I'm just going to keep messing with you until you give us direct physical measurements of Earth curvature.
So Giggler, have you ever thought of this, that the globe Earth claim is the foundation of Western civilization?
No, but I could see it.
So when did the Enlightenment start? What was the demarcation? In what? 1492.
Wasn't that Columbus sailing the ocean blue? Thought it was.
No, I said the Enlightenment, the intellectual enlightenment of the West.
When was that? Wasn't that like 1600s? Was it later than that?
Copernicus, Galileo.
So more like 0 BC.
No, it's like the 1500s.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I was right. 1492 kicked the whole thing off. And
what did Galileo? What does Galileo and Copernicus claim to fame?
Heliocentrism.
Okay. So the Enlightenment, why the West considers themselves superior to all other cultures, right? The rational Enlightenment, where we figured out science and all that stuff, foundation is the concept of heliocentrism, and that idea is founded on the Earth as a ball. So the foundation, the brick that Western civilization, it's not actual brick, it's actually sand, but the foundation of Western civilization is the globe idea. That's why people flip out when they hear other shit.
It's going to make you...
saying, well, what you're basically saying is, Western civilization is a big lie. That's what they hear.
At the risk of making you dislike me, I always find it really strange when somebody phrases it that way. Figured out science. As though science were this singular thing that you either knew or didn't know. Rather than being a tool that could be used to give you greater confidence in the things you thought you knew.
Listen, the scientific method is often credited with starting with Occam as an Occam's razor.
I love Occam's razor.
Yeah, well, it's actually empirically wrong, but that's okay. We're not going to get into that.
But it's useful when I walk into the house and we see our dog and a box that's all chewed up and she's laying in the middle of it. And I go, oh, I'll bet you that our dog chewed up that box. And my wife goes, no, clearly aliens have framed her for chewing up a box. And I'm like, I don't think that's...
But you're still dealing with a probability, aren't you?
Yeah, you're dealing
exactly.
with
Exactly, for sure. Yep.
Yeah, but
that's AI. You're busting up hard.
Is it him or me?
I think it's him. But Giggler, I think you might be confusing science the method with science the religion.
Well, I don't think that science is a religion, so not
if you
a lot of room for confusion on my part.
Yeah, you wouldn't, but
there is.
That's the problem.
Hey,
indoctrinated people don't normally think of themselves as indoctrinated, so that's probably what's going on there.
The meme with "if you ever feel dumb, just remember people think this is real." Is that Oh, that's moon landing. Moon landing. Gotcha.
If I told you I could use the scientific method to answer questions that are outside the realm of the scientific method, would you think I was intelligent?
Maybe.
Well, it's definitionally contradiction. It's a definitional contradiction. If it's outside the scientific method, it would be impossible to use to observe
this is where it might be relevant to point out that I'm philosophical naturalist? I don't think there is a supernatural.
Well, see, so if step one of the scientific method is observation, and I said I'm either going to prove or disprove, say, spirits. I could neither prove or disprove spirits using science because step one would be observation, and I can do neither of those, can I?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So if someone says science disproves something that is outside the realm of science, are they properly applying the scientific method?
I would say no.
Okay. So long as you're on that page, we're okay.
This is why when someone says you can't prove God using science, yeah, technically, definitionally, that is actually correct. But it doesn't actually mean anything. Just meaningless words strung together.
Unless you're talking to a philosophical naturalist. Because as soon as you make your claim unfalsifiable, you're pretty much going to lose his interest, I think. Or her.
Like refraction?
Peeves.
But so claim that refraction lets you see so far?
An unfalsifiable claim would sound something like this. Someone once said to me, you can literally see the curvature of the Earth. And I said, where? And they pointed me to a spot. And they said, see? I said, we measured it. It's not there. And they said, well, there's this other thing happening that makes it invisible. You can't really see it. The Earth is too big. So it's an unfalsifiable claim.
So I read a news item a few years ago about two college students who managed to, for a couple $100, get photographs of the curvature of the Earth. And essentially what they did is they got a cell phone with GPS. They put some weather balloons on it. They got it super high in the air. It was set to, at a certain time, start taking pictures. And then they went and they found it when it came down.
How high did they have to go to get pictures of something that doesn't exist?
I don't know if this is a thing that really happened or not. I accept that it's true. But the point of it is, the point I'm making here is, we could go track down supposedly what they did.
Wait, you don't even have the specifics. What's the point in bringing this up?
It would take some research on our part, but we could do this. And I would be happy. I would be happy to.
You don't even know how high they had to go.
Whatever cost was involved. I figured we could do it for around $500 because they did it probably a decade ago for a couple $100.
Okay, but Giggler, do what? You don't even know what they did. You don't know how high they went or anything.
My wife just said I can't spend $500. The Earth is round. And I should shut up.
So guess what? So can I talk about this for a second? Let me cover this. Okay. So you included the conclusion of the experiment. Okay. The fact is, there's some people, they sent up a weather balloon and caught a certain image. They interpreted that image to indicate something, right?
Yeah.
So capturing the curvature of the Earth was your opinion.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, I would be so delighted if we could do this and we could find that camera when it landed and we could look at those pictures.
You don't need to go through all that. You don't need to go through all that. You don't need to go through all that. Yeah. So that test, they're not high enough to capture the curvature of the Earth. A weather balloon of any type goes nowhere even remotely high enough to visualize the curvature of the Earth. Right? So the way science works is you test the model, right? You test the prediction. The prediction of the model is ball, 3,959 mile radius. You can do the calculation in the geometry. Is curvature visible from the height of a weather balloon? 128,000 feet, 150,000 feet. I've never even heard of a balloon getting that high. But that altitude is not high enough.
Google's telling me, let me read it to you verbatim. Weather balloons can rise to an altitude of 24 miles, 39 kilometers or more,
wrong.
before they burst, and a payload may land via parachute up to 75 miles away, depending on wind conditions at the launch site.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's awesome. But you can do the math to calculate whether curvature is visible. Right, so you have to see, right, the edges bend from the center. Right? Correct? Is that correct?
Sorry, this was a picture of a photo taken from a balloon.
You're not listening or not answering. Which one is it?
I was reading. Sorry, what was the question?
So, an image that would purport to be curvature would show the edge of the Earth bending from the center, right?
I would think so, yeah.
Okay, so from the altitude of 128,000 feet, you can just do the calculation, right? Because you have your eye level, and then you have a dip, right? So in order to see a dip, right, the curvature of the Earth, that means part of the image will appear to dip down from eye level more than other parts of the image, and you would interpret that as curvature. Well, if you do the math, the dip angle in every direction is one value. So from a high up from 138,000 feet, the dip angle is 6.2 degrees. But it's 6.2 degrees in every direction. The horizon is one distance on a ball in every direction. Can't see the curvature from the Earth from 128,000 feet. You need to be at least 1/8 of the radius away because you need to see a substantial portion of the ball from far away.
Agree.
Okay, So the math says you don't see it, right? So what could be the other possible reasons? I don't know. Let's look at, what do they publish on high altitude photography? Oh, cameras are designed for regular standard atmospheric pressure and temperature. What happens when you send up a weather balloon? Oh, now you have low pressure and low temperature. Now the geometrics of the lens changed, right? And the refractive power of the lens changed because the relative refractive index of low pressure versus sea level pressure is significantly different. This increases the refractive power of the lens and causes something called Petzval curvature on the sensor. And this isn't my opinion. This is what they have to consider when they design cameras to take high altitude photography. So you can't see a curvature of the Earth from a weather balloon. Okay, a high altitude, even the International Space Station isn't high enough. Did you know that? Am I talking to myself, or am I cutting out?
You're good, man.
Yeah, you're good, man.
Sounds good.
So
Yeah, I'm still here.
so check this out. If you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, how high is the International Space Station above that ball? You had you scaled everything down. 6 foot ball, International Space Station. How high is it above that ball?
Wild speculation here. A couple of feet, a few feet, maybe a yard.
2.24 inches.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I was off by an order of
2.24
magnitude.
inches. Yeah, and now think about all the ISS images you've seen. And think about as if you took a camera and you put it 2.24 inches above a 6 foot ball. Now tell me those images look like that. They don't. You could do the math yourself.
That is wild, isn't it? So that means, if true, the
Not if true,
astronauts
the math
involved in the
doesn't lie.
Apollo missions were the only humans who've seen the Earth from that distance, theoretically.
No.
Because even satellites aren't that far away.
Yes, we know that. Listen, this is why when people come in here and say, why would they lie? It's like, who's lying? Only 24 people would even claim to know. The people that were on Apollo. If you're on the International Space Station, they only see 3% of the Earth's surface. So what are they seeing? Nothing. They look at the horizon, they spin in a circle, and they see a straight line going all the way across. And when they spin in a circle, 360-degree spin, they just see a flat horizon all the way across. They just see a big circle. They don't see a freaking curving freaking ball. They see a circle.
To be fair, they might be able to look down and recognize the shape of, say, North America, and then watch it head off to whatever direction it's going off in, and then come back again the other direction. I think that would convince me.
Yeah, cool. There. And they could just be going in a circle. Right? Like you can leave your front door, go around your house, and come back in your door, and you went in a circle. You didn't go around the sphere.
Sometimes I have an autistic 4-year-old, and when I'm trying to get her to sleep, sometimes I put her in the car and I drive her around this 4-block radius, and I keep driving past the house.
Did you tell her you're orbiting the Earth?
Yes.
We're in space, little one.
Hey, the Giggler, do you see that picture I posted from phys.org? I'm going to repost it really quick. It's real great because years ago, I love this picture because it was from years ago. Hold on. Ooh. So, let me grab it here. Earth. And where is it? There it is. All right. You see this picture? Phys.org.
Yes.
Okay. Students film breathtaking curvature. The whole article is just praising these students.
I'm pretty sure that's the one I was talking about. Thank you.
Okay. Do you notice a little problem with the image? First of all, I want you to look at it and tell me if you notice a problem with the image. I don't want anyone to answer either.
I do not.
You do not. What happens when you tighten rope?
What happens when you?
Oh, the ropes are curved. The ropes are curved. I'm going to give you another picture really quick. This is my favorite one. You can see I took these pictures back. There are these screenshots back in 2017 too, so it's pretty funny. I just keep them on here. Let me see. Where's the second part of it?
They're the gift that keeps on giving.
They are. They really are. There's my part two. So, I got the whole video. It's linked in the article. Oh, check out the top part because that's just a few hundred feet off the ground.
I love this one.
Hey, let me guess, if you layer both pictures above each other, the curvature is the same. Hence, the horizon was still flat in every shot because it just used the fisheye lens, as usual.
And by the way, Giggler, I tell flat earthers that they can't use images from high altitude showing it flat either. Those are invalid. These are invalid, and the images from high altitude showing it flat are invalid, in my view. Because there's too many variables with how the lenses are affected by the atmospheric pressures and how they're not meant to be used or whatever. There's too many unknowns for anyone to use any of that as proof.
Yeah, there's camera design. There's so many factors. Like, if the camera is designed for that purpose and then tested before it's ever used for the conditions the picture's in, then yeah, maybe there'd be some validity to them. But like, other than that,
yeah,
they're not proof of anything.
You know, a GoPro is something you throw in your canoe so you can do YouTube videos of you adventure.
It wasn't meant for -50.
Yeah. But see, here's the issue, is I haven't used high-altitude photos. In the past 5 years, I have not used a high-altitude photo to prove anything. For me, it's direct measurements. Those are the only proofs, period. Anywhere where there's uncertainty, we eliminate it. It all goes back to direct measurement.
Hey, Meme, how about those 4 mountains you can see all at once?
Just brings it back to reality, though, right? You know for damn sure that the Earth don't look like that. It's not from that height. I've been much higher than that, and the Earth didn't. I've never seen it like that. So where the hell would this come from? It's nonsense. To say
So
that's
here's
the
a
curve of
crazy
the Earth.
thing, right? Yeah, I've heard him say, well, look, now you have 2 pictures of the curve of the Earth. You're denying evidence.
Okay.
Okay, Sped.
Oh my god.
What curvature, though, Giggler? The one that doesn't form a geometric horizon anywhere?
But Giggler, as a matter of just pure logic, right? So things can be evidence, but then there's proof. And then the only thing that can actually prove dimensions, geometric shapes, profiles, whatever, is a direct measurement. Okay? You can infer things from other things, but they're not proof. They're just evidence of. Because, like, think about it like this. If I measure something like the height of you, right? The length of your car with a tape measure, what can disprove that? The only possibility is the measurement's wrong. But then you have to take your own measurement and show what's wrong with your own measurement. Doesn't matter what the lights do, what the stars do, fancy theories about, gravity or Coriolis or any of that stuff. Can't prove direct measurements wrong using any possible method. Not possible. Which is why it's actually proof. People throw around the word proof way too much.
I mean, it's just basic, man. You think we live on a ball. A ball requires curvature. There is none. So it's not about us convincing you of anything, right? It's just about what is. Let the earth itself convince you and your experience on it. Have fun going to measure it. That's what should convince you, not what we're saying. Because we're the ones telling you, don't trust us. Go out and test it for yourself. We don't need you to trust us. But they do. Why? Because look at that picture. They think that's your reality. That's a joke. You've never experienced reality like that. So why should your reality come from somebody else's lips? It's nonsense. The only reason that nonsense worked is because they started when you were real young. That's how they get us. And that's it. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Sometimes I wonder if a child would have never been exposed to this lie and could have had the possibility of just figuring it out itself. Would ever anyone assume from what they experiencing that the Earth is a spinning ball? I don't think so. And I mean with literally no influence, not even one guy saying, you know, I have heard nothing. Just you as a kid growing up until you're an adult, having never been influenced by anything whatsoever from this religion. And I'm 100% sure that you're gonna end up saying that the Earth is stationary and flat. You would never come up in your mind with, oh, it's a ball curving 360 degrees in every direction, flying through outer space. Shooting through outer space, and so forth. So yeah. Trust your senses.
Hey, Giggler, I heard you say something a little bit ago, and maybe it's an assumption that maybe you might want to give up as far as like the people that are interested in this topic. I think you said, I know you guys don't like math. And that's not true. This is really about preserving science from the pseudoscience. Well, I think you may not remember. It doesn't matter. But you said, I know you guys don't like math or whatever. But there's a lot of assumptions, is the point, about our opinion of science, quote unquote. If there is a pseudoscience that's posing as real science, and this is a lie or this is a deception, first of all, would you want to know? And then secondly, wouldn't you want someone to say something?
How would you know as well?
It's a good question. I don't know how I can answer it without drawing in an analogy to religion, which we probably don't want to do. At least not here, anyway.
Well, that was my other point. In fact, it seems as though the whole thing's been constructed so that you have to have faith in science. They've got people saying, "I believe in science" now, which is crazy. You don't have to believe in science. Science is a way of determining things, right?
When I went to church, they said, "This is what God wants you to believe," and then people in the audience said, "Oh, okay, yeah, that authority figure says believe it, so we're going to believe it." But when I went to college, my professors said, "This is the formula. Now, meet us in lab on Thursday. You're going to make all the measurements, and then you're going to derive the formula we've given you, so that you're not trusting us. You're doing the work yourself."
Wait a second. Is it that you did the direct measurements yourself and the entire experiment and calculations as well, or you had to trust someone at all in the process to be able to finish the project?
Nope. They said Isaac Newton says that force equals mass times acceleration, and we think he's probably right, but we're not going to believe it's true because he said so. We're going to do this experiments, and we're going to measure the mass, and we're going to measure the acceleration, and we're going to measure the force. And after we do all those things and have all those numbers, We're going to see if we plug those numbers into the equation he says works, if it actually works or not.
But then you're just involving numbers in 2/3 of the process. Why can't you just go from A to B, direct physical measurement, line of sight?
I think the bigger question is, why are they still teaching Isaac Newton in college?
It's a great question. Okay, and let's split it to you this way. Mister, so did you perform that in school? Yes? Giggler.
Yes.
Are you there?
Yes.
Yes, so you did perform this experiment with the Newton stuff?
Yes.
Okay, and did the result give you mass attracting mass?
No, I didn't actually do that one.
Oh. Okay. Of Newton's bullshit, what were you testing?
See, when you say of Newton's bullshit, I feel like I'm the odd man out, where everybody else is going to really have a good understanding of what you're talking about. But that's the first time I've really heard anybody in a serious conversation said that Isaac Newton was full of shit.
Well, no, he's got bullshit. He's not full of shit. He's just got some bullshit that people believe. And we are here to discern between the two.
Yeah, and Newtonian physics are about, 110 years out of date, too. They switched over to relativity around, 1914? Relativity.
Yeah, but the reason Isaac Newton wasn't concerned about relativity is because on the scale he was working on, that was largely irrelevant.
Oh, so you knew him then? You were friends with him? Then that's how you can make that assertion?
Yeah, but the scale, quote unquote, that you're talking about is totally hypothetical, so it's all irrelevant.
Also true.
Right. Plus, there's no way that you could ever measure gravity, is there?
I mean, not so far. You're right. We haven't seen it.
Yeah, the gravitational force between two arbitrary lumps of mass has definitely been demonstrated and calculated in the lab.
Oh, awesome.
It has not.
I promise you, hold on, y'all. I promise you I've been asking this question for 6 years, and it's a trap every time. Please describe exactly.
Let me rephrase what I said quickly, because I realize I misspoke.
Okay.
Yeah, you did.
The gravitational attraction between any two objects with mass, from what I understand, has been measured and demonstrated.
Is there an object without mass?
Okay. Now, hold on.
Okay, I'll shut up. Go ahead.
First of all, did this measurement take place on Earth?
Yes.
Then how did they remove the variable of the gravitation of Earth from the experiment?
I have no idea.
You literally cannot. And when you go look at these tests, which there's tons of them, they all have different answers. And what they do is they reverse engineer them, and they call this is the hidden G and all this other crap. All right. It's a rite of passage. That's all that is. It's not an experiment. It's just setting two balls apart from each other on a pole. And you never know. You know what? I was on an engineering forum. It was a Reddit back in 2010 or 2011. And they banned this guy. He said, guys, what if what we're measuring is just tension in the rod between the balls? And they banned him. How do you know that's not what they're measuring? How does anybody know that's not what they're measuring? Like, how do they know they're not just measuring a mechanism?
They don't.
They don't. That's the problem. They don't know that. There's no way to know that, because the moment you create a mechanism and then test the mechanism, you've introduced the variable of the mechanism. How many moving parts does a mechanism have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 8 different constituent parts to it?
I'm
all those.
Give or take 6 foot 1 inches tall. Is that something you're willing to accept?
The irony, dude. I just told this dude the Earth measures flat, and you're going to use that as an example?
I'm just asking a question.
I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm 6 feet tall. Yeah, and
yeah, that's what I said. What
measure with a tape measure. And
How do I know you're 6 feet tall? Have I measured
because we've all agreed on the units of measure called inches, right, or in feet, and you can take a tape measure, and we compare the reading on a tape measure with my height, and if they're the same, whatever it's the same at that demarcation on the tape measure, we say, oh look, the demarcation, it's at 6 feet, and that length is the same as his height, so he's 6 feet tall. See, we're comparing two objects, physical objects, to each other.
Hey guys, I really, really enjoyed this. I appreciate your hospitality. It's also been a lot.
Can I ask a question?
Didn't come up and
I want to ask you one question. Did dowsing rods prove mass attracts mass?
Is there another question for like the last question?
Yeah. Dude, the difference between Cavendish and dowsing rods is nothing. It's the same thing. Same thing. The same motion, the same everything.
Anyway, I'll see you guys again probably soon. Have a good one.
Yeah, come on.
All right. We want to talk to your wife though, because she's very adamant the Earth's the globe.
She's got him by the globes.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's more afraid of her than the truth. What is the obsession with, like, I want to know what the Earth is by looking at it, as if that is anything? It's like an obsession.
Christ, if you're just looking at it and you don't have any knowledge of space programs or propaganda, you're going to come out with it just being flat, right?
Well, think about, imagine just being like locked in your house and all you could see is out the window. You see trees and forests and butterflies and birds. Are you going to know anything about those things just by looking at them? You're not going to know how big they are. You're not going to know their composition. You're not going to know anything. Just looking at it.
You're going to end up arguing about whether butterflies are poisonous or not.
Yeah. Go eat one.
Yeah. And then there's going to be some jerk who says, why don't we just go outside and check?
And they'll be like, you stupid Luddite.
Luddite, you actually want to check? What are you, stupid?
Look at my equation. I got an equation for that.
It's butterfly squared.
Butterfly squared. It's the square root of 3 caterpillars.
The cocoon monster eats the caterpillar, and then gives birth to butterflies. I can see it from the window.
Yeah, what's your explanation? I don't have an explanation. Okay, then my explanation's true because you don't have a replacement, so it's automatically true by default.
Can't I just say that we don't know? No!
That Reed shit, bro.
They need that replacement because it's like having a little kid, right? And they lose their dolly, and that's like their imaginary friend. And they lose the dolly. You can't just say like, "Oh, dolly's gone." You have to replace the dolly. You can't just say it's gone.
It's their methadone.
You're just about.
It's their methadone clinic. They're like, man, I got to get off this crack and heroin, man. Just going down.
It's because that poster of the globe on their wall when they were growing up, it was like a warm blanket, right?
One day, I'm going to be an explorer, and I'm going to go to space, just like Mickey. Oh.
Yep. That's what it is, man. It's a warm blanket. Look outside, you see one reality, and then you look at your poster, and you're like, well, that's what reality really, really is. And somehow you try to build a bridge between the two.
Don't you believe in magic?
Look out your window and you're like, fake. That's what they're saying, man. They're like, reality's fake.
Yeah.
Flat horizon fake.
Reality ain't matching my math, so your reality's wrong. Oh, okay. If you think that's how that works, then call an ambulance for you or something.
I've had go overs. Someone took a picture of Venus, and it was too late at night for them to have taken the picture because Stellarium said so. And the person was like, that's impossible. Right. His image was impossible. Only Stellarium could possibly be right.
That's impossible.
I remember that, man. He was like, the model is correct, not the reality.
Yeah,
So,
he
so
literally
then
said
Venus
that.
wasn't actually there then.
Nope.
It wasn't actually there. Oh, okay. Even though he took the picture of it. Oh, okay. See, that's somebody you need to call an ambulance for. What up, Jose?
Hey, it was good talking to Sand and everyone else.
Hola, ¿cómo está, señor?
Shalom.
Justin, what's going on with your mic, bro? Every time you unmute, that shit sounds crazy.
Just remember, these people vote.
Wait, is it popping?
And that's why I don't.
Chocolate, is it popping?
We are not in the same club.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got crackling noise.
You sound like your microphone is in a box of Rice Krispies treats.
Are you using wireless, Bluetooth, or anything? When the battery goes dead, they crackle.
It's brand, well, not brand new, but it's fully charged. A Astro A50s, $300 headset.
Did you buy it at Wish?
Definitely the
No.
best.
It's the mod that I have on.
I think you just need to work on this. You should probably test the settings in somewhere else besides Discord to see if it's Discord giving you the issue or if it's like the headset.
It may.
It's Discord. It's completely Discord. I know it's Discord because I've tested it in web browsers as well as Call of Duty, and it's flawless. I'm trying though.
I just got back from Disney World, Disney World not long ago.
Yeah, I like how the video begins with them having these Disney wipes on their desk. I mean, you can't just have regular wipes and you need to have the Disney wipes in space, just to make sure everyone understands where you're coming from.
They got their diapers, though. They got the Huggies. You see the box of Huggies on the bottom?
I would say, I'm a parent. Those are not wipes, sir.
Look.
Those are diapers.
Huggies.
Yeah, those are diapers. Huggies does make a brand of wipes that are Disney themed, but that is a thing of diapers, adult-sized diapers.
Wait, what?
Yes,
diapers?
Diapers.
Yeah, bro, look at it.
Why doesn't the Pens use that as an advertising gimmick? Endorsed by NASA. These are the diapers of NASA.
Space diapers.
Nice.
Right, high tech.
High tech, because every time they put on that astronaut suit, they gotta be wearing diapers. So those are the heroes right there.
They need to be Disney diapers, okay? Disney diapers. Let's be real. If they're not Disney diapers, they're not real space diapers, okay?
Can you imagine being a professional, standing next to another professional, and seeing them make a baby face, like this, and then here. Can you imagine
Even though I'm eating a salad, this is so funny.
Think about how screwed up in the head you have to be to have shit in front of somebody else for 100 days straight. In a tin can.
Thinking like we're heroes.
We're your heroes. We're just pissing and shitting all day in front of each other, and we look like math teachers.
And then they drink their own pee in the next coffee cup the next morning.
Yeah, you're like, why are you making that face? Like I'm making tomorrow's coffee.
Oh, thank you. Big joke. What do you think we do with the urine? Huh?
Oh man.
That's why
that
we keep so much
recycled
coffee up
coffee.
there.
That recycled coffee just gets stronger and stronger.
Hey, do you know what uric shock is?
Oh man.
Been a while since I did Mickey's voice.
Now, not to be like gross, but do the women they send up, are they still like doing their menstrual cycle? Does it make it stop? Are they like in menopause? Like, how do they deal with that?
Oh, they're comfy looking.
Got space tampons, bro.
Those are like refrigerator women they send up there. Like I said, they look like math teachers, like from the kind of math teachers I had when I was in school in like the 80s. Like this person ain't been laid since 1971.
Oh, you're just transgenders.
Ugly.
Yeah, just like frumpy. The astronauts are all frumpy. That's what they are.
But
They
why
used
do
to
they hire? Why do they hire even such bad actors? Like what? Like how do you come and to be involved in such a retarded thing? You know, and then be so retarded as.
Because you know what, you're all television programs, all of them actually get bad. They get too comfortable with themselves. They start hiring the wrong people. They start hiring the wrong writers. All of them lose their identity. And what started off as fake but a good show just ends up being garbage. Like look at Doctor Who. Look at Stargate. Look at all this. Look at all the shows that have ever been on. Have they ever gotten better? No, they always only get better.
That's
The
true.
only one was ever Deep Space Nine and Star Trek: The Next Generation.
There's a new guys. If you ever have seen Better Call Saul, man, you gotta see Better Call Saul. That's very good.
I actually do watch that.
Yeah, it's very good. But if you didn't see Breaking Bad yet, watch Breaking Bad before Better Call Saul.
Oh yeah, I saw both of those. Better Call Saul, though, I'm going to admit that was a stressful show.
Yeah, it might be uneasy to get used to it in the first season, but afterwards it really gets interesting.
It's
I
hard.
like it. Yeah.
It's hard for me to watch people make bad decisions in real life, and it's even harder for me to entertain myself with someone who's making bad decisions, unless it's done completely from the point of view of comedy. Like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where I know there are a bunch of narcissistic sociopaths making bad decisions. But like when it comes to Better Call Saul, it's someone who's like got a big heart who's making really stupid decisions. And so it's really stressful to watch. And so I'm like, ugh.
Gotcha.
Though.
But it makes it interesting because you know how he ends up in Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
So you see all those bad decisions with like that knowledge, like, well, he's gonna make it somehow, but what the hell, bro?
Yeah.
How did he make it?
How many times in Better Call Saul did they put him at rock bottom? Like, there's no way. There's no way.
Every season at some point?
Lower than this. They can't go lower than this. No.
I actually just rewatched Breaking Bad again, like the whole thing. It was actually fucking really good.
It was a good show.
Great show, man.
I have a weird relationship with television shows I've
So
watched.
do I.
I've watched It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, Top Gear. These are like the shows I've watched like religiously and rewatched over and over. And Stargate up to a certain season. And like since the 2000s, not a lot of shows, man. It's really yikes. That's kind of it. I mostly watch like documentaries. I'm boring. Jeez. Oh, and I watch Ancient Aliens because that shit is hilarious.
Yeah, that is kind of funny.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. I used to watch Ancient Aliens when I was like Globe Earther at the time, and it was so interesting, like mind blowing to me. And then rewatching it recently, like as a flat earther, you're right. It's fucking hilarious, but it's still interesting for me to watch. Like it entertains me to watch it, knowing that it's like all bullshit for some reason.
Is the single biggest piece of entertainment now? George Tsoukalos, crazy hair guy. Not saying it's aliens, but aliens guy. He has a show now. It's called In Search of Aliens. And it's like that on steroids, and it's so awesome. It is so fun. I love it. But that's all it is. It's just mindless.
I'm also addicted to this show. It used to be on the Weather Channel. I don't remember what it's called, but they pretty much just discuss like catastrophe shit, like volcanoes or sprites. One episode could be about sprites, and one episode could be about like sinkholes. I don't know if you guys ever seen that. It's really interesting, like how they describe how some of it works. Of course, some of it might be bullshit, but I used to find that shit super interesting. Those documentaries.
I listen to all the David Paulides stuff because those are all really interesting. I'm just looking for amusement at this point out of entertainment. I'm not looking for like know anything. I'm just like, tell me a good story. I don't care. That's it. That's all I want. I just want a good story. Give me a character arc and some good world building.
I honestly think there hasn't been any good seasons of like real life, kind of like how there was you were talking about It's Sunny in Philadelphia. Like that was funny, dude. That was actually like it's something you could sit and watch and not learn from it, but enjoy it because it's funny and it's just like it's just fun to watch. I haven't seen anything like that because I've noticed that like for something to be entertaining like that and good, there has to be some kind of nicks of truth. Like I don't know if you noticed, but in Sunny in Philadelphia, there's a lot of little nicks of truth in there that like most people would think is like bullshit, but to me that's what was entertaining about it too, is like those little nicks of truth. And now it's like they're trying to avoid even giving out nicks of truth. Like it's just all retarded now. Like it's got to be 100% retarded.
They quit making that show, and now the three of them just have a podcast. That's what they do now. They've quit making that show. And I'm like, well, at least they quit making it because it was going to end up being on a much worse downward spiral than it already was. Because once you get producers too much controlling it and like, hey, we can't do this anymore, we can't do that anymore. Too offensive. Oh, you want some comedy? You want some real comedy? Get on TikTok and go into the indigenous people's like activism hashtags. Holy crap. That is some comedy, man. Like they call themselves colonized, and I'm like, you're insulting yourself when you say that. Like, but I can't say that because I'll get banned. I don't interact with any of them at all. But it's like these people just exist in this weird world of I don't even know what it is. Like they're terminally online. Like, nobody in the real world thinks like any of y'all do. Y'all are just on the internet too much. They stole our land many moons ago.
You know, imagine you take a real big dump on the ISS and you're just gonna block the whole toilet system. What could they like? I would, I would be interested to see how you solve that problem. You know, just look at the struggle you have when that happens on Earth. You know,
They're gonna solve it by turning it into coffee.
Yeah.
Haven't you seen that video where like there's a guy from NASA and he's like trying to create piss into like something drinkable again, like water, and then he drinks it and he goes, "Okay, that's just fucking piss."
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
You can turn piss into water with a solar still. All you do is you put the piss in the
sun.
In the sun with the plastic over it. As it evaporates into vapors that condensate into water, not urine, on the plastic, and it drips out to the edge, and you get water out of it.
But I hear that it would still have the aroma or like slight salty taste of urine, right?
Well, only because of the fumes, but not because it's actually urine.
Oh, okay.
It's like,
it should be distilled water.
Yeah, it's going to be pure water, even if it may have like a smell to it. But it would only have a smell if the urine below it, and it would also depend on what kind of plastic you were using. Like if you were using like a really strong poly, that's what it would taste like. It wouldn't taste like urine. It would taste like the poly. And the good thing about poly is, like if you're in a survival situation, you can let water soak on like that thick poly, and this is like that big plastic barrier, and that stuff is actually toxic, and it'll clean your water.
Mm-hmm. Do you guys think that on the Chinese ISS they're gonna use chopsticks for eating?
Oh man, that's going to be a laugh riot to watch, because they're only on like the PlayStation 2 graphics in China.
Yeah. They didn't develop yet. I've seen that. It's pretty bad. It's like the US has the had a backyard sale and just thought, okay, well, we might just give some old technology over to the Chinese and they can make some fake station. That's how it looks like, at least. But I'm very excited to see what's yet to come. I mean, their Hollywood studio or their whole set doesn't really look that promising. Looks pretty empty and boring, but let's see.
If I was in charge of it, I would make a space station where all the maintenance happened from the inside. You just had a double hull, and there would be no going outside of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like on
but that's not cool, That's not Star Wars like.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
So you know how they sent up those civilians? They said they sent up like, what was it, 4 civilians? They paid to go up there, $12 million each.
Yeah.
Yeah. So none of them guys decided to take a picture. I've only seen one picture any of them have taken that is like up outside.
I mean, when you go out into
those
space,
guys would be throwing thousands of pictures up on there. I mean, that's what I'd be doing.
That's what I would do. But I guess they had to focus on the mission, right?
Yeah, they had to focusing on the science.
Yep. And the science and the research and science. What kind of science did you do up there? Oh yeah, we did some science and some research and that's how. Yeah, one of them said that.
Oh my goodness!
Somebody was asking him, "What have you done? Like, what are you doing?" He's like, "Yeah, science and research and more research and science," and you just kept saying that. It's like, no, so nothing specific, huh? No, just just science.
Exactly. He'd be like, yeah, I'm the science guy up there. What do you do for science? Science.
Science. And research. And research and science.
With a capital
Yeah,
S.
I drink my own pee. That's science. I mean, I do not personally do that, but if I would be an astronaut. Imagine being up there for like 666 days, knowing that you have probably redigested a lot of your own pee over this period of 666 days. Must be
I have a
very
question
nice.
real quick. From everyone here that's kind of been observing, we've been around here for a couple years. Like, do you guys think, you remember that one ISS footage where they showed a pocket of gravity? Do you think that was in response to them fucking up and dropping so much shit? And they're like, we just have to come up with something where like things can go down like in one direction. And so they did that pocket of gravity episode. I don't know if you guys remember that.
Yes, I remember, and I think it's just another way of mocking us because they're on the strings and they use that CGI and the card actually just fall because they're in a Hollywood studio now. I think it's just pure mocking. Also with his snake chainlet, that he's wearing and stuff. Just very obvious satanic mockery. And the way he looks, it's just... No, they make fun of people who believe that kind of stuff.
Hey, has anybody seen the new level video that came out like a couple days ago?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Nah,
yesterday.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it came out on the 22nd of this month, I think. I think it came out. I don't know if it was Earth Day or for what date, but it came out just recently. And I know you have to pay for it, but I'm hoping someone has a bootleg because I ain't trying to pay for it.
Yeah, I have. I bought it I bought it, but I couldn't download it yesterday. Let me see if I can download it again.
What is it called?
Next Level.
It's ODD and Hitler Productions made a Level movie, like a documentary, like with Eric Dubé, and about a year ago. Well, they did the second part just came out a couple days ago. It's on Rockfin.
I can see
and
it
it's
not downloaded.
Yeah, it's out already, but I haven't. No one's posted it because they're like, I guess they're trying to get people to purchase it, right? But the first one came out like on YouTube right away. This one didn't, so it's like I'm trying to get a hold of it, so I could download it.
If I press onto this download button, wait, let me pause the picture. If I press on this button, it says this. Which is pretty disappointing because I really want to download that movie. I'm sorry, we're having a little trouble. Yeah, could be. Man, a lot of wipes. Are you sure that they are diapers?
Hold on. Hey, Indio, take a look at a live stream. I'll post the Vimeo for it. Because I know on the Vimeo, I could find it there, but you have to pay for it. 1 second, son. 1 second. Yeah, just give me a sec, right? Yeah, give me a sec, right? Hold on. Yeah.
No?
All right, I'm posting it. So this is the only place I've been able to find it, but you have to purchase it. I posted on a live stream voice text.
That's where I bought it.
So yeah, if someone gets a hold of that, let me know or send it to me, or I don't know if because I want to download it. I've been archiving Flat Earth videos for about 2 years now, maybe 3 almost.
I mean, I could record it, but then I need to watch it.
It's all right. I'm pretty sure after like a couple of weeks of it being out, someone's gonna put it up somewhere. I'll find it. But I was trying to watch it like now, you know.
You wanna watch it? Can I wait? Can I stream in the? I think I need a raw.
Yeah, you can. We can do it later if you're not too busy. We can set it up and we can go to a different channel. You can stream it for all of us on here on one of the channels, and maybe we can make it a thing if you're available. I'll message you about it in a bit.
I'm here until, let's say, maybe 3 hours max, because then I need to go to sleep.
Okay.
So I would suggest now is actually the best time. Or like the next couple of minutes. Yeah. Do you already have time to watch it?
Yeah, I actually do have time to watch it. If you want, let's go to cinema. You have to scroll down. You know where the cinema is, right?
Yeah.
That channel. Yeah, go there and we'll let's put it on there.
Wait 1 second. The server's boosted, right? So I can stream.
Yeah, it'll work. Yeah, it should be an issue.
Okay, perfect.
All right, I'll meet you down there. Anyone that wants to watch it, I guess we'll watch it down there on
What
cinema.
is it? Cinema PG-13 or R? PG-13.
I'm looking for it. Whichever one you like. I'm sure they'll both work.
I'm not sure if I can actually stream it. Let me see. Be right back. Okay, yeah, I can't stream. So yeah.
You can't?
I can. So
okay.
whoever wants to watch the movie can follow us. All right, let's head down. Cinema PG-13.
Okay.
Hello? Is there anyone here? Chocolate, are you here?
I hear you.
Are you hearing any crackling? I'm trying to fix everything, and I turned on the
Your
experiment.
mic sounds good now.
In voice and video, it has an experimental audio subsystem, and I turned that on, and now I guess it solved my problem.
The Black Swan. That's pretty funny.
Did it sound good?
Yeah, you sound great now.
Beautifully done. And now I can sing to you.
That'd be a Flat Earth song.
Wallace Runaway About. How about that one?
There you go. Yeah.
Great. Now I feel wonderful. The Black Swan. Okay, I'm going to have fun now. Am I coming in soft or am I loud?
You're perfect for me. I don't know about anybody else.
Perfect. And you haven't got me set, like right click on me and you haven't got me set my volume. You haven't turned anything up or down on my volume. Oh, this is great. Now no one can complain.
The dating game.
Wait, is that QE? Is QE here?
I have you set at normal volume, Dustin. You sound fine.
Great. And how about QE?
The dating game.
How does QE sound?
QE sounds fine, but he sounds a little lonely.
I actually recorded him off the live stream and then put it in Audacity and then lowered his voice so it wasn't like really loud.
The dating game.
Same with his laugh.
What, you got a soundboard going?
I do. It's actually called Voice Mod Pro. I can send you the link if you want it.
Oh no, I'll get out of control.
I'm serious. You'll have 900 hours or 900 years of subscription.
No, what I'm saying is if I have access to a soundboard, I'll get out of control.
This is a
I'll be
software.
spamming. Well, yeah, I know, but you can set your own
There you
sounds,
go.
right?
No, you can set anything you
God.
want. You're gonna have fun.
You're tempting the devil.
No, I'm gonna make sure you're gonna have fun. Just remember with Discord, try the legacy mode as well as experimental mode. Experimental mode works great for me, as I'm now figuring out this is the only thing I had to do. So now everyone's telling me 100%. Great. Thank you, guys. I literally have been working on this for 6 days straight. And it was that one damn setting in Discord. Everything else worked. Like literally everything else. All my other games, my web browser, streaming, everything worked except for fucking Discord. But that experimental mode in voice and video works very well. All right. So now,
Ballers run away a poutin'.
Ballers run away a poutin'. Yeah, you can turn your own account into a DJ bot. I can play a little music in the background while I'm speaking to you. It's a little elevator music. And it's just so soothing, you know? I'm gonna do it in the voice check-in. Whenever I'm voice checking someone in, I'm just gonna have this music playing in the background.
If you have anything to say, then say it right now.
Whoa, what was that, guys? Sheesh.
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
what do
into
they typically
space.
mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right,
No,
anyone who has
that's
ever
not
been
what
in
they mean.
space.
They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay. If that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts.
Okay,
that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of 100 miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space, and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
All right? If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA and others, I'm not implicating NASA uniquely in this, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
No, that makes sense. So there's a distance for which that is. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay?
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's
I get
still
that.
low Earth orbit.
It's still LEO, low Earth
Yeah.
orbit. And I'm sorry. As an astrophysicist, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe.
All right. Listen, I can't find fault with anything you said. It kind of makes sense.
Frankly, I have been pushing NASA to revamp its vision. The shuttle did some extraordinary work in low orbit experiments, this International Space Station, moving cargo. It was an extraordinary accomplishment, and we're very proud of the work that it did. But now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program 30, 40 years ago. And so what we've said is, rather than keep on doing the same thing, let's invest in basic research around new technologies.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
Previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
The technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars,
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do
you
is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require space.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Okay, you guys remember how I showed you the maps that were here on Earth before 1958, before the governments took them out? And I'm going to show you the encyclopedia in the public libraries before 1958. Here's volume 2 out of the alphabet A. And we're going to flip to the Antarctica, and this is from 1958, as you can see. Now, we're going to flip to the Antarctica and see what the encyclopedia from 1958, before the Antarctic Treaty, says is there. Now, you won't find this in the new encyclopedias because the government's banned them. But what I want you to notice right here is, notice how it says the flights proved inland areas to be featureless in character, with a dome 13,000 feet high at about latitude 80 degrees south, longitude 90 degrees east. Take a really, really close look at that. Now I'm going to zoom it in for you. When they returned to New Zealand, these flights proved the inland areas to be featureless in character, with a dome 13,000 feet high at about latitude 80 degrees south, longitude 90 degrees east. Now, if this doesn't make sense to you, let me show you with an image of what a flat earth map would look like. Now, this is what a latitude 80 degrees south would look like on a flat earth map. As you can see, the dome comes down closer to you over the wall, which will be about 13,000 feet. Now, if you're not familiar with any of this at all, and you're just now new to all this, you can say, well, this guy is crazy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. But what you got to ask yourself is, why do all the maps before 1958 show a flat earth with the ice wall around it and a firmament, a dome? And why does the encyclopedia tell you that there's a dome there, and it gives you the exact height at the certain latitude and longitude? Well, the reason is because in 1958, that's when all governments and all nations of the world signed the UN treaty to ban all civilians from going to the Antarctica, and NASA came in and erased everything, just like they're erasing everything today. So again, ask yourself, if all this existed before 1958, why doesn't it exist now? How come it all of a sudden was erased and just disappeared out of your history books, out of your encyclopedias, out of your libraries? Wake up, people. Wake up. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
The reading caboose has arrived. I'm Conductor Clark.
And I'm Ms. Janice. Hey, who wants to learn about the letter H?
I do!
Now what can we do with the letter H?
We can hula hoop.
Or?
Create a massive global hoax.
What Ernie's referring to is the Apollo 11 moon landing that supposedly took place on July 20th, 1969.
To quote Neil Armstrong, this is one small step for man
and one giant lie to mankind. Hello, everybody. Hello.
Hi, Ticket Taker Sam. Sam's been riding the rails ever since mean old Microsoft stole his formula for Windows 95.
Hey, Sam, I hear you've got a story for the kids.
I sure do, Miss Janice, and it's a real whiz-banger. Once upon a time, there was a president named Kennedy.
I promised to put a man on the moon before the end of the decade.
Meanwhile, poor inept NASA couldn't get a rocket into space.
So, they turned to Plan B.
I'm LBJ. The end of the decade is here, and there's still no Americans on the moon. Those Ruskies are gonna beat us to it.
I'll help you, Mr. President.
Who the hell are you?
I'm Stanley Kubrick, and I'll use some tricks I learned while filming the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey to fake a moon landing.
Good. While people think they're in space, we'll keep the astronauts busy with whores and gambling. Then we'll pay them off, or brainwash them, or kill them.
The end.
Yay! Squawk? But is there any real proof it was a hoax? Squawk!
Is this proof enough, Gully Bird?
Wow!
I used to fly to the moon all the time.
Hobo Dan! Hey, Hobo Dan, how did you fly to the moon?
With the only real astronaut, Dr. Timothy Leary.
Oh, Hobo Dan.
Hey, that reminds me of a song.
This old moon rocket ain't what it appears to be.
Ain't what it appears to be. Ain't what it appears to be.
This old moon rocket ain't what it appears to be because it was baked in a kiln
in Japan.
Yay! Thanks, Hobo Dan. That was fun, credible, and the truth.
Uh-oh, someone's ringing the doorbell. To the safe room, kids. To the safe room.
Okay, that's all the time that we have for now. We'll be back with more reading later. Until then, the most important part of reading is reading between the lines.
Sayonara, pigs.
It's 1, 2, 3. Those are friends. When you can read, the fun never ends.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
is a lie. Nothing is real. The world is a lie. There is nothing I can feel.
I don't want to be presumptuous here. I can call you Buzz. Okay.
That's a legal name. Passport,
Okay.
driver's license.
And I am Uncle Coney tonight.
Uncle Coney.
Let's talk about this, because this is fascinating. I remember very clearly, I think anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember my parents waking me up, and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon,
No,
which
you
was...
didn't. No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. So you associated what you saw with...
I have very hazy memories.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. Because there's no gravity. And I'm a diver, a scuba diver, and when you get down underneath the water, you're floating. And that's just like in space until you start to move, and then you make waves or...
Zoe, what do you say?
Thank you.
You are very, very welcome.
I'm sorry, Jay.
No,
I'm sorry.
I can see that how that would affect your Christmas.
I made that whole thing up.
What?
I'm sorry. I guess I just wanted to seem interesting. I guess there's a real danger of that on this show.
The pressure.
Well, yeah, people come out and they've run out of anecdotes, you know, and they just start making stuff up.
Yeah.
Like that Neil Armstrong guy. Have you seen him on the talk shows?
Neil Armstrong, you mean the first man to walk on the moon?
Talk about a fish story.
Yeah.
Man, and they're buying it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Armstrong, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital. Wanted to give you the opportunity to swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. Will you put your left hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Gentlemen. Mr. Sibrel.
Yes? If you really walked on the moon, why would you not do that? So why don't you just put the into the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Sibrel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Really? Well, no, it's a real Bible. You have the opportunity to have $5,000.
The meeting is not open.
Well, you have $5,000 cash. You can give it to charity if you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. So why don't you put your hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Mr. Sibrel, you do not deserve answers.
Neil Armstrong, you mean the first man to walk on the moon?
Talk about a fish story.
Yeah.
Man, and they're buying it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
In a world where in 2021 people still think the most effective way to understand something is to randomly bombard someone with questions prior to investigation or any logical deduction whatsoever. Welcome to Clown World. So I'm going to answer basic flat earth questions. There's someone in my comments spamming me with the questions. I don't have time to go back and forth and answer every Flat Earth 101 day one question all day on Facebook when you could easily research this stuff if you actually wanted to know the truth. It's actually pretty frustrating. But anyway, so the first question that this person is asking is, so are all the other planets flat? It's not even logical that it could be flat. The only thing that's illogical is to say that the Earth is a spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum where water bends for the first time in the history of mankind, adhering to the outside of a sphere as it spins and revolves around the sun that shoots through space 500,000 miles per hour, while the galaxy shoots 1.3 million miles per hour, and every single star for all recorded history resets over top of the Earth. Is the Earth, well, what about the other planets, right? That's the question. Well, are the other planets flat? I actually answered the question, but that's why I'm pretty, I don't know, aggravated, because you asked the question again, right? So I need you to listen. No one thinks that all the other planets are flat, okay? For one, there isn't other planets. When you say other planet, you are presupposing the Earth is in fact a planet, which is the very thing we are discussing, right? That's the question. Is the Earth a spherical planet? That's called a begging the question fallacy. Just reasserting that something's true isn't real. You'll be alright as I take away your little globe Earth religion that you were told about when you were 5 and you were given cartoons. This doesn't faze me at all. I'm literally not even fazed by it. So anyway, the word planet, instead of typing listen, okay? The word planet, the etymology for planet, listen. The etymology for planet is wanderer, okay? It's a wandering star. We document them all the time. I document them all the time. You can zoom in on them. They're pulsating orbs of light. They're not static, meaning still. You cannot in any way prove they're solid, terra firma, or spherical, because you see the same thing every single day for all recorded history, a pulsating orb of light. Now, even if there were spheres in the sky, which there's literally no evidence for that, there's literally none that exists in the history of mankind. If they were spheres in the sky, that still wouldn't make the Earth a ball. That's like walking up to someone's house and saying, look, there's a light bulb on the ceiling. That means that the floor is a light bulb. That's like walking in a bar, walking up to a pool table, grabbing a pool ball and saying, look, the pool ball is a sphere. That means the pool table is also a sphere, okay? The Earth is provably not curving, which means it's flat. They said it's a certain size, right? So the radius value is the distance from the center to the edge of a circle or a sphere, right? Listen, please. They said that the Earth has a radius value of 3,959 miles. That means you have to see the curvature of the Earth at no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, it has to curve at a certain rate. You can Google it yourself. Earth curve calculator. This is not flat earthers math. This is the globe Earth's models math, okay? Google it. Earth curve calculator. I showed you a picture. We have mountains seen from 255 miles away. Listen, 255 miles away. And according to the globe Earth math, the top of the mountain in the back should have been blocked by 1 mile of Earth curvature. An entire mile of Earth curvature should have been blocking the top of the mountain. Yet you could see the top of the mountain with the entire mile of Earth curvature missing. You can see the shoreline leading up to the mountain range. It's literally impossible. We have falsified the radius. It does not curve at the rate they said it did objectively. This is why it is censored by the government. This is why you ask questions like, oh, are we a disk in another solar system planet with other spherical planets? Because there's something called the Flat Earth Society, where everything they say is wrong and stupid and not one flat earther thinks any of it. It's called misinformation. So they admitted in Congress they censor flat earth, yet they prop up Flat Earth Society, which is not really flat earth. It's all misinformation. That should automatically raise a red flag if you're honest. What's on the other side? What's the other side? The deepest hole ever dug is 7.8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. No one can dig deeper than that, conveniently enough. It's very similar to the distance of the deepest location in the ocean, called the Mariana Trench. No one's ever dug deeper than 8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. Now, whenever the globe Earth had predictions based on the supposed layers of this globe Earth, they were proven inaccurate the entire way down the entire 8 miles. They couldn't even get the top 8 miles correct with predictions, much less could they ever adequately predict
4,000 miles to a core that doesn't exist, that they still can't explain how it somehow creates a magnetic field because of the Curie point, and it's literally impossible according to Stanford and Harvard and Yale and Princeton. They literally can't explain the magnetic field in 2021 on a globe Earth. Now, would you fall off the edge? These are like elementary first grade questions, and I'm being honest with you, right? You need to listen. You have been engineered to treat us as if we're stupid. But you should be honest. You know nothing about the conversation. You haven't diligently researched it. You've never measured it. You've never made a long-distance observation, and you know nothing about it. So when you ask these stupid questions like, can you fall off the flat Earth? That is called a straw man fallacy, right? Because no one thinks that. So can you fall off the edge of a lake? Can you fall off the edge of a shore? Of course not. There's a shoreline, right? You can't fall off the edge of a pond. There's a shoreline. The water's contained. There's something called this. You need to just listen, though. Right? Because this is so much information that you're going to have to learn for you to even get close to understanding the conversation. Stop trying to pretend you're going to make flat earthers look dumb, because you look dumb when you do that. You ask questions like, so what is up with the other planets? If you knew what flat earth really said, you know that that's a very dumb question. If you say stuff like, can you fall off the edge? You would know that's a very dumb question. There's something called the 60th south latitude, effectively a circle around you. It was signed in the Antarctic Treaty that it is illegal for you to privately and freely explore past this region. China, Russia, the United States have all signed it. It's the longest lasting peace treaty in modern history, okay? So all these geopolitical adversaries and enemies have all signed a treaty that says it's illegal for you to go explore past that area. So we cannot make claims what's past there because you can't go there to verify it. It's literally impossible and illegal, okay? The one thing that would prove the Earth's a ball is, for one, measuring the curvature of the Earth. Never been done. In fact, the opposite's been done. Every measurement of the Earth ever assumes a flat Earth, and we have measurements way too far to be on a globe Earth, including lasers that were shot without getting hit by the curvature. You need to listen. If you can come up with a question you think that I can't answer, that doesn't make the Earth a ball. We falsified the globe Earth. It is not curving at a rate consistent with the radius value of 3,959 miles. This is why we are heavily censored, and I've been censored on every major platform, and even PayPal and Venmo, because they forcibly censored the real flat Earth by telling you the lies. So you should listen very carefully. We know that the Earth is the bottom of everything, okay? The basement, effectively, in layman terms. It's geocentric. That means the center of everything. It's stationary, of course, meaning not moving. It's a geocentric stationary plane. We have mountains, we have valleys, but it's a topographical plane. The sky resets like a perfect clock over top of us for all recorded history. It all goes around Polaris, the North Pole star, directly over the center of the surface of the Earth, which is the North Pole, and it resets perfectly for all recorded history for thousands of years, doing the exact same thing. Literally impossible on a ball Earth spinning, revolving around the sun, shooting through space. This is why they said that the lights are actually thousands of light years away. Not because they went and measured something thousands of light years away, because they mathematically had to construct something consistent with the model, and it necessitated they'd be that far away because the stars don't change like they would have to if you had all these different vectors going on. It's called parallax, okay? So you need to understand the true origins of this religion. And it is a religion, it's a belief system built upon the doctrine of men with no empirical evidence. The Big Bang Theory was literally proposed by a Catholic priest, a Jesuit priest, proposed the Big Bang Theory. First time, the perfect shape's a sphere, a metaphysical, ontological premise, philosophical. The perfect shape's a sphere, so the Earth must therefore, by deduction, be a sphere. Let's try to figure out a way to mathematically prove that it could be a sphere. That's literally where it started. It's literally a religion. We were all shown cartoons of it, and they told you there's no more land on the Earth, and there's nothing significant about you. You're on a tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing, right? And the truth is that they have put us in a little circle, like a playpen, and they said, you're not allowed to go outside of there, you stupid little peasants. And there are people that are the peasants running around attacking the other people, trying to wake them up and free them. It's insanity. You should research it. So 1945, we brought Nazis over here in Operation Paperclip, okay? One of the Nazis we brought over here was Werner van Braun, because the W is like a V, it's German, right? Okay, Werner van Braun was an SS officer of the Nazi regime. He was brought over here to help us get to the moon via space exploration, right? The Space Exploration Department he was put in charge of. In 1945, Operation Paperclip. It was called this because they put paperclips on certain people's files so they would know who to grab and pull over here out of the Nazi regime. Operation Paperclip, 1945. In 1946, the government started something called Operation High Jump. This is where they went and explored the Antarctic region with Admiral Byrd, a well-decorated admiral for the U.S. military. They went and explored the Antarctic region. He came back on nationally televised interview in 1954 and said, "It is astonishing to me that there is land as big as the continental U.S. on the other side of Antarctica that remains unexplored with tons of resources." He then died in 1957. in perfect shape, heart complication. 3 years later, he died in 1957. In 1958, NASA was founded, which means to deceive in Hebrew and has a snake tongue going through it. In 1959, they signed the Antarctic Treaty, which said that it was illegal to privately explore that region that they had just explored in Operation High Jump. In 1961, JFK then came out and told the world America's going to be the first country to land on the moon. In 1962, they then started to shoot high-altitude missiles in something called Operation Fishbowl, which was part of a bigger operation called Operation Dominique, which translates to of the Lord. So literally meaning Operation Fishbowl of the Lord. The U.S. military shot high-altitude missiles up trying to penetrate the firmament and container. There's hundreds of documents explaining that there's a firmament and that there is, in fact, approximation method to determine the brightness of the firmament that was proven accurate. There are U.S. military documents that have been declassified, but it wasn't on CNN or TikTok, so you've never heard of it. That is how they've effectively brainwashed the public with cartoons since they were 5. So then they shot these up in 62, 1 year after JFK said we were going to go to the moon. Then JFK got assassinated. Then, in 1968, a movie came out called Space Odyssey about a moon landing, and it was the most famous movie at the time. It won Film of the Year. The year before we went, one of the astronauts that was supposed to be in the crew that went said, "We will never go to the moon. We can't even get to low Earth orbit. We can't even communicate in the same building with one another. It's impossible we go to the moon by 1969. He then went and hung a lemon on the module that was supposed to go. Right after this guy mysteriously exploded and died in a routine checking of wires on NASA's facilities. Then in 69, we miraculously were able to go after not being able to go to low Earth orbit in 1968. And then they called the president from a landline 238,000 miles away with no delay. Yet they say we cannot go back to this day over 50 years later because they quote-unquote destroyed the technology and it's a painful process to build it back, quote-unquote, from Don Pettit, world-renowned astronaut. This is where they supposedly took a real picture of the Earth from space in the Apollo missions when they supposedly went back and forth like 6 times with no problem, but now they still can't do it 50 years later because we can't replicate the technology from the 60s. In 72, we supposedly took a picture of the Earth in these Apollo missions, and that is the only supposed real picture of the Earth from space ever. They didn't go there. So very simply, a summary for you, okay? They brought Nazis over here who were typically famous for brainwashing people with propaganda. They said, hey, we're not going to hang you for your war crimes. We're going to revere you as scientific geniuses. We need you to help us with this propaganda effort. We're going to lie to the U.S. public and tell them that we beat the Soviet Union going to the moon. Then they went to explore the Antarctic region. They discovered that the Antarctic region had something there and what it was. They then came back and said, it's illegal for you to go there. And that treaty still stands intact where it's illegal for you to privately go explore it. They then said, don't worry though, we explore the Earth for you. You're not allowed to explore, but we explored it for you. Here's your little playpen. You stay in your circle, you little slaves. Look at space. Here's NASA. We're going to go to the moon. Something that you could never stand on, never land on, isn't terra firma or solid or spherical. Okay, so there you go. Are there any maps of the flat Earth? Literally every single map that exists in the history of all mankind is a flat Earth. The U.S. military still uses flat Earth maps for navigation and everything else in the world. There's no such thing as a globe Earth map. It's disproportionate. In fact, every single map is flat intrinsically. So the way that they navigate is based on Polaris and the movement of the stars in the sky, which they've done this for thousands of years, which continue to reset in perfectly recorded concentric circles every single year, right? Every map that exists is a flat Earth map. That's the only way you can navigate. Hundreds of declassified documents from the U.S. military saying the Earth's a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is flat, that they use flat Earth assumptions for everything that they do, including engineering planes, operating military planes and aircraft, shooting missiles, long-distance ballistics. They always assume a flat, non-rotating surface. Okay, so I get it. It is a lot to take in, but I'm just letting you know you gotta look into this before you think it's crazy. I've been looking into it for 5 years. We have an observation where we're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, and we look out and zoom in, and the horizon's over 10 miles away. Based on the globe Earth math, geometry, right? If you're 1 foot off this sphere with a radius of 3959, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. So if you're 1 foot off the Earth, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. Yet 1 foot off the Earth, we saw the horizon over 10 miles away. That would require the radius to be 264,000 miles. They claimed it's under 4,000. We falsified the radius. It's not as simple as saying, well, maybe it's just a little bigger. They got it wrong. If the radius is wrong, the entire model's wrong. Day and night cycle uses this number. Gravity supposedly uses this number. Planet orbit trajectories use this number. You can never go to space without this number. You need something called the radius of orbit, requiring the radius of the Earth. Every single story they told you about going to space is fake. based intrinsically upon the falsification of the radius. The entire model has been falsified. This is why it's forcibly censored. That's why they will never debate this on national television. Just shut down the stupid flat earther and let an astrophysicist debate them. They'll never do it. Neil deGrasse Tyson was supposed to debate Eric Dubé. It was set up on Joe Rogan's podcast, #1 podcast in the world for over a decade. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson had to back out. Then they showed you some supposed curvature from Felix Baumgartner at 128,000 feet when he supposedly jumped out and saw the curvature of the Earth. We then sent high-altitude footage, our balloons up, getting footage of the horizon at 120,000 feet, and it was completely flat up there, showing objectively they misled and lied to the entire world with a GoPro, who actually sponsored it with Red Bull, saying that this was the curvature of the Earth that you could see from the edge of space, not even close to where they claim space is, which is the Kármán line at 62 miles. And then, of course, that's the international one, and they say the U.S. acknowledges that 50 miles. Right? So when we sent it up and found out that it was flat, they then had to come out with damage control and use Neil deGrasse Tyson to say, a lot of people think that they saw the curvature of the Earth in the Felix Baumgartner jump. That's not true. You would never see the curvature from that height. You'd be 2 millimeters off this beach ball, and up there, that stuff would be freaking flat. So why'd they show the whole world a curve that wasn't actually there until we went and tested it? Why did they tell you that when boats disappear, they're going over the curvature of the Earth, when you can actually go out, see the boat disappear, bring a camera out, zoom in, and you'll actually see it once again? Did I zoom in through the Earth X-ray vision with my P900? No. The boat appears to go away or disappear due to a limit of perspective. You have an angular resolution limit to your eyes. We also have something called the atmosphere, and you can't see infinitely through an atmosphere. Eventually you reach a vanishing point called a horizon, which is where the sky appears to meet the ground. It's horizontal, which is why it's called a horizon, because it's horizontal. And this place constantly fluctuates and comes back and forth based on the atmospheric conditions of the day, how clear it is, and how high off the surface of the Earth you are. It's not a real physical place that curves and blocks your view. It's an optical apparent location that constantly moves. So all observations of the history of mankind have showed a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is a geocentric stationary plane, a topographical plane with different elevation differences within it. And that is what all evidence shows you. It's the only way it could even exist. You also can't have the gas pressure that you're breathing sitting next to a vacuum. It's literally impossible. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy will increase, pressure will fill the available space. Heat goes to cold, high pressure goes to low pressure. Systems seek spontaneous equilibrium. Second law of thermodynamics. This is a natural law, not a theory that you can change or debate. It's not something that someone came up with. It's something that happens always in nature. It's a naturally occurring phenomena that always happens. This is called a second law of thermodynamics, a natural law, right? So if you had pressure sitting next to a vacuum, it would instantaneously seek equilibrium, filling the vacuum. If you have a soda and you open it, it goes psh, instantaneously equalizing to the lower pressure around it. That's the second law of thermodynamics. You could not have gas pressure of oxygen that you're breathing or any of the gases sitting next to a vacuum. It would instantaneously fill the vacuum. You've been trained to say this word over and over and over. Gravity, 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 gravity. Well, gravity is not actually real. It's a concept. It's a theory that has no evidence. So whenever I drop something, it falls down because it's more dense than the air. If I let go of a helium balloon, it goes up because it's less dense than the surrounding air. It's lighter than the surrounding air. Not because it's gravity proof. Helium balloons do not go up because they're gravity proof. They go up because they're less dense. It's called relative density, right? If you wanted to get real specific, everything's intrinsically electrostatic, but that's not necessary. There is no scientific evidence for gravity. There is no experiment that's isolated gravity, and it's known for a fact in highest levels of academia that this does not exist. There is no isolation or scientific experiment validating gravity. That's why it's called the theory of relativity, where they say that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. Two concepts. Can you bend freedom and love? Of course not. You can't attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions. This is called a reification fallacy. Doesn't matter. The only evidence ever to even be claimed that the Earth is in fact a ball with gravity is gravity has to exist because the Earth's a ball. Literally, that is the only evidence. If we assume the Earth is a ball, then gravity has to exist, because it has to exist for the Earth to possibly be a sphere. It has to pull us down in all directions, omnidirectional, all directions. We have to be pulled down. So gravity has to exist. Yeah, we don't have any evidence for it. We can't prove it. We can't accurately define it. And when we apply it to the sky, it's off by 95% in 2021. They're off by 95%. It's called dark matter and dark energy. They still cannot explain the supposed model, not even mathematically. We have falsified it. The flat Earth can't explain magnetism. It can't explain the cyclical nature of the sky. It can't explain everything else that we see. The globe Earth cannot. Okay, so all scientific empirical evidence shows you this, and we have tested it. We proved that they lied. With cartoons, they lied to you. The same exact schooling system that told you Christopher Columbus discovered the United States when people were already here. The same exact system that lied to you about the Vietnam War and said that they attacked us and they attacked themselves and said that, in fact, they declassified, they had to do that to justify war, but they lied to the American public saying Vietnam attacked us in Gulf of Tonkin. Same ones that lied about 9/11. You shouldn't blindly believe the system. You should go look into it for yourself, and you will find out that most of the people that are lying, it's actually not intentionally, they believe the lie as well, and they propagate it forward. And there's something called compartmentalization, where people are trying to explain something that doesn't exist. So you ask questions like, why would they lie? They get $60 million a day from NASA. They're hiding more land and resources. They told you you're an insignificant speck of dust in the ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing. Lightning struck primordial soup, and then rocks turned into fish eventually, that then turned into fish with feet, that turned into rodents, that turned into apes, that turned into humans, and there's nothing important about you. Random chaotic happenstance that you even exist over the course of billions of years of everything exploding from nothing. You get perfectly coalesced into spheres that were happen to be, you can somehow live here. So don't worry. Well, the truth is, the Earth is stationary and the center of everything, geocentric, and the sky moves in perfect circles over top of us around the center of the sky, right over the center of the Earth. And that means the Earth had to be created. It had to be placed there. So they're hiding the creator. There's 3 reasons. Also, you can't trust any of your senses. You think you're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, but you don't feel it. You think the Earth is curving, but you see it flat. You think that the sun is sitting still in the sky, but you see it move. You think the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, but you see it as the same size as the moon. And so you can no longer trust your senses. You do not think that you can adequately tell the difference between truth and fiction. You must turn to authority to get all of your answers that you cannot understand. So they have brainwashed you into a slave state where you always turn to the authority to know what truth is, because you have been told that you cannot figure it out on your own. This is how you have good brainwashing capability of a state. So there's 4 very rudimentary reasons they would lie. Why wouldn't they lie? Knowledge is power. If you're the only one with the knowledge, it's much more powerful. When does the government not lie? Okay, so there are your answers. They're hiding land and resources and money and brainwashing you, and they put you in a little circle and told you can't leave there while they go hang outside of it. Okay, so there's plenty of reasons why they would lie. It doesn't really matter why they lied. The motivation of lying is independent of the fact that they did lie. Okay, and falsification is independent of replacement. We falsified the globe Earth. We don't have to replace every fairy tale they said before it's still real. If you tell me Santa's real, and then I see mommy and daddy bring presents in the house, I don't have to go come up with a new fictitious character from the North Pole or Santa's still real. We falsified your claim that Santa's real. That's all there is to it. Falsification is independent of replacement. So there you go. There are the basics. You can't fall off. You can't fall off of a lake. There's a shore. Antarctica is known to have the highest elevation in the entire world. It is an ice ring effectively around the water. Captain Cook tried to circumnavigate the Earth, and he went for 68,000 miles, and all he saw was an ice shelf the entire time. You're not allowed to go independently verify this, though, so the water is contained, which is convenient because fluid statics is also a natural law. Water finds its level. Water at rest is always level, period. Okay, so water conforms to its container and finds its level. Well, conveniently, it's contained on this flat Earth, and it's level. Of course it is. So how is 70% of a ball level? It's impossible. It defies fluid statics, the second law of thermodynamics. There's no empirical evidence for it, and we see way too far. We see mountains from hundreds of miles away. We see the skyline of Chicago 60 miles over Lake Michigan should have been completely obstructed. We have mountains we can see from 273 miles away. We have mountains we can see from 103 miles away. We have nothing but evidence that falsifies the globe Earth. So if the surface of the Earth is flat all over it, what is it? Do I believe in aliens? Well, for one, what is the etymology of alien or extraterrestrial? Extra land, extra terrain. So if there are other lands that they have hidden where someone lives, technically they would be alien or extraterrestrial. We would be in the inner space. They drew a circle around us, and there would be the outer space. There is no alien coming from outer space where it's a vacuum that couldn't exist, that they're thousands of light years away, and some intergalactic civilization with different races coming to get you from outer space vacuum boogeymen. None of that's real. I don't make claims about whether aliens are real or not. I know they'll probably lie to you about it, and the same guy, Werner von Braun, that was the Nazi brought over here to lie to us about going to the moon, told his secretary that they would fake an alien invasion and also fake things about asteroids. I don't really know. You can look into Project Bluebeam, but it doesn't matter. And by the way, Werner von Braun also put Psalms 19:1 on his tombstone, which says that the firmament shows the handiwork of the Creator. The firmament comes from the Hebrew word rakia, strong as bronze. It was stretched out over top of us to protect us, and we were like grasshopper inhabitants within the tent he stretched over top of us, and it's strong as bronze, like beaten out with bronze, rakia. So why did the guy that supposedly took us to space put on his tombstone that you can't go to space because there's a firmament there? Well, he let the truth out on his deathbed. He also wrote a science fiction book in the 50s, and in the science fiction book that the Nazi wrote in the 50s, the main character's title is Elon, and Elon supposedly takes us to Mars. I guess that the prophet of the Nazi was really good at predicting what would happen, right? He wasn't just good at mass murdering millions of people. He was also a prophet that knew that Elon would take us to Mars in 2021 and talk about how he's going to do it. So the world's a stage. Jules Verne wrote a science fiction novel in the late 1800s predicting the moon landing and where the rocket would shoot from, what state, what direction, how it would slingshot around it, and everything else. They take science fiction books and they tell the public that it's true while they know the truth. Powerful people are lying to you, okay? So do not fall for whatever they tell you. You need to look into things for yourself. Don't blindly believe anyone. Go research it for yourself. Go test it for yourself. And if you do this, you will find out that the earth is provably flat. I would have to sit down here and talk for another 3 hours to tell you every flat earth proof. There's something called specular reflections. You cannot have perfect reflections on a surface if it's not flat. It cannot be concave or convex at all. Specular reflections debunk the globe earth. We have local reflections from the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. This is impossible in the globe earth model. The model has to be, the sun has to be so far away we have parallel rays, right? So it's impossible. This debunks the globe earth. We have crepuscular rays, which are divergent rays that converge onto the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. Impossible on a globe earth. They say it's actually parallel. It just looks like that. We see that the sun and the moon are the same size. They say that the sun's actually 400 times bigger than the moon, just coincidentally, exactly 400 times further away also, so that it looks like they're the same size, so we can have total eclipses. Or maybe they're just the same size, bro, and the scriptures are true, and it says that there's a lesser light that rules the night and a greater light that rules the day. Okay, that's all there is to it. We see the same moon for all recorded history, while people claim it's a sphere that spins, but if it spun 1/4 a mile per hour, slower or faster, we'd see the other side of it, so it just perfectly sits there for thousands of years. That's a cool story, bro. None of this has any evidence. It's all fairy tales. What we know for a fact is that water always finds its level. To have pressure, you must have a container, which means the way that you're breathing is the gas pressure on the earth is contained, and we see way too far. The earth's a topographical planet isn't curving. This is just the way that it is. You can't go deeper than 7.8 miles. You can't go past the 60th south latitude. We need to wake up and then tell them that we demand to know the truth and to be able to freely traverse the earth. That is the next step. Not to try to attack the people that actually researched it, are bold enough to not care that other people get triggered and try to call you dumb or try to attack you because they were told that it's dumb. The people that are strong enough and intelligent enough to actually understand it, research it, test it, and then go speak about it are the people that are fighting for you, whether you understand that or not. And we're used to taking the bullets, but you should maybe jump on the side of that people actually doing what's best for humanity as opposed to trying to attack them. So there you go. It's all a lie. Georgia Guidestones prove it. Yeah, exactly. The Georgia Guidestones wouldn't work unless the Earth was a geocentric stationary plane Earth, right? Because it's used as a compass, a clock, and a calendar. It shows Polaris day after day after day for all recorded history that it's been there, and it will always work, showing you where north is, because it doesn't change. For all recorded history, Polaris is in the north. That's how you know where north is, so it would be a compass, right? It also shows you where the winter solstice and the summer solstice is. It shows you the time of the year. It's a calendar, because the Earth doesn't move and the sun does the same thing. That has the same cycle. There's a cycle over top of us like a clock that resets every year. This cost almost $1 million to build it, and it would be a complete waste of money if the Earth was a spinning ball. Okay, so that's just the way that it is. And they tell you what they want to do on there, and I think everyone should just wake up, Maybe everyone should just wake up and stop getting triggered that we didn't go to the moon in 1969. Stop being surprised or acting surprised the government lied to you. Stop being surprised and acting like China and Russia lying is a big shock to you. The U.S. government has lied about everything. So what you should do is accept truth for what it is, right? It's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they have been fooled. That is not my problem. That is, you need to look into the evidence and be honest. We see way too far. We falsify the curvature of the Earth. There you go. I mean, I don't know what other basic questions I might have missed, but you should be able to figure them out. You'll ask stuff like, oh, you shouldn't look past the curvature. If the Earth's a ball, it has to curve. If you were intellectually honest about this, you wouldn't get past that. You're like, wait, that's the most efficient way to test if the Earth is in fact a ball with this radius. Geometry, measurements of shapes, sphere, certain size, dimensions, 3,159 radius. You would test that and see if it's curving at that rate, because it has to curve. If a woman's pregnant and she moves her hand across her stomach and then it comes down to the bottom, can she still see her hand? No, because the curve of her stomach physically obstructs her hand. That is what the Earth has to do if it's a ball. This is where the answer lies. Is it really what they said it is? You can go measure the surface of the Earth, and it is objectively, provably not what they said it is. So if your response to that is to not answer it or figure out how it could work or figure out what's going on or go test and see if that claim is true or see exactly if these observations really do exist, if your response is, oh, well, how do eclipses work? What about magnetic fields? What about, if you start asking every random question you can think of, you're being intellectually dishonest. You're diverting away, and you can't handle what the truth is. Right? So if you think you can ask a gotcha question that some flat earther might not answer, that doesn't change the fact we falsified the radius. Okay? We don't know all the answers. The globe Earth knows none of the answers, right? People will say, what about eclipses? Eclipses debunk the globe Earth, and they still use the Chaldeans from Babylonian time, 2500 BC, a geocentric stationary plane Earth civilization. They knew the Earth was flat and stationary and the center of everything, and they used something called the stereocycle from the Chaldeans from 2500 BC to this day at NASA to be able to predict the eclipses. They cannot use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses at all. There's something called the Selenilian eclipse, right? And it's where the sun and the moon are both above the Earth during the lunar eclipse, according to the globe Earth model, the reason you have a lunar eclipse is because the Earth blocks the light from the sun and casts a shadow onto the moon, and that's what actually physically obstructs the sunlight, causing the shadow, thus a lunar eclipse. Yet in the Stellanian eclipse, a lunar eclipse, the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, above the Earth, a geometric impossibility on the globe Earth. And guess what year they said that they discovered this and recorded it for the first time? 1666. It's not a coincidence they told you that the first time they recorded the eclipse that debunked the model is 1666, 666, right? The same year that gravity was discovered by Isaac Newton, supposedly, in 1666, with a number of 6.67, right? Where we have north and south Arctic circles at 66.6 degrees, while the circumference of the Earth in nautical miles is 21,600, 6 times 6 times 600, while we're on a 66.6 degree tilt with a curvature rate of 0.666 feet per mile squared, shooting around the sun 66,600 miles per hour. Okay, so it's a lie, it's a Luciferian lie, and if you're actually at the highest level of the occulted people that try to control the world and lie to all of us, you have to know these things, or you're not allowed there, okay? So that is why they lied. It's simple. If you wanted to control and brainwash an entire group of people on the earth, what better way than to start by lying to them about the nature of the very place that they live? If you want to brainwash them on the earth, why not lie to them about the earth? Why not tell them there's no more land, it's a finite little sphere, and you have to stay here? Because there's more land and you get to control it. Why would they not lie? Knowledge is power. It's much more powerful if you're the only one with it. So there are the basics for you. You should research it, right? Flyman's watching. His panties are in a bunch. Dude is a gamer. Alright, I love you guys. I'm going to catch up with you guys later. Battery's about to die. I wanted to answer the basic questions. There you go. I can't go back and forth in comments. And if you watch this video, you'll understand why I can't go back and forth in comments all day. I have hundreds of people that are doing that and sending me messages. So, look at our content. Go find us and listen and learn and study and research. A lot of people on my Facebook will be helpful to you, but for everyone, drop the arrogance, okay? Drop the arrogance. When I first heard about Flat Earth, I thought it was dumb also. Then I humbled myself and researched to try to prove the Earth was a globe and found out it is far from dumb. And if you're still on that wavelength, even though waves aren't things and don't have links, right? It's just a transverse movement in a medium that has to be there, the antecedent to any type of propagation. But anyway, I digress, right? If you're not even on that wavelength of understanding that it isn't a dumb conversation, you're nowhere close to the truth. You're nowhere close to the truth. So just humble yourself, be honest, seek the truth diligently, and then you will be good to go, right? And people will be more than happy to help you answer your questions. They want you to come over here and know the truth. That's our whole thing. We want everyone to wake up and realize we've been lied to so we can get our power back. But just be respectful. Don't expect to be able to just hurl insults and attack people and that people are just going to love you and be real nice and just keep letting you do it. Because the irony is that, you're projecting your own intellectual insecurity. I go around the United States offering $100 cash to anyone in these major cities that can answer 3 basic questions about the globe Earth correctly, the basic questions about it, and no one ever wins the money. So be honest. You know nothing about it. It's okay. All the flat earthers know everything about it, right? So you should be real here. Just look into it. There's your little beginner's crash course. I love you guys. I'm going to go chill with another flat earther in a little bit, grab something to eat. I may do a computer stream later tonight. My phone's about to die. Peace out. Much love. MasqueradeTour.com, $ once it gets to Cash App, what's it at ProtonMail.com, PayPal. If you want to support the tour, I know I speak fast. I'm sorry. It's just like what I do. So I love you guys. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So strong people don't care what weak people think. Intelligent people don't care what dumb people think. Informed people don't care what ignorant people think. Stand tall and seek and speak the truth regardless of ostracism or any type of attack or pressure from society. It doesn't matter, right? The weak always do that. So just stand tall for the truth, and actually, whenever they revile you for his name's sake, rejoice, for they did it to all the prophets before you. Peace out.
Does anybody know that guy goes by Whiskey Shaman?
You're breaking up a little bit, unless that was me. Also, yeah, who was it? What was that video?
That was Ritz.
I posted in the live stream text. That's With It Gets It, and it's just a basic summary of Flat Earth. He was answering the usual troll questions in his live stream.
Sorry if my connection's really bad. You guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but it's very robot-y.
Hey. 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 Hey.
That was weird.
Is that the ghost machine?
Is that the ghost of who?
Ghost in the machine.
Oh yeah, the Jenny ghost in the machine.
Twilight Zone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
These crazy days that we live in just cause me aches and pains. Lately my life is like a season of Stranger Things. This place is flooded with demons and they invade your brains. This is an artificial hell and they create the flames. Day to day I just try to stay strong and make it through. Wake people up from their slumber, that's what I came to do. Please don't believe what you see on TV and think it's true. It's all just targeted programming and it's aimed at you. It's everywhere, you're getting lied to and yet you barely care. People with common sense are now very rare. But the way that they brainwash you isn't very fair. They can shove that mind control programming up their derriere. I do not consent to the way they tailor society. Ain't no variety. Plus I really hate when they lie to me. I use music as a tool to release the anger inside of me. You don't know how fucking crazy it's driving me. That we're living in the
Twilight Zone.
They claim you have freedom but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's where we live and control you through fear and terrorism. They wanna keep you in a mental prison where they tell your vision through the television. Where the ignorance is bliss and they just keep you living in it. You're a business, getting a citizenship. What did you really think that your birth certificate is? Get the straw man on. Money isn't paid, it's all a bank note. It's only a bill exchange when you pay that loan. Like a monopoly game, but you can't pass go. When you turn on the TV, all did you get politically entertainment? The news that you see is all suggestive. Lowering frequencies contribute to our stress. And you're responding, telling me that we're free living in this country. Military overseas and it's all for our peace. Just a record on repeat from the programming. Like Polly on a cracker. Put you through education for domestication, control of my pastor. Giving you medication to poison our masses. If you ever question what's coming from our masters and you're rocking the boat, or you're ever having any thoughts of your own, you better hope you never caught rocking alone. To be locked up and rode off by the echo. Got your life looking like a sci-fi show. Brain scrambling when the Wi-Fi's on. Airplane mode when I buy my phone. If your eyes wide closed, we're living in the
Twilight Zone.
They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
I ask myself, why do I even bother? Cause people are just like sheep that are lining up for the slaughter. If they're killing rats with fluoride, then why is it in the water? They're using the news to fool us, divide us so they can conquer. The longer you stay asleep, then the longer I'm gonna scream at you. I can't believe you let them deceive you, it's inconceivable. I won't stop until you wake up and do what you need to do. This world is overran with an evil that is unspeakable. Most people don't know, so they just vote and pay taxes. The devil's hiding in the shadows and controlling their actions. And they think that the earth is a spinning globe on its axis. But I don't have any time to devote to this madness. I have nobody to relate to, so I ride alone. Just me and all these wild thoughts that are inside my dome. I feel like I don't belong here and I can't find my home. Tripping and I'm wishing it was different, but we're living in the
Twilight Zone.
They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone. Used to live with a hideous. I mean, the whole town don't get mask. So she ordered sunglasses. Go to the baby.
Hello, Jim. 777.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for having me on. I'm not the most tech savvy person in the world, so I apologize.
No problem.
I just wanted to check in. Go ahead.
Yeah, are you a friend of JMKFE?
Yes, of Jay from the UK.
Okay. So you find this server through him?
Say again. I'm sorry.
How do you find this server? Is through him, through Jay?
Yes, through Jay. I found the server.
Okay, awesome. And you are his friend at Facebook in his group?
Yes,
Okay.
we've been acquainted through Facebook for a few months.
Okay, so tell us a little about you. How do you wake up to Flat Earth?
Oh, I'm in Dallas, Texas, and after I found out that COVID was actually convid, and I woke up to Antoine Béchamp's terrain theory, and the viruses have never caused illness in the history of the world.
Just a moment. We avoid to talk about. Sometimes we say Fauci, to avoid some strike from the YouTube.
I thought that COVID's cool to talk about now because it never really existed.
Yeah. Yeah. After I found out that COVID doesn't exist and viruses have never caused illness, I decided to look at other things that I might have been lied to about, and Flat Earth came up, and so Flat Earth was actually quite easy to find out that we've been lied to about. Viruses not so much, and so it took me a few months to learn out about viruses, but it didn't take me all that long to learn about Flat Earth. We're just not allowed to think that way, and now I think that way, and I can see why they kept it from us.
Okay. So, what are your best 3 proofs, about Flat Earth?
Oh, the best proofs of Flat Earth is that nobody can prove globe. You can't go you can't go anywhere on this good Earth and prove globe. You can't go anywhere and prove it. You just can't. But I can go many places, like Lake Michigan, to Chesterton, and then travel up Route 12 to Interstate 94 all the way up to Benton Harbor, which is 54 miles away from Chicago, and see Chicago, where I should have 1,800 feet of curve. I can see Chicago. Plus, lasers don't bend, and radar doesn't bend. So that's the easiest way. Plus, we all know that water, when it's at rest, doesn't bend. So obviously, the globe model can't be proved by sight or visually or by anybody. You have to use CGIs, paintings, photographs, fisheye lenses, and green screens to be able to see globe. So it's all fake. Plus, Newton's third law of motion says you can't travel in outer space because there's no opposing force to the force that's pushing you out. There's no opposing force coming back because there can be no opposing force in a vacuum. So after a while, you can see the globe is all a lie, and in a lot of ways it's pagan. In a lot of ways it's evil. In a lot of ways it's 666, the beast system, and so it's quite easy to once you're allowed to see the light of day to
know the globe is an entire lie.
Welcome. You know, it's not a lot of people that you know just wake up, because most just deny. You know. So,
I'm looking forward to. I'm sorry if I interrupted you. I'm looking forward to having discussions back and forth with people who believe either way. It's just fine with me, and if I get to the place where I can debate people, that'd be awesome. I have somebody who got hold of me Saturday who's on a podcast, and they're not real familiar with flat Earth or even viruses, and they've asked me to come on to do an interview, and there's 3 people, and just one person asked me, so I'm waiting back to see if they're actually going to have me on their podcast or not. But you know, they saw from Instagram that I'm quite active and, you know, quite opinionated on the flat Earth. So the guy got hold of me, and we're just going to kind of go from there. And Jay got me onto Discord, and so it's nice to talk to people. I don't mind if they're globers. I don't care if they're flat earthers. I just don't want to be ridiculed. If I'm ridiculed for being a flat tard or a conspiracy theorist or a nutcase or a mental case, I'll just tune off and go from there, because I'm not. It's much easier to be a glober, much easier to be a virus person and believe in viruses than it is to not believe in viruses that cause disease and be a flat earther. So, but, you know, the truth is often ridiculed today, and I'm finding that out.
Hey, speaking of which, just so you know, we try to avoid both of the V words on here, just because they cause censorship on YouTube.
Yeah, he was warned, but like I said, it's been deemed over, right? You can take your mask off.
Are we talking the V word? What they're putting into our shoulders?
Yeah, well, both. He's
okay.
Like you said, both V words, but I mean.
I like to say jabby.
Well, yeah. A medical professional stabbing you to death.
Hey, what I'm going to do next time I talk to you good folks is I have found on Discord, when I put plug my earphones into my iPhone and put them in my ears, I can hear you much better than when I'm just talking on my phone like I am now. So I will say thank you for talking to me here, and the next time I get on, I'll make sure I have my earphones with me and that they're all plugged in so I can hear you a lot better. I'm finding that about Discord. I talked to somebody from Australia on Discord, and I could barely hear him before. And then I went to Walmart and bought some $20 earphone cords, and I heard them great. So that's what I'll find those, and I'll put them in next time I come on to Discord.
Okay. Well, thanks for talking to us, Jim.
Yeah, and I'll hope to talk with you again. And you have, no matter where you are, I hope you have a great day.
It was wonderful meeting you.
Okay. You take care.
You too.
Okay. Thanks, Jimmy.
Yeah, take care.
Jim, okay. Take care.
Hello there, good evening.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hey, how are you all doing? Welcome there, G777. Been nice talking with you and Jay. I guess he just cut out of here. I saw him on the list here. But how are you all this evening? Anything fun going on in here?
No.
No.
No, it's been boring.
I mean, we had a couple of interesting conversations. But I'm still waiting for someone to prove the wobbling half spherical oblate ellipsoid. That only on pictures pretends to look 360-degree perfect circle or sphere. So maybe someone can explain that phenomenon. How NASA seems to be observing a different Earth than what they're actually describing. Is there any globe here?
Well, it's really easy. They're observing the same Earth. They're just taking the Earth and squeezing the CGI out of it.
Right. I see a globe, the hammer. I think the hammer is a globey. The hammer, do you have anything to say about the ball Earth?
Yeah, it's dead. I'm pretty sure it's dead.
It's dead. So you're not a globulist?
That's correct. I am not a globulist.
Oh,
cool.
Okay.
He's a mod from pseudoscience.
What does that mean?
Oh, Huey and Nathan server, Betty. The pseudoscience server. Sorry.
Never been there.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. I guess, a lot of people haven't, to be honest, so I guess it's not that surprising. But do you watch the Nathan Oakley or Quantum Eraser show?
Yes.
Aha.
Okay. So, I think... Has he been on there? Have you been on there, the Hammer?
Yeah, we were just on there, actually. I was looking for it. I think it's not this most recent one he's putting out, but the one before it in the after show. We were talking about what we need to do to better organize or to move forward with this sort of. I shouldn't say better. I shouldn't say better, but you know what I mean.
Okay. What's your best flat Earth proof? What do you think really just cinched it for you?
Pretty much aviation, number one, and the whole water. Earth, their claim of Earth being 70% water, and obviously the whole behavior of water. And the moon landing thing, kind of pretty freaking suspicious to me, but being a big fan of aviation, I think there's a lot of solid
Me too.
observational evidence there.
Like the fact that they're not pointing their nose down the whole time, instead they have their nose pointed up the whole time?
Yeah, sure. Or the idea that they're trying to claim that conservation of angular momentum, and when you talk about the speeds that the ground's supposed to be moving, and some helicopters can't even reach that speed. So if they were to detach from that surface spinning and then try to land back on it, it might be kind of difficult for them.
Okay. I gave you the flat Earth roll then. You got it.
I passed the test.
You passed the test. Welcome.
I'm legitimate, guys. I'm not a troll, I promise.
How many times have you been here?
I was here, so I started out kind of like a few years back now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was here for a little bit, and then I kind of took a break. Took a long hiatus. Had some life shit to do and whatever, but kind of back, trying to start my own show. Or kind of trying to start, bringing more information out there. You know what I mean? Kind of, like I said, broaden the reach. Because I feel like there's we've moved so far in some of these arguments. We're finding the points that a lot of newer people coming into this, they're sort of lost. There's a lot of informational gaps that we could fill. with some content. Point them here, point them there.
Yeah, we're at a point now where I think society has met us with enough absurdity that we can break through the veil of most people's stupor pretty easily.
I mean, if I may, who am I even speaking to? I apologize.
It's Stu's fault.
You're on here somewhere.
I am. Hey, Crypto.
Oh, Deuce fault. There we go. What's up, man? I apologize. What was the last thing you said?
Oh, I said hello to Crypto, unless you meant me saying that society has met us with their absurdity, so it's pretty easy for us to break through the veil of their stupor.
Yeah, do you feel like most people have somewhat, like, either at a cursory sort of glance looked at flat Earth and kind of made a decision?
Yeah, I mean automatic, because it comes up in normal parlance now. So automatically they dismiss it as stupid or absurd until they meet somebody face to face. I found at least 20 people in the last couple months that I've just talked to cursory over a short period of time, and they'll say something about, the world, and I'll be like, well, and so it gets into it. And just lightly, if you just lightly scratch the surface, they're like, yeah, I'm not sure. You're like, well, space is the second law of thermodynamics violation. They're like, what? And so that usually gets us into the conversation. But I mean, people are, just because of how much they've been lied to, how much they've woken up in the last 2 years, it doesn't matter what side they're on.
Yeah, I had a guy that I work with who I talked to about this probably about 6 months ago. And he said exactly, he said, if you had told me this prior to 2020, he said, I would say you're a nutcase. He said, but with what I've seen the government do in the last year and a half, he said, this sounds more reasonable than anything that they've claimed. And I showed him some videos about the green screen, et cetera, et cetera. And I really like how you're, pointing that out, that when you talk to somebody face to face and you just barely start to scratch the surface with them, they either go, I don't know, or they go, wow, that's really interesting, and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, people whom I would never have suspected were thinking about it will kind of brush the surface with me on it. They'll say something that kind of goads the conversation, even in jest or mock. But as soon as I show any interest in it, they open up to it. At least 20 people in a very short period of time. So, I mean, life's good right now because you're not the crazy person in the room anymore. You're just a little further out there than everybody else is. I mean, just 2 years ago, every conversation, you were the crazy person.
Well, it's really funny because I come from a little different lineage. A friend of mine first showed me a lot of really compelling evidence back in 2008. And I've been talking about it here and there with people. And I wasn't even aware that there were people online talking about the shape of the Earth until about March of last year. And so I would talk to people, and I'd ask them questions like, what really makes you think this is a big spinning ball? And they would literally say, that's what they tell us, but I don't know. And then push those conversations, because I wouldn't have too many of them. I would just tell somebody what I thought and leave it at that, and maybe hear what they had to say. But I never really had people say, you're crazy. And then
I have in the past. I've had, oh, you're one of those, or oh, well, I really can't talk right now.
Usually what most people have said to me, in all truth, when you ask them, they kind of give some kind of response like, that's interesting, but it kind of rhymes, I don't give a crap.
Yeah.
I really think that the anti-flat Earth stuff is really just an internet phenomenon.
It wasn't. It wasn't. Just a couple of years ago, it wasn't. Everybody. Well, there was 3 sides. There was I don't care. There was flat Earth and anti-flat Earth. And most people had heard it being a theory. I mean, Kyrie Irving brought it up, for God's sakes. So everybody was talking about it. Most people made up their mind just at the headline, flat Earth. So.
Yeah. Now, also, I admittedly have a different cast of characters that I hang around with, and I've known for years and years that I definitely have an eclectic taste of friends that range the political spectrum and all sorts of other spectrums, but they the best example is when I back in about 2016, 2015, somewhere in there, somebody that I was working with when I was selling cars showed this stupid post about if the Earth were flat, cats would have pushed everything off the edge. And he showed that to me, and he was laughing really big. And I said to him, that's not how that works, right? And he said, oh, yeah, I know that. He said, I know. He said, there is no edge to the Earth. He said, it goes on and on and on and on and forever. And that was not the response I was expecting after that. He said, I just thought it was really funny that if there was an edge, that, yeah, cats would push it off the edge, and we had a laugh about it, but then we talked about it a few minutes, but I was more interested in making money than talking other things, when I'm working.
Yeah, I mean, there used to be some memes on that, so it was like they would send the Earth, if the Earth was flat, cats would have pushed everything off it, and I think CJ made one, which is, if the Earth was a ball, then a dog would have buried it by now. So it's just, you just kind of.
It's interesting because the one thing I noticed from all these anti-flat Earth people, especially what I see on Fascist Book, is their arguments seem to be the same argument over and over, but they seem to have about a 3-week lifespan, and then they switch to something else for about 3 weeks. And then
Crypto,
they switch to something else.
Crypto, yes, we could hear you.
Almost everyone can hear me. Can Barrington hear me? I don't know if Barrington can hear me.
Is Crypto trying to talk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, brother.
Oh, no, I kind of already said it. It's just that yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah, I don't think you can hear me.
He can't hear you.
We can hear you, Crypto.
Yeah, fair enough.
Kryptonite to Glovers.
Well, yeah. Can someone tell Barrington to kind of leave and rejoin, because it's probably a problem on his end.
Oh, okay. Barrington, would you mind leaving and then rejoining? He said it's most likely on your end.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Hang on one second.
Okay. Have you fired up all your 20 Twitter accounts, Crypto?
Yeah, I'm back.
Yo, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Brilliant. Maybe it's me. All right, I'll even rejoin.
Are you there, Crypto?
No, he left because you wouldn't listen to him.
Yeah, he's back.
Can you hear me now?
He came back.
Barrington?
Hey, Barrington, do me a favor. Go ahead and right-click on Crypto and make sure you don't have him muted for yourself. Sometimes that just happens with a little click and you're not even aware of it. Just right-click on his name and then...
Okay, yeah, and that little slider was blue, or purple, or whatever color that was.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Oh, I hear you now, brother. Hey, sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, no, I was just saying about your cats pushing things off the edge meme. We had an equivalent one, which was if the Earth was a ball, then a dog would have buried it by now. And once you, obviously it's stupid, right?
Do you do you have that, by the way?
Oh, it'll be around somewhere. I think CJ made it. One of the admins. I'll talk to him.
Yeah, please continue on, brother. I wasn't trying to stop you, though. I was not expecting to hear if the Earth was a ball, the dog would have buried it by now. That's awesome.
Well, I think it's like when you come up with these silly memes that are designed to poke fun, there's two types of people saying them. There's the type of person who says it because it's just kind of funny and a little bit lighthearted. And there's people who, like, underneath it, they're really jabbing at you. Like, they're trying to wind you up. So the easiest way to do it is just go, okay, well, if the Earth's a ball, then the dog would have buried it. Because if that's their motivation, then it then reveals it to you, because then they start getting wound up because you've thrown it back at them. Whereas if their motivation was just to have a bit of a laugh, then they'll be like, good one,
Yeah, absolutely correct. And I mean, and I'm one that, I do enjoy seeing good memes, even ones that poke fun of what I hold seriously. As long as there's at least a reason in it. So I definitely enjoy. I do think that memes are a great communication tool, because all of a sudden you do, when you say when you send that back to one of them, they either have to reveal their hand that, I'm making fun of you, or let's laugh about this, and then we can talk about whatever else next. I like it.
So apparently the leftists are no longer saying, go build your own if you don't like it.
Oh, of course not. Yeah, they never meant that anyway.
No, of course they didn't. But they're no longer saying it. They're no longer saying it's a private company. They can do what they want with it.
Now they don't believe that anymore either.
Yeah.
Well,
they never did.
But what's interesting is, like, if you don't like it, just build your own. Or we could just buy it. I mean, but again, they could have done that, and that's kind of what they did with Google, really. They just they didn't necessarily buy it, but they infiltrated it, right? So,
well, yeah.
So, I mean, we'll see. Look, I don't think Elon Musk is, like, a based guy who's going to allow everyone to say whatever's true. I don't think that's going to happen.
Right. But maybe he's better. It's a step forward. It's a step in the right direction.
Well, we'll see, won't we? That is.
I think it's best to say, meet the new boss, same as the old boss.
We'll see. I don't think that's true, because he's saying that if it's not illegal, it's legal. And I agree with that. Like, I don't want people posting fucking child porn and shit like that.
Yeah, I suppose. But it's like, because with Twitter, like, a lot of things were like, basically everything that was illegal, and then everything that was right-wing was illegal. And then even some stuff that was centrist was illegal. And, you're a
conspiracy theorist, that's illegal.
That's illegal. And, you have a bunch of ideologies that we don't agree with. that's illegal. It's like, well, no.
They wanted to ban Tulsi Gabbard.
Who?
Tulsi Gabbard. She's an open borders Democrat.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They said she was a Putin apologist because she didn't war with the Ukraine.
And what's like? I don't believe in, as you know, I don't really believe in politics. But what's wrong with being pro Putin? Like, how is that any different to being pro any other leader?
I have no idea.
They're all the fucking same.
I have no idea. There's no difference as far as I can say between Putin and the other dude, the actor who's playing president in Ukraine.
Yeah. It's kind of like there's no difference between the colors of your clothes after certain holidays.
I'm not sure that's analogous, but I get it.
Yeah, it's just the seasons. Whatever season, it's out of season. It's out of fashion.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
So I'm thinking about starting a new Twitter profile and see how long it takes for them to start canceling it.
But I think you have to wait a little bit before that happens, or before you do that. I mean, the sale hasn't even been finalized. It's just been agreed to. It could still fall through.
I might start submit my request that he burns it like the pile of money that Joker burned in Batman, just to make a point.
Honestly, that's the best thing you could do. What were you going to say, Crypto?
I was just going to say I might start up a new Twitter profile. Well, the one that got banned last time, which is called the Holocaust.
Yeah, no, I'm going to start my first Twitter profile here as soon as the air is clear, as soon as the raid sirens have shut off.
Well, I mean, unfortunately they promised to cancel medical disinformation, but then left all of the medical disinformation up and cancelled all of the legitimate information, which is weird. I don't understand that at all.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've been doing that about every subject for the past, 5 years now? Anything that's real.
Yeah.
I mean,
true.
You post about Biden's laptop. Whew. Boy, you still post about it. You're still going to get shadow banned.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to mention anything about Hunter Biden and the Ukraine and, the ramifications it could have for the current mainstream narrative. Wouldn't want to talk about that. Because then people might realise that they're all the fucking same.
Poopy Pants could get indicted.
What's your guys' most favorite topic right now that you're like been searching on? Like, I mean, everyone here, I'm pretty sure, has a topic that they're like digging in right now, or most of the time looking over, or whatever. I'm just interested.
Light.
Light?
Yeah. The nature of light.
Okay, that's a very interesting topic. So,
Yeah, I think-
yeah.
I was just going to say, I think my favourite topic is probably still the Holocaust, just because I've done more reading than any of these kind of narrative-based morons. So it's just interesting to talk to them, find out how much they know, and then just watch as their narrative falls apart in front of them. That's quite fun.
Yeah, I'm definitely sure there is a lot of cover-up, especially because here in Germany you can go into jail when you want to research your own about the Holocaust, you know. You can't research it. If you question it, you can get into jail, or you need to pay a huge fine, and you can't deny it, because if you deny it here in Germany, you're gonna also go either in jail or gonna have a huge fine.
Wait, are we talking about
Yes.
the vid? Are we talking about the Fauci ouch here? Or are we talking about
The Holocaust.
the Hong Kong?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You
So
can't
I'm
research
talking
it.
about. I'm talking about the thing where you could allegedly stand next to someone and then find yourself dead the next day.
Oh, okay,
Okay,
gotcha. Yeah, but
Have you
okay,
ever-
sorry. Yeah, but
Have you ever
yeah.
heard of Ernst Zundel?
Heard of what?
Ernest Zundel?
Isn't that the guy who researched the topic? Or something?
Yeah. I've heard of Ernst Sindel. We're not talking about that though.
Yeah.
That's one that's never been okayed by the New York Times.
Yeah.
Right.
Luckily, in the UK and the US, yeah, for sure. Luckily, in the UK and the US, you won't be arrested for having an opinion, but you might do in other countries.
Well, actually, he was arrested here in the U.S. for having an opinion and deported to Canada. I don't agree with his opinion, but the way he was treated is probably one of
but-
the most.
You should
flagrant-
probably look into his opinion a little bit harder if you don't agree with it. But regardless, let's move on.
Hey, okay, really quick. He is from Canada, and the laws in Canada apply to him, even though he had a green card here, so he was extradited. He was actually arrested by Canada because we have an extradition treaty with them. So I don't think he was arrested for his free speech as an American here from Canada. You see what I'm saying? Like a Canada arrest, basically.
No, we revoked his green card.
Right.
and
As soon as the charges were given to him.
And then in Canada, by the time he was actually extradited to Germany to spend more prison time, the Supreme Court of Canada overturned the law that got him arrested there anyway.
Oh my God.
But then he was already extradited to Germany, so he
Right.
spent like a year in immigration detention here. Then he spent like 4 years in Canadian prison, and then he spent like 5 years in Germany.
Didn't the German government pay for the research he did that got him in trouble? I think Germany actually paid for that research that they arrested him for.
I want to say you are correct. I don't, because it's been so long that I've read about him. I don't want to stake my professional reputation on that, but I believe you are correct.
It was either Germany or Hungary. But one of those two paid for his research.
Yes, Hungary did it. Yes, Hungary did it. And then
That's fascinating. Perhaps we should move subjects. As much as I love this subject, perhaps we should move subjects. Just because not everyone here is in the UK or in the US, so it.
Yeah, some people are in Canada, for God's sakes.
Yeah, they could actually
That
get
place is a
arrested for-
hellscape.
Like, remember, there are still some countries in the world where you can get arrested for having correct opinions.
Or honking your horn.
Germany.
No, literally Canada. You can get arrested.
No,
for honking.
Germany is one of those countries.
You can get arrested for honking your horn in Germany.
Not honking your horn.
Metaphorically.
Oh, okay. No. Literally.
What?
Literally.
No.
Yes, because it stands for HH.
What?
What?
Not
Please give me a source.
Okay, I'm going to source this. Source?
In Canada.
That happened during this whole truck convoy thing.
That's retarded.
I just thought I thought you were doing the Clown World meme. Like, I didn't know you meant literally.
I literally meant it.
Oh,
Why are you arrested in Canada?
Degenerate. What is wrong with Canada? Can someone explain me?
It's full of Canadians.
Well, it's run by Fidel Castro's son. There you go.
So what gets you arrested in Canada?
Honking.
But like more than once?
Yes,
Dude, I
twice.
met Castro's
You have to do
daughter.
it twice, or else it doesn't stand for HH.
Wait, so you can honk once and you can honk 3 times, but you can't honk twice?
No, I think 3 times you're actually going to be shot on sight.
Yeah, no, it's like the quick beep beep. That's what. They're
That's the most racist thing I've heard all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the next thing is gonna be you typing on WhatsApp "ha" to someone is gonna be the same thing, alright?
So apparently, it was just a 10-day thing that made the honking illegal for 10 days.
Ah, okay. I mean, that sounds legit.
Can you make the OK sign in Canada now? Since it's
No, what? No, not even if you're diving.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Does that prove that you're a Trump tard or something?
No, it stands for white power. You haven't seen that before? It's a W and a P. It stands for white power.
I mean, there's easier ways of doing that.
Yeah, for sure. But that's what 4chan made a meme that the OK sign stood for white power, and they bought it. So now it's
Right.
illegal to do the OK sign.
I don't understand why they make up completely obscene and stupid, like, quote-unquote, white power symbols when they can just go on the websites of these people and find out what the actual white power symbols are.
Well, they would, but they keep on banning those websites, so they can't go on there.
Oh, yeah, because they don't like free speech. Yeah, cool. Free speech is cool when you're a communist, but not not for anyone else. Yeah,
Right.
so I keep forgetting. Free speech, but not hate speech, and of course, hate speech is whoever our political opponents are.
And
Yeah,
free
if you don't
speech
have a
is only
boogeyman-
people that agrees with you.
If you don't have a boogeyman, you can make one up out of thin air.
Pretty sure saying boogeyman is hate speech.
It's racist against boogeymen everywhere.
I'm surprised you didn't say bogeyman, Crypto.
Well, no, a boogeyman and a bogeyman are different things. A boogeyman is someone who likes to dance.
Oh,
And a bogeyman is someone literally made of snot.
okay.
Elon believes the Earth is a globe. Do you think he's in on it?
I don't think Elon believes the Earth is a globe. I think he knows it isn't. He even said, look, it looks so fake, it has to be real. He knows. He gets it.
He also did a tweet that was like banned, and the tweet was either removed or like shadow banned or something. But he when the whole COVID thing first started, he said, "I took 4 tests, 2 were positive and 2 were negative, all on the same day." And then he was saying, "How can this be true?" What he's actually saying is, "I know this is bullshit, and I'm
Yeah.
just telling everyone else that I know this is bullshit."
Okay, he may not be God sent, but I mean, no man is perfect. I don't expect everybody to be a flat earther, but
He definitely knows, but he's not going to go talk about it.
right, he's well, I mean, he's got a pretty lucrative business in space.
Yeah, of course.
He's just a bad actor. That's all. I mean, He literally did not do anything.
He's no worse than Trump.
Yeah, exactly.
Was Trump great? No.
But
it was a lot better than fucking what we have now, that's for sure.
I think Trump is a funny entertainer for his, for him being a Scottish Rite Mason. 33 degree, not to forget. It's actually, sometimes it's so funny when you see people going crazy in this staged world over all these staged things going on that are just there to create fear and division. And you're just there, I mean, I'm doing the last class in Germany until I'm finished, and we talk a lot about the Ukrainian war and stuff and so forth. I don't know if I can speak about that, but it's just funny how people switch from the bad thingy where everyone gets very sick from to, oh no, look, there's a war fear. Oh no, non-existent nuclear weapon is gonna kill us all.
It's funny.
Guys, would you eat uranium? I would literally try it because I really trust the guy who ate it.
I'd try a piece of uranium.
Me too.
Or go
it's probably already in your food.
Just
I haven't
imagine if
I haven't
they would
had my
have not-
uranium today.
Just
Or-
imagine if they would have not suppressed uranium and made this whole lie up with you getting very sick from radiation and so forth.
Why are you guys talking about
Do you guys
Iranian?
ever use
What?
Why are you guys talking about Iranians?
No, uranium.
No, I'm not going to eat an Iranian. Fuck's sake.
You might do.
I might do.
They're not honorary.
No, we're talking about your Iranian.
I know. Come on, guys.
Wait.
You've not heard my troll voice before.
I'm not Iranian.
That just went over everyone's head.
Yeah,
If you're eating pink Himalayan salt, there's probably some uranium in your diet. It's one of the minerals that makes it that funny color.
I thought it was Himalayans.
Look,
Yeah, that's what I
Iranians are
said.
not.
What crypto?
They're more of a medium brown color than a pink.
Oh, we're all pink and ugly on the inside, bud. That's how you.
Speak for yourself.
That's how you know we're all the same.
Yeah,
You gotta really cut them open to find out.
But don't do it while they're still alive.
Well, I mean, you can't really tell what a person is like unless you do it while they're alive.
What?
People start to
I'm not
putrefy
alive.
very quickly.
I mean, we can just all open our mouth and see that.
No. Lies come out of there. I need to see the real you.
I suppose shortly after death would be asking too much.
I mean, anything's possible. We can arrange it.
I mean, I know a perfectly good, Ukrainian Nazi squat team that could take care of that for you.
Wait, you got a hold of my family?
I didn't know your family were in the Ukraine.
They're not. You just said Nazi squad team. It's like, hey.
Oh, fair enough. Do they bench as well?
Of course they bench.
Man, I really want to have a discussion with a Clover.
No, you don't.
I just
Why would you do that to yourself?
Just
What's
do
wrong
this.
with you?
Take your headset off, go ahead and walk to the wall and just bang your head repeatedly against the wall.
Right, I mean, that's the same. I mean, it's even more productive, I guess.
If you didn't want that wall there anymore, yeah.
Well, I mean, you could always just walk out onto the street or go anywhere pretty much, like literally almost anywhere, and just talk to people about the earth being flat. I'm sure you'll find a Glover pretty quickly.
Yeah, I actually talked to a guy in my class today, and he was actually pretty open. He understood it. He was not refusing it. You know, I mean, I always talk openly about anything. You know, I'm not ashamed of being a flat earther or standing for Christ or anything. You know, I don't really care about opinions because I know what truth is. I mean, I'm not claiming that I know all the truth, know all things, but I definitely know that the Earth is a stationary plane, so, and not a planet. So yeah, it's actually fun, you know. I actually like it when people laugh about it, even though they themselves have no clue about both systems, you know. And then they start spiraling, and it's just funny. I think it's even more entertaining than on Discord because in real life you can see their face, you know, and when you see the face of someone who has absolutely no clue what you're talking about, it's just a whole different experience.
Yeah, face to face is much better.
If they do understand what you're talking about, like truly understand it, then it's like one of those, you know, come to Jesus moments, the, oh my God, the earth is flat, look on their face. And it's kind of fun to see.
Especially when they like can't get away from you because you got them like kind of like trapped in the hall and you keep on doing that dance back and forth.
No, that's more for political discussion.
Yeah, I've seen all of Witz's streams, pretty entertaining. Especially the people that are getting triggered. And he always says, don't make it weird. Don't make it weird. Yeah, that needs a lot of, you know, I say I have full respect. That needs a lot of, let's say, durability and strength to, you know, stay there on the street, especially in America. You know, like I mean, in Germany maybe it's a little bit easier, but the Americans, no offense.
No, I bet it was really hard.
Yeah, you should do some more videos. Pretty cool.
I was going to say, actually, if you want a Glober to appear, what you do is instead of go looking for Globers to talk to, just talk to normal kind of people who haven't chosen a side, and then just tell Globers where you're going to be, and they will flock. That's basically how it works, because they don't want you to get the middle ground people.
True.
Live stream voice text is slow, but it's lit right now.
I guess you guys have all seen Dave versus Dave video where Mr. Professor just being very childish, insulting Dave.
Which Dave?
Yeah,
he's actually not a professor, and he's said
I
so
know.
himself. So there's literally no point calling him Professor Dave.
Yeah, not a Professor Dave versus Dave. And
It's
then
called
they
Dave.
start spiraling, and
I mean, there's no shame in not being a professor, like, but I think what's annoying about him is a lot of the people who think his content is based on him being a professor. Like they have this false sense of, smugness because they didn't actually check if he was a professor or not.
Maybe we should call him Globe Prophet Dave.
Yeah, he's just basically a preacher for his religion. Really annoying to listen to his weird tone when he speaks. Like, he's all annoying with all authority and stuff. It's very annoying. It's like this teacher that you don't want to listen to back in, I don't know, 5th grade or something. Trying to be smart.
Yeah, he's the only guy I can think of where every sentence I've ever heard him say, even when he's just looking at a camera in an empty room talking to a camera, like every word he says, it sounds like he's speaking in a condescending way. It sounds like he's talking down to the camera.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's a mind virus, and you hear that a lot in these type of people these days. They do it quite often.
It's because all the Globe has going for it is social proofing. So they have to stigmatize the opposition. If they try to use facts or evidence or logic, then they're toast. So that has to be their method.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's actually basically the thing with many other things also beside Flat Earth,
Yeah, like, I mean, I heard this conspiracy theory about, like, baking cookies. And someone asked me, is it possible to bake 6 million cookies in 15 ovens over an 18-month period? And I said, nah, that seems unlikely. And then he called me a nasty person. I was like, it seems weird because the maths doesn't add up. So I don't know why you're calling me names, but I don't know. I just sometimes when you disagree with them and they want to just enforce a narrative, they'll call you names, whether you're talking about the flat Earth or cookies,
Yeah, because they're so skillfully educated. Only smart people call you names.
How many you said? 6 million.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, about 6 million cookies.
Somewhere around there. It could be like 1.5 million less if you just like
I can
for some
do it.
reason
Well.
have a rounding error in one of the ovens.
Yeah, if you actually go to the sites where they had the ovens, on the side of the oven you'll see like the amount of cookies baked in each oven, and the amount changes all the time, but the official narrative never changes, which is just weird.
The cookie narrative existed for quite a while before the cookie event happened.
Oh yeah, since 1901,
at least.
Well, the International
seems to me
Committee of the Red Cross came out with an official report listing and displaced cookies. That was only 100,000 cookies.
The children going around eating cookies all over Hungary and Poland.
Have you guys? Sorry.
Oh, shoot, that was an official number. It was given to Eisenhower.
Yeah, Red Cross. 237,000 cookies, or
as many cookies as I said.
Have you guys ever seen Alex Stein?
Yes.
Is he a cookie?
No, but he's pretty hilarious.
He's a doughball.
I think he's also a flat earther. I mean, everyone on this plane is a flat earther, but you know what I mean. I think he knows.
No, he does.
Was he actually ever on here?
On here? I don't know.
Drive Time 99.
What do you mean, you people?
According to you people in the Holocaust. Whoa.
Are you not people?
I'm talking about, so it didn't happen. What? Of course. I have to do my own research into this, lol.
Yeah, no,
I think I'm not sure.
honestly, it's not worth looking into.